Vampire Bound, Book 1. Written by R.A. Steffen. Narrated by Gwendolyn Drewyor. 1. There was an art to blotting away tears before they could spill over and ruin your mascara. I wasn't sure what it said about me that I'd mastered that particular art years ago. Honestly, at this point, I practically held a doctorate in the subject. My reflection stared back at me from the long mirror in the ladies' room. Not for the first time, I wondered whether the companies that manufactured fluorescent light bulbs for public restroom vanities designed them specifically to make you look as awful as possible. Surely, with everything science had achieved, it should be easy enough to make lighting that didn't wash you out and accentuate the dark circles under your eyes. But if that were the case, why continue to sell bulbs that made people look like corpses? Fresh tears welled, and I cursed myself as I soaked them up from the corners of my eyes with the twisted corner of a square of toilet paper. The mascara might survive, but at this rate, I was going to look like I'd caught a red-eye flight from San Francisco, or maybe spent the last few hours smoking pot, and that wouldn't do. "Get a grip, Vonnie," I muttered, looking determinedly toward the ceiling until my eyeballs ached. It was an old trick, something to do with eye movements tricking the brain into shutting off negative emotions, or so I'd read in a surprisingly on-point clickbait article once upon a time. Useful stuff for women in stressful business situations where tears could be detrimental to one's career prospects. Mind you, the authors of that article almost certainly hadn't had my current situation in mind when they wrote it. The restroom ceiling was nice. From what I'd seen so far, everything in the club was nice. Classy. Like maybe the owner cared about more than how much money he could wring out of the place by charging $15 for an appletini on top of a $10 cover. I tried to see that as an encouraging sign. When my eyes no longer felt like overfilled water balloons, I returned my gaze to the mirror. Yep, they were bloodshot. Though it probably wouldn't be too noticeable to someone who wasn't looking for it. I hoped. Otherwise, I looked okay. Fluorescent light bulb zombie effect aside. Red hair still caught up in an elegant twist, a few strands escaping artfully to frame my face, freckles successfully hidden by foundation and concealer, stylish cocktail dress way above my pay grade, courtesy of my new boss, Guillermo. My cell phone buzzed in my handbag, and I winced. A quick glance confirmed that, yes, the scary guys my deadbeat ex owed money to had finally managed to track down my new number. Terrific. I couldn't turn off the phone completely, in case my kid needed to get a hold of me while I was working tonight. But I did put it on vibrate. With a deep breath, I met my own gaze in the mirror and tried to pretend I didn't look nervous. This wasn't forever, just for a couple of months, maybe, until I could get enough cash together to climb out of the hole that Richard had dug by borrowing money from the wrong kind of people. The hole he'd dug for both of us, really. Anyway, the owner of the Vixen's den obviously looked after his club well. Maybe that meant he'd also play nicely with the professional escort he'd hired for the night. Especially if that escort didn't let on that this was her first ever gig. And that she was scared out of her freaking mind. The den popped onto the St. Louis nightclub scene about 6 months ago, according to the gossip I'd managed to garner from the handful of people I knew who had the time, money, and inclination to frequent trendy clubs. The place was all about jazz, blues, and expensive top-shelf liquor, apparently, It was popular with successful black business people, though honestly, the clientele seemed pretty diverse as I made my way toward the elevators in the back. There, a very tall, very wide man wearing a very nice suit stood between the two sets of double doors. His posture screamed security. He watched me approach, his face expressionless. "I'm expected, in the penthouse suite," I said, not allowing any hint of nerves to creep into my best seductive voice. It was a voice I'd perfected after 8 months working as a phone sex operator. And to think, I'd felt nervous during my first few shifts talking to lonely, desperate men separated by miles of distance and a veil of complete anonymity. I hadn't known when I was well off. "Name?" asked the bouncer. His deep voice matched his massive size, but his tone was perfectly polite. "Morgan Lafleur," I said, the fake porn name tripping off my tongue almost as easily as my real one these days. "ID," the guy prompted. I froze, caught out. I had my driver's license in the little clutch purse I was carrying, but that was in my real name. Something of my dilemma must have shown on my face, because the man had pity on me. "A business card from the agency will do, ma'am," he said. "Oh, right," I said, rummaging for one. "Here you go." With a wince, I realized I'd let this seductress persona slip, and was speaking in my normal voice. The bouncer made no comment, just glanced at the card and nodded. "I'll let 'em know you're coming up." He entered a code on the pad next to the right-hand elevator doors, and they slid open. "Thank you," I told him, grateful for his professionalism. I wasn't sure I could have handled a leer, or even a knowing look, as I entered the elevator and waited for the doors to close behind me. Aside from G for ground level and P for parking garage, there was only one button, for the 8th floor. I pressed it. Like everything else, the elevator was classy. The kind of thing you'd find in an old restored theater building or opera house from the last century. I fidgeted as it rose, my fingers going to the small pendant hanging at my neck. The jewelry glowed with a sort of inner warmth that I normally found comforting. Tonight, though, it only made me squirm. "Hope you're not watching this from wherever you are now, Auntie," I thought. In reality, I doubted anyone in my family would be significantly more disapproving of the fact that I'd become a full-blown getting paid for doing the dirty deed prostitute than they would be of the fact that I'd been getting paid to act out other people's sexual fantasies over the phone. There was a certain point where you reached maximum disapproval from your relatives, and once you hit those dizzying heights of familial reproach, the details no longer mattered. Not that my Great Aunt Mabel had been one of the disapproving ones when she was alive. Maybe that was why she was the person I was worrying about now, even though she'd been gone for years. The elevator doors dinged open, and I gave her pendant a final rub for good luck before straightening my spine and stepping into the elegant lobby. There was only one door, and it was open. "Come on in," a pleasant male voice called from somewhere within the suite. "I'll be with you in a minute." I tentatively stepped inside, leaving the door open behind me. If I'd had any question that there was some serious money floating around this operation, the club owner's penthouse apartment would have dispelled it. It was a single man's residence, free of any hint of the clutter and dirt that came with having a family. The furniture was modern and minimalist, but the sharp lines were softened by the occasional potted plant abstract sculpture and painting. Movement made me glance up as a figure appeared in the hallway.
"Sorry about that,"
said my client for the night, as he emerged adjusting the cufflinks on a lavender dress shirt.
"I don't like to keep people waiting."
Leonidas, the mysterious owner of the Vixen's den, was a well-built, dark-skinned man residing somewhere in that nebulous age range between late 30s and mid-40s. He was dressed in tailored slacks and a matching vest in dark violet wool, with no suit jacket or tie. His hair was done in short dreads, his beard was elegantly trimmed, and his black shoes were polished to a high shine. Handsome, but in a serious, sober way. He raised his eyebrows, and I realized I'd let the silence stretch for too long. I took a deep breath and reached for the character I was supposed to be playing. "Oh, don't even mention it. I'm probably a few minutes early anyway, and you have a lovely home. So, what's on the agenda tonight?" I almost cringed hearing myself. That had been way too much, probably. My client didn't seem to notice, or if so, it didn't bother him. If anything, he seemed a bit uninterested, his attention elsewhere.
"Nothing too involved. Just an evening making the rounds in the club. You know how it is. The whole nightclub owner shtick calls for a certain amount of personal branding."
A hint of wryness touched his features.
"For several very good reasons. I find it much simpler to hire stunningly beautiful women to hang on my arm in a professional capacity rather than actually dating them."
The offhand compliment probably hadn't been directed at me with intent. I wasn't bad-looking, but stunningly beautiful was a serious stretch. "Arm candy, huh?" I said, trying to relax into the situation now that it was obvious that I at least wasn't expected to go straight to my knees and get to work. "Hey, for $100 an hour, I will be the Ferrero Rocher of arm candy. I'm Morgan, by the way." The stupid quip earned me a hint of a half-smile, though it was short-lived. There was a sort of melancholy aura surrounding the guy. I couldn't help noticing. A hint of old sadness hanging over him.
"I'd offer you a first name in return," he said, "but plain old Leonidas seems to be the one that's sticking these days. I suppose it plays into the rich and mysterious mystique that the people downstairs seem to enjoy."
More of my tension bled away. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. "Fair enough," I told him. "Though, if I bat my eyelashes and call you Leo, will I have to worry about you docking my pay?" That drew a small huff of amusement, though I could tell that even now only part of his attention was on the conversation.
"No promises,"
was all he said.
"Now, would you care for a drink first, or shall we head down?"
The last thing I intended to do tonight was get drunk. "I'm good, thanks. Unless you want one?" He eyed me.
"Maybe later."
Trying not to worry about what else later might bring, I pasted on a cheery smile. "And let's get this arm candy party started, shall we?" Leonidas gave a nod of easy agreement and ushered me outside to the elevator with a cool hand resting at the small of my back. The job of arm candy for a loaded nightclub owner was actually rather enjoyable, at least for the first hour and a half or so. After that, boredom started to creep in. I was briefly worried that I should have some sort of plausible backstory prepared to explain how we'd met, but it turned out I'd been vastly overestimating how interested anyone was in my presence at Leonides' side. I carted a Shirley Temple around in my free hand and pretended to drink it. Beyond that, I just smiled a lot while attempting to ignore how sore my feet were becoming in my 4-inch stiletto heels, and people watched to pass the time. The clientele was interesting enough. It was clear that the Vixen's den didn't allow just anyone through the door. Mostly, though, I found myself trying to get a better read on the man next to me. It was surprisingly difficult to do. His proprietary interest in the club was clear enough, but I didn't get the impression he got any actual pleasure out of the place. Not until a spotlight came up, centered on the low stage at one end of the large space. It illuminated a 3-piece jazz band with a middle-aged female vocalist at the front. They started to play, the notes flowing as smooth and smoky as top-shelf bourbon. Patrons and business concerns forgotten, Leonides stood at the bar with his eyes closed, letting the music flow over him. This, apparently, was the reason for his ownership of the place. Not the glad-handing or the prestige or the write-ups in trendy lifestyle magazines. I found it oddly difficult to look away from him as he soaked in the achingly sweet sounds. In fact, I was so wrapped up in watching him that I nearly jumped out of my skin when a voice barked, "You!" And a tall man with copper-blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail stalked up, pointing at us with an accusing finger. His green eyes narrowed, the expression decidedly menacing. For a hysterical instant, I thought he must be one of the men Richard owed money to, but there was literally no way they could have known to find me here. Heat flared at the base of my throat, and my hand flew to my great-aunt's pendant. At the same moment, Leonides' eyes snapped open. For an instant, I thought I saw a flash of violet in their depths. Some trick of the nightclub's low lighting.
"Oh my God. Seriously?"
he muttered, almost too low for me to make out the words. He moved so quickly that I missed the details of exactly how it happened, but suddenly I was half behind him, his broad-shouldered body between me and the shouty ponytail guy. The newcomer came to a stop a few feet away from the two of us, still glaring.
"It's true, then," he said. "I could hardly credit the rumor's audacity, but now I see it with my own eyes. So, the last bloodsucker in existence has flouted the unwritten terms of the treaty and spawned another of his foul breed."
Leonides gestured around the crowded nightclub, where people were beginning to take notice of the bizarre confrontation.
"Look, whoever you are, you really want to do this here?"
He paused, frowned.
"And how the hell can you flaunt the terms of a treaty if they're unwritten? Do you folks not have contract lawyers in Fairyland?"
My brain was still stuck in what on earth is happening right now mode, but apparently Leonides' reaction was the wrong one, because Ponytail Guy sneered, raising his hand, and there was a glowing ball of light swirling in his palm like some kind of crazy CGI effect in a movie. I blinked, and blinked again, because... What? But the ball of churning light was still there, large as life and twice as sparkly. Then, faster than my eyes could follow, he pulled out a tiny concealed pistol from his trouser pocket and pointed it directly at Blondie's heart. Two. Someone screamed, and the jazz band's music stumbled to a halt. smooth notes tumbling into discord, followed by silence. My mouth gaped open, still trying to fit the existence of the glowing, impossible ball of light into the framework of what I'd always assumed was the real world.
2 words,
Leonidas bit out.
Iron bullets. And a few more. Put your 4th of July sparkler away, before this explodes into something messier than you're prepared to deal with.
Around us, people were backing away with increasing urgency. The part of my brain that wasn't frozen like a startled rabbit was busy poking me and helpfully pointing out that those people probably had the right idea.
Boss?
The nervous crowd parted, shoved aside by the heavy frame of the polite bouncer who'd been stationed by the elevators when I'd first arrived. His hand disappeared beneath his jacket, at roughly the height where a shoulder holster would hang, I suspected.
Stay back, Maurice,
Leonidas said grimly. Maurice came to a halt a couple of steps inside the open space that had opened up around us. The patrons stood poised, balanced between fear, disbelief, and nervous curiosity, as though unsure whether they were watching a staged publicity stunt or something far more sinister. Confused babble filled the space left by the now silent band. The blond guy sneered, his unnaturally bright green gaze flicking over the sea of confused faces. As his eyes raked across me, I felt an odd tug, my feet stumbling a half-step forward as though something inside me wanted to be closer to him. My great aunt's pendant burned so hot I yelped, the sudden pain shocking me free of the odd moment.
Be still and silent, all of you,
he said, his voice sounding oddly resonant. That harsh, leaf-colored gaze settled on Leonidas again, even as the other voices in the club fell silent. My heartbeat echoed in my ears in the sudden calm. A tendon in the corner of Leonidas' jaw ticked, but the tiny gun in his hand never wavered.
Did you come here for a reason? He asked, beyond bitching to me about a decision I had no say in, I mean.
Rather than answer, the creepy interloper eyed the gun. His wrist flicked, and the glowing ball of whatever dissipated in a shower of sparks.
Do you always carry a firearm loaded with iron, bloodsucker?
He shot back. The tense line of Leonidas' shoulders didn't shift a millimeter.
Don't take it personally. I've got one with 32 ACP hollow points packed with salt in the other pocket. Let's just say that things have been a bit crazy lately.
Bullets packed with salt? Obviously, I was having a stress-related breakdown of some kind, and was about to regret cutting ties with the mental health organization I used to volunteer with. I raised a finger like a shy student in a classroom, ducking part way out of the shelter of Leonidas' shadow. Excuse me. Green eyes slammed into me.
I said be silent.
The fresh brand of heat above my cleavage startled me into silence more effectively than the sharp command. But Shouty Guy's attention had already moved on. Everywhere I looked, faces were staring back at him with an odd kind of fascination. Even Maurice, the tough security guy, was looking at the man with a sort of slack-jawed compulsion, like he couldn't tear his eyes away.
What game are you playing in this private little den of iniquity, Nightcrawler?
The man asked, his tone growing contemplative.
Den of...
Leonidas echoed under his breath.
Dear God, do all Fae talk like Jane fucking Austen? It's a jazz club. What does it look like I'm doing here? I'm selling access to booze and music."
But the intruder's attention had already shifted again, settling on Maurice and ignoring Leonidas, as though the other man weren't pointing a gun at his heart. My sense of surreality grew as he tilted his head curiously. "You," he said, as though speaking to a dog. "Or a slave. Does the bloodsucker have his lackeys armed against the supernatural as well, I wonder? Take out your gun."
"Don't,"
Leonidas said warningly, though I wasn't sure which one of them he was speaking to. Maurice's hand trembled as he reached inside his jacket again, this time coming out with a chunky pistol clutched in his grip. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the intruder, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead. Creepy Guy smiled, showing teeth that seemed too white and too even. The expression was anything but friendly.
"That's right,"
he crooned.
"Now, point it at your temple.
Go on."
You know you want to. Do it for me."
I heard Leonidas' sharp, indrawn breath, at the same moment that the odd sense of disconnection that had held me meek and unmoving snapped. "Stop!" I shouted, darting across the space separating me from Maurice. The wavering barrel of the gun was halfway to his head when I grabbed it and twisted it out of his sweaty grip. With my free hand, I slapped him across the cheek, adrenaline chasing away all restraint. "What are you doing? Snap out of it!" Maurice stumbled back a step, blinking. His hand went to the reddening palm print on the side of his face, the spell broken. I whirled around, fumbling the gun into position in my hands like I'd seen in cop shows, and pointing the business end at the guy who might or might not be a symptom of my hypothetical psychotic break. "You. Get out of here," I told him, trying to bury the quaver in my voice. "This gun has iron and salt bullets, too." The smug bastard just raised a slow eyebrow at me, as though I'd finally merited his interest.
"Intriguing."
"I'll show you intriguing," I shot back, channeling everything into keeping the gun barrel from trembling. I had no idea if there was, like, a safety or something on the weapon, and if so, whether it was on or off. Moot point, since I didn't think I was really capable of pulling the trigger. This was going to end badly, wasn't it? Jesus, what was I doing? I had a son waiting for me at home.
"Look, just leave,"
Leonidas said, with the world-weary air of someone who'd rather be anywhere else, doing just about anything else besides this.
"I'm guessing you have higher-ups, right? And if you really came here chasing rumors, it sounds like you've got more than enough juicy gossip to take back to them. Or, alternately, I could put an iron plug through your fairy ass, have Maurice lock the doors, and mesmerize everyone here into forgetting all about what they saw. Which, frankly, sounds like a damn sight more work than I really want to deal with tonight."
Creepy dude was still staring at me as though he could peel back the layers of my skin. The heat of my great aunt's necklace against my chest was almost painful enough to make me drop the gun. Only my rampaging fight-or-flight response kept the hard plastic grip clenched in my hands. The guy was so unnaturally perfect. My mind kept sliding toward wanting to be closer, wanting to please him, only to jerk back into completely rational panic over the situation whenever the throb of the burn between my breasts distracted me. after an endless moment, he released me from the prison of his gaze and turned to Leonidas instead, eyeing the smaller gun warily.
"Very well, Bloodsucker. Since you are so eager for me to make my report, I will do so. I've no doubt my superiors will be quite interested to hear about the reception I received in your establishment."
His green eyes flicked to me again, and I tensed.
"Not to mention the sort of company you've been keeping."
For a confused instant, I thought he was referring to my new career as an escort, and my cheeks flamed with heat. But before I could stop and wonder why the hell this man or his bosses would care whether Leonidas was paying for sex, he turned to gather the frozen crowd in with a sweeping look.
"You. Humans. Nothing of interest has occurred here this night. Once I am gone, continue about your business."
He waved dismissively with one hand. To my relief, no glowing CGI effects followed the gesture. Then he turned on his heel, looking for all the world like royalty departing from an evening soiree as he strode away, head held high. The way he'd said humans, though.
"Stop waving that gun around,"
Leonidas said in a low voice, as the noise level around us returned to normal. People in the club were shaking off the past few minutes and striking up casual conversation like the world hadn't just been turned on its axis. I stood there for a moment, shaking, before I realized that he was talking to me. In a heartbeat, I lowered the gun until it was dangling from my fingers, holding it away from my body like I was holding a poisonous snake. Leonidas had already stowed his tiny weapon, which disappeared into his pocket like it had never existed. He moved smoothly to block the sight of my gun, Maurice's gun, from the crowd.
"Maurice,"
he asked.
"You okay there?"
The big man appeared disoriented for a moment before he shook it off and replied,
"Yes, boss,"
in the tone of someone who'd lost the thread of a conversation.
"Sorry. What were you saying?"
Leonidas nodded.
"I was saying, you should get your weapon back from Ms. Lafleur, and return to your post while I take a few moments to contemplate how much I miss whiskey."
Maurice frowned, his hand moving instinctively to his empty holster.
"My weapon."
His eyes darted to the gun in my hand.
"What the hell?"
I sheepishly handed the pistol to him, grip first, and tried not to stare at the red mark on his cheek where I'd slapped him. My teeth were chattering, I noticed distantly. Was it getting cold in here? Leonidas' tone turned dark as he replied,
"Word of advice. File this one under don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. Keep a close eye on the patrons tonight, and make sure whoever closes up double-checks the locks and security system before they leave. Ms. Lafleur isn't feeling well. I'm taking her upstairs. Buzz me if anything seems out of the ordinary."
Maurice stammered some kind of agreement, hastily jamming the weapon back in its holster and settling the line of his jacket over it. A cool hand closed around my upper arm, and then I was being propelled gently toward the elevators. The small patch of burned skin where my pendant rested throbbed in an angry rhythm. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of the musicians starting up again. And the band played on, I thought, a bit hysterically. The elevator dinged. Leonidas was silent as we rode it up to the penthouse suite, but I could feel the weight of his gaze. It was only when he'd ushered me inside and installed me on a comfortable sofa in the elegant living room that I found my voice. "Did all of that just happen?" I asked in a tone that sounded strangely conversational. Because I'm still leaning toward a stress-induced psychotic break, to be honest, and I can't really afford the time off. He frowned at me, concern and regret written in the faint lines marring his brow.
"Hey, look at me for a sec, all right?"
I did, and felt another sharp jolt when the depths of his dark brown eyes kindled with an unmistakable violet glow. This time it definitely wasn't a trick of the light. My body pressed back against the cushions. "What?"
"You feel calm,"
he said.
"Nothing unusual happened in the club downstairs. You had a dizzy spell, and I brought you up here to recuperate."
Heat blistered my skin, and I squawked at the sharp burn, scrabbling at the chain around my neck to hold the pendant as far away as possible. "What's happening to me?" I yelped, scooting along the cushions to put more distance between us. His words penetrated properly, and I glared up at him. "And a dizzy spell? Seriously? What is this, the 1950s? He backed off, his hands raised in a placating gesture. The violet glow disappeared as though it had never been.
"Okay,"
he muttered.
"So apparently that doesn't work either. Terrific."
"Answer the question," I snapped, genuinely concerned that I was watching myself lose all my marbles in real time. A beat.
"It's not the 1950s?"
I ground my teeth. Did all of that really happen? His gaze dropped to chest level, and I would have blushed again if it weren't so obvious that he was looking at my pendant and not my assets.
"It did,"
he said grimly.
"Though parts of it definitely shouldn't have. And you're hurt. That's a second-degree burn."
The idea of dabbing neosporin on my blistered cleavage while he watched was too mortifying for words. "It's fine," I said curtly, even though it actually hurt like the devil.
"I could get you some ice."
"It's fine." The damn tremor was back in my voice. Jesus Christ, what was I even doing here? Pimping myself out to an armed man with glowing eyes who thought he could hypnotize me to do what exactly?
"All right,"
he said.
"You want answers."
My temper snapped. Of course I want answers. There are people with glowing eyes and glowing magic and guns, and I just slapped a guy who acted really nice to me on my first night as an escort. Silence echoed. Crap. I really hadn't meant for that last part to slip out. After a beat, Leonidas cleared his throat.
"Right. Answers. So, magic is real, as you've probably realized after that little display downstairs. Fae and demons and vampires exist. They don't always get along, to put it mildly. What you saw was the opening salvo in some kind of new turf war, I guess. Hopefully a small one. Honestly, though, I'm more interested right now in what's going on with your necklace. I should have been able to make you forget what happened, and you shouldn't have been able to pull a gun on that asshole while he was using his supernatural mojo on you."
I stared at him. Vampires. And demons.
"And Fae,"
he added, still watching me closely.
Like the guy downstairs with the attitude problem, in fact.
I nodded slowly, my mind smoothing into a comforting blank as it overloaded. And you are? A pause.
Before I answer that, how close would you say you are to screaming hysteria right now? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10.
I thought about it for a moment. 5, I decided, only to pause. Maybe a 6. I chewed my bottom lip. 7? Max? Leonidas dragged a hand down his face, pulling at the skin.
Well, in that case, let's just say that I've been on a liquid diet for the last few months. And I'm really not a morning person.
Three. Sitting very still and quiet, I mulled that over for a few moments. Yep, this was definitely rating a 7 on the screaming hysteria scale. Or possibly an 8. Okay, I said. Night person, dark and mysterious, glowing eyes. I guess I can kind of see it. A frown tugged at my brow as a moment from earlier tonight drifted across my memory, unmoored from its previous context. Hang on. When I was up here before, I asked you if you wanted a drink. You said, maybe later. Was that a quip about drinking my blood? He winced.
Yeah. Sorry about that. If it's any consolation, it wouldn't have been much, and I would have made sure you didn't remember a thing afterward.
My frown deepened into a full-blown scowl. Just like I was supposed to forget about magic and believe you brought me up here after I had a dizzy spell? I asked pointedly. Or was it an attack of the vapors? I suddenly can't recall. Leonidas crossed his arms.
Yes, well. There's been a slight change of plan on the memory erasing thing, obviously. Which, by the way, leads neatly back to the question of what the hell's up with that necklace you're wearing. I'm guessing the red glow isn't an LED powered by hearing aid batteries.
Stupidly, I craned down to look at the pendant in confusion. Red glow. Thinking about Mabel's necklace reminded me exactly how much the little blistered patch on my skin was hurting, and I gingerly reached around to open the clasp so I could slip the chain off. But it's just a piece of garnet. Leonidas regarded me with his head tilted, as though unsure if I was being serious or not.
It flared bright red several times downstairs, when the Fae was throwing his metaphysical weight around. And again, just now when I tried to mesmerize you.
The words, mesmerize you, seemed to echo around the room. Why are you sitting here shooting the breeze with a self-confessed vampire who hires escorts so he can drink their blood? Prodded the slender thread of rationality still clinging to the back corner of my thoughts. I stared at the irregular chunk of uncut crystal dangling from the chain in my fingers, pondering the question for a few moments. You know, I said, it's a good thing I'm still half convinced this is all a breakdown-induced hallucination, or I'd be out of here so fast these stiletto heels would leave scorch marks on your carpet. His eyes were a physical weight on me, but when he answered, his tone was edged with compassion.
And is that what you want?
I tore my eyes away from Aunt Mabel's necklace. Which part?
For this not to be real.
Nonsensically, my mind flashed back to the restroom, dabbing at tears before they could spill over and ruin my makeup. Without warning, the same choking, burning feeling clawed its way up my throat. But this time there was no convenient tissue dispenser to be found as the tears spilled over. "Yes," I whispered, thinking, please, God, can I just wake up in my crappy apartment with Jace asleep in his room down the hall, in a world where I haven't been reduced to selling my body for money? Hell, at this point, I'd even be willing to let the whole magic exists, boogeymen are real thing slide if that's what it took.
Shit,
Leonidas muttered, sounding like every other man ever caught unprepared to deal with a woman unexpectedly spouting waterworks. He fumbled in her jacket pocket, pulling out a folded lavender-colored handkerchief and handing it to me. I accepted it. Soft cotton that felt like it had been washed 1,000 times until it was like velvet against my skin. There was no point in worrying about the makeup now, not when there were so many other things to worry about. "Wow, you're a regular Boy Scout," I managed unsteadily, trying to distract myself from, well, everything. 2 guns stashed in that suit, and you still find a spare pocket for an old-timey handkerchief? He didn't smile, though I could hear that he tried to lighten his tone.
That's me. I've even got a lighter stashed away somewhere. No lung cancer. No reason not to take up smoking again.
I'd smelled the faint hint of tobacco hanging around him earlier, a secret weakness of mine when it came to men. "But no crucifixes, I'm guessing?" I asked, pushing the quip past the tremor in my voice.
Definitely not,
he said.
Though probably not for the reason you're thinking.
There was old bitterness hidden beneath those words, but he moved on before I could devote any real thought to it.
Look, if you're serious about wanting to forget tonight ever happened, I think we should test a theory.
"Oh? What theory is that?" I asked warily. He gestured at the necklace now lying tangled in my lap.
That pendant obviously reacts whenever someone around you uses supernatural influence. But is the power coming from it, or is the power coming from you?
I blinked at him, feeling sticky mascara glop together. "You're asking me like you expect me to know? You do realize that on top of a history of making really horrible life choices, I'm the one who's presumably having a psychotic break right now?" He shook his head.
All I'm saying is that if it's the former, you could just set that thing down a few feet away and let me try the look into my eyes routine again. It should work this time.
I turned that idea over. "And if it does, then you'll drink my blood?" My stomach turned over as I remembered the reason I was here in the first place. "Or have sex with me? Or both?" His expression closed off.
Yeah. I'm not actually big on sexual assault. Not even when I'm paying by the hour. I prefer to stick to partners who aren't giving off the kind of I don't want to be here vibes you were rocking when you first arrived.
Full lips twisted downward.
And believe me when I say, after that shit show downstairs, my appetite for dinner has been well and truly spoiled.
I swallowed. Okay. The necklace had always been a comfort and a good luck charm, until now. But even so, I gave it a slow rub between my thumb and forefinger, before setting it aside on the coffee table. "Go on, then. Make me forget." Lifting red-rimmed eyes to meet his dark ones, I prayed silently that I wasn't about to wake up dead in a ditch after giving a self-confessed vampire the green light to hypnotize me. If I was worried about my mental state before, trusting this guy under these circumstances should have been a one-way ticket straight into the loony bin. And yet, he nodded silent encouragement.
"That's it. Don't look away."
Violet flame kindled in the depths of his gaze, pulling me in like a magnet. The elegant apartment around us fell away, until it was only the two of us. Then I fell away as well, and it was only his voice, shaping the world until it made sense for the first time in hours.
"After you arrived, we went down to the club together,"
that voice explained.
"You were the Ferrero Rocher of arm candy. I couldn't have asked for better. But it's hot down there, and stuffy, and I dragged you around for hours. You started to feel dizzy, so I brought you back up to the penthouse to recover before you left. You'll feel better in a minute, and then you'll head home a few $100 richer than before."
The truth of the words settled around me, my awareness of self filtering back in, even as an unaccustomed sense of serenity washed through me. Yes, I'd been overdoing it for some time now, trying to keep all the plates spinning. No surprise that it had finally caught up with me, but I was feeling much better now. The voice came again, a wry note entering it.
"Fortunately for the integrity of this cover story, vampire blood heals human wounds. I'm going to drip a little onto that burn. It will itch for a few moments, and then feel better. When it does, wipe it off with that handkerchief, and forget all about the injury and the blood that healed it."
Something cool and wet dribbled between my breasts. The itching came. The pain went. I dabbed at the spot with the handkerchief before handing it back to him, stained red.
"Now comes the part where I really overstep my bounds,"
said the voice.
"Not that you're in a position to appreciate it, I guess. The women I hire all have their own reasons for doing what they do. Some of them are sticking it to their repressive parents. Some of them are putting themselves through college. Some of them just like sex and figure why not get paid for it. So, tell me why you're here when you clearly don't want to be."
The earlier serenity fled, buried beneath an avalanche of relief at finally being able to tell someone my secret. Fresh tears prickled, blurring everything. I need the money to pay off debts owed to some really bad people, and I don't know how else to get it fast enough, I breathed. I don't want to do this. I don't even like sex. I'm 30 years old and I've never had an orgasm.
"Jesus Christ,"
the voice muttered. I tried to unpick the emotions being expressed through the low curse, and couldn't. "I know there's something wrong with me," I continued, the words coming faster and faster until they were tumbling over themselves. "I never liked it. I was 15 the first time, and it was awful. But I ended up pregnant, and I tried a few times afterward, but it was still just—"
"Stop,"
said the voice.
"Morgan. There's nothing wrong with you. Mind you, there might or might not be something wrong with the idiots you've slept with."
A pause.
"Shit. I'm sorry. I knew I shouldn't have gone there."
I twisted the words to and fro, trying to make them fit. There was nothing wrong with me?
"Okay,"
the voice continued.
"God help me. I'll probably regret this. But I'm damned if I'm continuing this conversation while you're still under. So, while you were recovering from your dizzy spell, I asked you what got you into escort work, and you told me the truth. Now it's time to wake up.
I blinked rapidly, aware that I'd zoned out of the conversation. Jeez, I must have been more out of it than I'd thought. Talk about unprofessional. Oh my God, I said, heat rushing to my cheeks. I am so sorry. I can't believe I said all that aloud. My hands flew to my face, trying to hide my embarrassment. Ugh, worst escort ever. Even feeling as humiliated as I currently did, I was also relieved. Dizzy spell aside, this night could have gone so much worse. I only wished I could look forward to other clients being like this guy. But seriously, what on earth had possessed me to spill my guts like this? For such a closed-off dude, he must have some kind of superpower when it came to pulling out confessions. Leonidas let out a low huff.
Don't worry about it, Morgan. Before I send you home, though, tell me straight. Do you need help dealing with these men you owe money to?
For a humiliating instant, I fought the urge to say, yes, God, please. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Please help me fix this horrendous mess. But then sanity reasserted itself, and I pasted on a plastic smile and dragged my invisible armor around me. Oh, that's really sweet of you, Leo, I told him with a hint of a wink. But I'm on it. A few more rich sugar daddies like you, and I'll be all set. He nodded, accepting it.
Fair enough. I'll let you go, then.
A wallet appeared in his hand, and he peeled off 5 crisp $100 bills.
Thank you for the evening, abbreviated though it was. Please accept a small tip as my apology for dragging you around in the heat and the crowd for so long.
I accepted the money, smile still firmly in place, and looked around for my purse, only to find it squished between my hip and the cushion, the strap still tangled over my shoulder. Thanks. And sorry again for dumping on you like that. I really don't know what came over me.
Don't mention it. Oh, and don't forget your necklace.
He gestured at the table. I frowned at the tangle of chain and gemstone, not remembering having taken it off. Wow. I guess I really was out of it. Rather than try to unpick the knotted chain, I swept it into my purse as well. Leonidas rose as I did, and ushered me toward the front door.
Be safe, Morgan,
he said, when I turned to wish him good night.
There's some crazy shit out there in the world.
He paused, as though debating whether to continue.
And, at the risk of being a presumptuous asshole, if you ever want a no-strings evening spent remedying the never-had-an-orgasm thing, on or off the clock, I'm easy enough to find these days. Some people just aren't wired for sex. But that's different than being saddled with a string of shitty partners.
I stared at him, trying to decide if he was serious or not. He appeared to be. Which, wow. From a different guy, the offer might have sounded skeevy as hell. Yet somehow I couldn't seem to take it that way, coming from him. Plus, there was the small matter of me being a literal prostitute now, which didn't leave me much in the way of high ground when it came to skeeviness. Of course, whether he could actually make good on his unusual offer was a whole different question. I'll keep it in mind, I decided. Good night, Leo. And with that, I let myself out, heading for the elevator leading to the club below. "4. Mom, I'm going to be late for the bus." Chase's voice filtered through my early morning haze, drawing me back to reality from a weird, half-formed dream. I blinked sleep from my eyes and peered at the clock, wondering how on earth I'd managed to sleep through my phone's alarm. Had I forgotten to plug in the charger or something? "Just a second, babe," I called back. "I overslept. Sorry." Stumbling out of bed, I fumbled for my robe and slipped it on. My phone wasn't just unplugged. It was completely missing from its usual spot on the bedside table. I tamped down the panicky compulsion to start looking for it immediately. Priorities, Vonnie. Setting it aside in my mind for the moment, I headed toward the sound of Jace's voice. The smell of toast and cinnamon butter wafted from the tiny kitchen, and I sighed as I stepped through the door. "A nutritious breakfast, huh?" I teased. Jace hooked me a crooked smile over his shoulder. "Hey, you snooze, you lose. Besides, you really think I could cook bacon and eggs without burning something?" He went back to pawing through his backpack, dark cowlick falling over his forehead. I snorted. "Yes, but I guess I'll let it slide just this once." At 14, Jace was already turning into a slightly shyer, slightly ganglier version of his father. Most days I could barely see myself in him at all. And that was okay. Just the realities of genetics at work. I was a virtual cocktail of Irish and Scottish recessive genes, while Richard was third-generation Chinese-American, brown-eyed and black-haired. Jace came up with a piece of paper clutched in one hand. "Can you sign this? I need it today." I took it, scanning the first few lines. "Field trip?" "To the art museum, yeah. Next Thursday." "Sounds like fun," I said, and he shrugged, non-committal. I scribbled my signature at the bottom before handing it back and adding, "Oh, hey, I can't find my phone, so if you need anything after school, call the store. I'm working the afternoon shift today." "Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mom. Gotta go." He shot me a quick smile, and then he was out the door, leaving me alone in the apartment. Only the muffled sound of the upstairs neighbors moving around breaking the silence. With another sigh, I pulled out some more bread and popped it into the toaster. Maybe this was a cinnamon toast for breakfast kind of day after all. Without Jace's presence, I had nothing to distract me from thoughts of last night. Was I technically a prostitute now, given that I'd only been paid for my company and not for actual sex? I shook my head sharply, irritated with myself. Despite barely touching any alcohol at the club, my head was pounding this morning. My eyes were gritty and bloodshot. Geez, I'd better not be getting sick. That was the last thing I needed. After a self-indulgent breakfast of cinnamon toast and instant coffee, I returned to my bedroom and dug through the ludicrously small purse that went with my borrowed dress. $500 in cash? Yep. ID? Yep. Lipstick and powder? Check. Tangled necklace at the bottom? Check. Cell phone? Nope. Because of course not. My fingers worked absently at the knotted necklace chain, working it free. Unless I'd flaked out and left my phone in the car, unlikely, there was really nowhere it could be except the club. The dress didn't exactly have pockets, and that was all I'd had with me, which meant I must have left it at the Vixen's den. Awesome. On the upside, if the pitiful number of hours I'd been able to get at my retail job this week could be said to have an upside, I wasn't due at work until 1 o'clock today. That was enough time to grab a shower, do the shopping, drop off Guillermo's cut of the money from last night, send the red slut dress off to be cleaned, and still take half an hour to swallow my pride and swing by the den before my shift, in hopes that someone had turned in my phone. Assuming, of course, that the place was even open during the daytime. I could Google it and find out. Except, missing phone. My laptop had died 3 weeks ago, and I wasn't about to risk putting any data associated with my so-called side gig on Jace's computer. So, the old-school approach it was. Walk up to the building, try the door, and see if it opened. If the place was locked up tight, I'd just have to cope for a few more hours without the joys of cellular connectivity, and try again after my shift. Jace could reach me at Barton's this afternoon by calling the store's number if he had to, and in a real emergency he could also call his dad. It would be fine. Squaring my shoulders, I laid out a clean outfit and went to start my shower. The building housing the Vixen's den wasn't quite as impressive in the gray light of a cloudy spring day as it was at night. If I hadn't known already that the interior boasted marble floors, elaborate plaster ceilings, and a penthouse suite to die for, I would have taken it for one of the many similar gentrified apartment buildings scattered through the central West End. The main door wasn't locked. There was no doorman or bouncer stationed at the entrance, but a prominent security camera blinked its red eye at me as I entered. I'd expected the interior to look a bit more faded and threadbare in the unforgiving light of day, but no. Everything appeared freshly renovated, clean, bright, and sharp. The stage at the far end was empty, but a handful of patrons were propping up the bar, drowning their lunchtime sorrows in top-shelf booze. A few glanced at me, taking in my practical I work retail ensemble before seeming to lose interest. As I approached, delicious smells teased my nose, rich and savory. Plates of tapas sat in front of several of the barflies. They looked really good, actually. Good enough to make my stomach rumble, reminding me that I wasn't going to have time for lunch today. I dragged my attention away from the food and turned it to my target, the bartender. He wasn't exactly what I would have expected in a place like this, though I suppose the lunch crowd also had a bit of a different vibe going, compared to the classy nightclub crowd. Pale and sharp-featured, he was sporting enough hardware on his face, in the form of nose and eyebrow piercings, to set off a metal detector at 20 paces. His eyes were a striking shade of steel gray, but they were completely overpowered by a wild ombre faux hawk, shading from electric blue at the top to what I suspected was his natural black color where the hair was cut shorter on the sides. Tattoos wound down from the rolled-up sleeves of his shirt, swirling around his forearms. He raised an eyebrow as I sidled up to the bar.
"What can I get you today? We're running a special right now. Half off the new sampler plate if you buy a drink."
Despite the guy's bold ideas regarding personal branding, he looked kind of gaunt and worn down, like someone recovering from a long illness. His tone was friendly, though, so I figured he was as good a person as any to ask about my lost property. "Actually, I was at the club last night," I said a bit sheepishly. "I think I left my phone here, and I was hoping someone might have found it and decided it was too old to be worth stealing." The bartender's smile dimpled at the corner, and it struck me that he wasn't half bad to look at, despite the pallor and the piercings.
"Tell you what, give me a minute and I'll try to find it for you."
I smiled back. "Thanks." Tapping my fingers restlessly on the polished wood of the bar, I waited for him to call whoever he needed to call and tried not to let memories from last night filter in and take over. Still, I startled slightly when he returned, his voice interrupting my reverie.
"Sorry, No phones washed up and lost and found last night, I'm afraid to say. Which totally sucks. Losing your phone is the worst. Anything else I can do for you? If you need to make any calls, you're welcome to use the landline."
I debated taking him up on the offer so I could let Jace know I was still cell-less. Probably pointless. Getting a teenage boy to voluntarily text or call his mother was on par with getting a cheetah to turn vegetarian anyway. I'd call him from work on my break to check in, when he'd at least be out of classes. Unfortunately, I'd realized on the way over that there was one other possibility regarding my phone, and as much as it embarrassed me, it would be foolish not to mention it. I steeled myself to sound casual. "So, it's possible that I might have left my phone upstairs last night in the penthouse?" Silver metal glinted in the overhead lighting as the guy raised an eyebrow. He gave me a discreet once-over, and paradoxically I felt myself bristling. "What?" I asked, aware that the word had emerged a bit more aggressively than it probably should have. I had no doubt that my traitorous cheeks were flushing bright red. The bartender appeared to realize that he'd been staring and blinked.
"Sorry, nothing. It's just that... well, let's just say you're not the boss's usual type."
My jaw clenched. "I clean up well," I said through gritted teeth.
"Right. Sorry," he said again. "I'll just call upstairs and see if he's in."
He disappeared, a little more hastily this time. I tried not to notice that the exchange had caught the attention of the nearest patrons as I attempted to deconstruct my irritation over it. Leonidas had made no bones about the fact that he had a type, namely, hot professional sex workers. In the end, my reaction was probably down to the realization that not only was I selling my body, but apparently that body didn't look like hot professional sex worker material in the cold light of day. I glanced down at my black polo, khakis, and tennis shoes, covering a wince. Yeah, okay. Dressed like this, with my hair pulled into a harsh ponytail and minimal makeup, I looked like a 30-year-old mom heading to her $11 an hour job in retail. Ouch.
"Hello again. Back so soon."
The dark-laced velvet voice made me whirl in place, my breath catching. "Jumpy?" I chided myself. Leonidas raised an eyebrow, looking as put together at noon as he had at midnight. Behind me, the bartender's footsteps approached, returning from the back.
"Sorry, he's not answering his..."
The guy cut himself off abruptly.
"Oh, never mind. Hey, Gramps, your friend here lost her phone last night."
"I thought I might have left it upstairs accidentally," I said, finding my tongue in time to wrest the conversation back to practical matters. I resolutely did not think about how my return might look to a man who'd casually told me to swing by any time if I wanted a free orgasm, courtesy of the house.
"I didn't see it, but I'll go check,"
he said.
"Did you want to come up?"
Something very close to mortification flooded me. Maybe he did think? "No," I said quickly, stomping on the little corner of heat inside me that wasn't related to embarrassment. "I'm on my way to work." I stumbled, cursing myself for sounding like a babbling schoolgirl. "My other work. And I just thought I'd, stick my head in and see if it had turned up." "Somebody please kill me now." There was a painfully awkward beat of silence, and Leonidas said,
"I'll go take a look,"
as though I hadn't just made a fool of myself in front of his bartender and his lunch crowd. "Thanks," I said in a small voice. As soon as I was sure he'd gone, I planted my elbows on the bar and hid my face in my hands. Seconds dragged into minutes, and a soft clink in front of me drew me out of hiding. I looked up, confronted with a square china plate containing a golden-brown sphere with a toothpick through it. A drizzle of white sauce was slowly dripping down the side, and on top of that, a few drops of a red sauce. The smell of something deep-fried and vaguely Mediterranean made my mouth water.
"Any dietary restrictions?"
the bartender asked. "No," I said blankly. He gestured to the plate.
"Then try that, and tell me what you think."
"What is it?" I asked.
"La bomba,"
he said rather cryptically. I frowned. "Like the song?"
He snorted. "Not even remotely. It's a kind of tapa. Spanish bar food. Go on. Be honest. I'm trying to develop a new menu."
Confronted with mouth-watering free food, I shrugged and picked up the golf ball-sized sphere by the toothpick. My first bite was tentative, since I was unsure if the inside would be the same temperature as magma or the interior of the sun. It was hot, but not burning hot. I took a larger bite. Beneath the layer of crispy golden breadcrumbs was a layer of creamy mashed potatoes, surrounding a center of savory ground beef. The white sauce was kind of like mayonnaise, but not, while the red sauce packed a surprising kick. I swallowed and tried not to wolf the rest of it down like a starving dingo. "Not bad," I said when I was finished, giving my mouth a surreptitious wipe on the back of my hand. "Bit heavy on the garlic, though." The corners of the bartender's eyes crinkled.
"I know," he said. "Inside joke."
This time I was at least aware enough of my surroundings to catch Leonidas' approach from the corner of my eye. My heart leapt. He was holding a very familiar-looking pink phone case in his hand.
"Mystery solved,"
he said.
"It was jammed between the sofa cushions."
My purveyor of deep-fried meat and potatoes suddenly seemed to find the top of the bar utterly fascinating, and I realized he must think we'd been doing more than just chatting on the sofa. I cleared my throat and tried not to blush again. After all, if Leonidas had been most other men, we probably would have been doing more. Plus, the embarrassed bartender had fed me, so I figured he'd earned a few brownie points. "Thanks. It must have fallen out of my purse," I muttered, accepting the ancient piece of technology and pressing the power button. It was out of charge. No real surprise there.
"Do you have 5 minutes for a quick chat?"
Leonidas asked, looking at me with the air of someone who'd come to a decision. I'd been seconds away from thanking the bartender for the food and making a run for it, but something about his tone pricked my curiosity. He sounded reluctant, but also resigned. I wasn't sure what the two of us really had to talk about at this point, but I glanced at the clock above the bar. Yes? Not much more than that, though." He tipped his head toward one of the many empty tables, far enough away from the patrons that our conversation wouldn't be overheard. I followed him, my fingers lifting to rub at the garnet pendant tucked beneath my shirt, an unconscious gesture I'd picked up over the years when I was feeling stressed or nervous. At his invitation, I sat, wondering what on earth this could be about. I hadn't pegged him as the type to push, but I swore to myself that if the word orgasm came out of his mouth, I was gone like the wind.
"One of my bartenders quit last week,"
he said without preamble.
"If you want the position, it's yours."
I gaped at him. What now?" He didn't backtrack.
"With tips. It should provide as much or a bit more than escort work, assuming last night was billed at your usual rates. You'll still have to deal with a bunch of lonely assholes, of course, but at least you wouldn't have to sleep with them afterward.
My mind struggled to reboot, since people didn't just randomly offer you decent-paying jobs out of the blue like this. Can I have a day to think about it?
Sure,
he said.
But don't take too long. I see a lot of women get into sex work, Morgan. I don't see so many get out again unscathed.
My name's actually Vonnie, I said. Well, I mean, it's Morgan, too. Vonnie Morgan. I guess if I might be working for you, I can't exactly put Morgan LaFleur on the W-4.
Nice to meet you, Vonnie,
he said, a bit dryly.
No, I don't want to keep you, and I have some things that require my attention this afternoon as well. Let me know what you decide.
Okay, I said, still reeling. Leonidas excused himself and left. After a minute or two, I pushed the chair back and made my way back to the bar. Blue Fauxhawk looked up from the drink he was mixing, a question in his eyes. Your boss just offered me a job like yours, I said. Should I take it? He looked interested at that.
Well,
he said.
I mean, bartending's kind of a weird gig, really. The money's great. Even better when you're an attractive woman, or so I hear. It's not all roses, though. In fact, if you're not careful, a place like this can suck the life right out of you.
I latched onto the first part of what he'd said. The money's great. Oh my God. Could this actually be my ticket out of the mess I was in? I don't know, I told my maybe future coworker. The jobs I've got right now are both pretty high on the sucking scale. He gave a shrug.
You'd be surprised,
he said, before turning away to deal with an arriving customer. Five. Jace watched me pacing back and forth in the cramped confines of the living room. Do you even know the first thing about mixing drinks, though? He asked. I made a careless gesture with one hand. I was great at high school chemistry. I mean, how hard can it be? It had taken a grand total of 1 hour at my retail shift that afternoon before I made my decision. The two middle-aged women who'd apparently thought that yelling abuse at a random clerk would magically change the store's return policy might have helped things along a bit, but they hadn't ultimately been the deciding factor. Guillermo had.
You're not cut out for this life, I don't think,
he'd told me a week ago.
It's different from the phone sex stuff. Be sure about this road before you go down it, Vonnie.
I'd been sure, all right, but only in the sense of knowing that things were going to start hitting the fan in a very scary way if I didn't find something to bring in some more money, and fast. But if there was a realistic alternative... Let's just say that the minute my phone had enough charge to power up, I'd been searching the web for information on average salary and tips for bartenders at high-end nightclubs. The numbers were... impressive. Of course, all of the sites had been quick to point out that tips were unpredictable and not all bartenders were raking it in. But I held an extra card up my sleeve. True, the little tricks and flourishes associated with the actual craft of bartending took time to learn. However, the other way to pull great tips behind the bar had more to do with people skills than alcohol skills. And if 8 months as a phone sex operator had taught me anything, it was how to draw people out and become exactly what they needed, if only for half an hour. The best bartenders were actually unlicensed therapists, but so were the best adult voice entertainers. I knew how to make a guy I'd never met open up to me over the phone about the most intimate conceivable topics. So I was willing to bet I could do the same thing face to face for people looking to unload their everyday problems on a sympathetic ear. I totally had this. "I'm doing it," I said. "It's too good an opportunity to pass up." Jay shrugged his agreement, trusting me to make the best decision for us. As far as he knew, I'd been picking up evening hours at a call center for the past several months. Which was sort of true. Regardless, it would be a huge relief to have one less thing to hide from him. I felt awful every time I made up some half-truth or evasion about my whereabouts, or about our finances, or about his father. But Jace deserved the freedom to just be a kid. He didn't need to know that his dad had financed his last head-in-the-clouds scheme with dirty money, or that scary guys were making threats against Richard, and by extension against me, if we didn't keep up with the payments. He sure as heck didn't need to know what his mom had been doing for extra money at night. "I wish you didn't still have to work nights and weekends, though," he said. A maternal pang of guilt shot through my chest. Jace's childhood was slipping away from me, and it had been for a while now. "I know," I agreed with genuine regret. "Me too. But the crowds are biggest then, and that means more drinks and more tips." His deep-set eyes, so like his father's, flicked down and to the side. "Yeah, I guess," he said. "Maybe next year I can get a part-time job after school so I can help out more." My throat tightened. "Not unless you really want to, babe," I told him. "Right now, your only job is to do well in school and be a kid. Money stuff is my problem, not yours." He looked up, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Oh, that's my only job, huh? So I guess that means I don't need to put the dishes away anymore, or do the vacuuming on alternate Saturdays?" I cuffed him playfully on the side of the head, my mood lifting. "Nice try, but not a chance, brat." Once he headed off to do his homework and settle in for an hour or two of gaming before bed, I grabbed my phone and dialed the Vixen's den. It was time to let the owner know I was giving notice at my current jobs and would be available to start tending bar in no more than 2 weeks. I could feel the weight on my shoulders lightening as I contemplated a future without sex work, and eventually without Richard's stupid debt hanging over our heads. This plan was going to be a huge success. I just knew it. This plan was a total failure, and I was an idiot.
"Try again,"
Len said patiently, tossing out my previous attempt at a White Russian. His blue hair shone beneath the club's subdued lighting. "Are gray Russians a thing?" I muttered. "Because gray Russians should totally be a thing." He clunked a fresh glass down in front of me.
"As a matter of fact, they are. But for one thing, they're not on the drinks menu here. And for another, that's not how you make one."
I sighed and reached for the vodka and Kahlua. The good news was it had only taken me about an hour to pass the online State of Missouri Alcohol Responsibility Training course, since Missouri was a hillbilly state that didn't require any kind of an actual license to become a bartender and serve people alcohol. I now knew how to check an ID, how to tell if someone was too sozzled to serve, and how much trouble I'd be in if I accidentally gave alcohol to a minor. The bad news was there were a lot of mixed drinks in the world. As someone whose palate had never progressed much beyond the local offerings of Anheuser-Busch, it was all a bit eye-opening, really. This time, the layer of cream in the glass remained moderately layer-like, and I sighed in relief. Len nodded.
There you go. Much as I hate to say it, Google is your friend until you learn the ropes. Just don't let the customers see you searching for drink recipes. For now, though, you'll be starting out as a barback. That way you can get a feel for the logistics during a shift without having to worry about things on the customer end.
I tried to bury my nervousness. Barbacks were responsible for keeping the bar stocked with booze, garnishes, and other ingredients, as well as doing other odd jobs to keep the bartender from getting bogged down during a busy shift. It was, frankly, the only way I was going to avoid falling on my face in front of the customers, because it had quickly become obvious that I had no idea what the hell I was doing. There was, however, a pretty big and obvious problem. So, no contact with customers means no tips, right? I asked, tentative. Because no tips meant no hefty paycheck, and no hefty paycheck meant scary dudes who wanted money, making my life even more miserable than it already was. There were days when I legitimately hated Richard's guts. Lately, there had been quite a few of those days. This was quickly turning into another one. But Len shook his head.
Nah, there's a tip pool for barbacks. It's not an even split with the bartender by any means, but it makes for a livable wage. And I expect in your case it will only be for a couple of weeks anyway.
What makes you say that? I asked, mostly to distract myself from the sinking feeling in my stomach. Len raised an eyebrow and metal piercings glinted.
The boss likes you? I'm guessing you're a hard luck case like most of the rest of us here, but usually when he hires a hard luck case, it's for a job they're actually qualified for.
The eyebrow lowered.
No offense.
It stung, but only because it was true. And you're a hard luck case too, are you? I asked. He dropped eye contact, and his gaze turned rueful.
Oh yeah, he said. The hardest.
If I pressed for details, it would be unspoken permission for him to press back for details about my life that I wasn't ready to give. Rather than take the chance, I turned the conversation toward practical matters again. So, I take it I'll be, barbacking for you tonight? Is that a word? He huffed softly.
If it wasn't before, I guess it is now. But no. These days I'm trying to resurrect the kitchen in this place and prove there's a market for high-end bar food at this high-end club. You'll be supporting Kat. She can show you the ropes better anyway. She's been doing it longer.
I remembered the ball of fried mashed potatoes and beef he'd thrust on me the day I'd shown up looking for my phone, and mustered a smile. Well, if all your bar food is as good as what you fed me last week, I'm sure it'll be a hit, I told him. A bit of color touched his pale cheekbones, and a crooked grin tugged at one side of his mouth.
Hope so, he said. It'd make me feel like a bit less of a waste of space at this place, at least.
It was good to remind myself that other people had problems, too. I wasn't unique in my ability to screw up my life 6 ways from Sunday. With a deep breath, I reminded myself that things could be worse. I still had shifts at Barton's over the next 9 days, so I'd be getting a paycheck for that, too. I'd decided to give my 2 weeks' notice on the retail job up front, but since the schedules didn't overlap, there was no reason not to start at the den while I was still picking up a few hours there as well. The only bridge I'd truly burned was with Guillermo, and thankfully he'd taken it well enough, merely shaking his head at me and muttering,
"Didn't I tell you so, Karina?"
Whatever money this gig, combined with Barton's, managed to bring in, I'd have to make it work for a few more weeks. I'd been dodging the creeps who held Richard's loan off and on for months now. I could do it for a bit longer. "Hey," I reminded Len, "don't talk like that. You're not the one who can barely make a white Russian." I have one final question, though. As an employee, do I get a bar food discount? Len snorted.
Let's put it this way. If the tapas don't sell, you can help me eat the evidence after closing time.
Deal, I said, and stuck out my hand to shake on it. Kat, the bartender I was working with, turned out to be a rail-thin black woman with braids that were dark at the tips and nearly completely silver closer to her scalp. There was no way she was more than 35 years old, so I wasn't sure if it was a case of premature graying or a deliberate fashion choice. Either way, it was gorgeous. Fortunately for me, during my first days at the den, she was also a complete sweetheart. She could have dumped me straight into the deep end and let me flounder. But instead, she was constantly giving me tips about the best way to organize my workflow and keep various drink recipes straight in my head. I covered a smile as I listened to her humming along with the singer of the blues quartet crooning away on the stage. There was a temporary lull in the drink orders, as most of the patrons were also entranced by the music. I'd caught a glimpse earlier of Leonidas making his way casually through the crowd, surveying his domain. "How long have you been doing this, anyway?" I asked Kat, after prepping the latest round of garnishes for her station. She looked away from the musicians, giving me her full attention.
About 6 months or so. I came on board when the boss opened this place.
Her normally expressive face went carefully neutral.
I needed to get out of a bad situation. He helped me do it.
I was beginning to sense a pattern here. While I did my best not to actively seek out gossip, I'd still heard some. Len was fresh out of rehab. 2 of the dishwashers had been in a street gang. One of the waitstaff had lost her kid to leukemia and had to declare bankruptcy because of the medical bills. Apparently, I'd wandered into Leonidas' home for neglected strays, and I wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. "I can relate," I said, hoping for a future where I could look back on this part of my life from firmer footing. A man in business attire pushed through the crowd to the bar.
2 Jackson Cokes and a bourbon on the rocks,
he said.
Sure thing, hun,
Kat told him, before catching my eye with a grin.
Come on, you. Get up here and mix those Jack and Cokes. Time to pop your bartending cherry.
Six. Len's assessment had been a bit too optimistic. It was actually 3 weeks before I graduated from slightly underqualified barback to desperately underqualified bartender. He'd been right about one thing, though. When it came to keeping cocktails straight, Google was my new best friend. I'd learned fairly quickly that while the Vixen's Den did have a drinks menu, that didn't stop people from ordering drinks that weren't on it. When a guy had come up during my 3rd night behind the bar and asked for a peanut butter and jelly, I thought he was kidding. He wasn't kidding. After surreptitiously looking it up and then checking with Kat, I'd had to regretfully inform him that the bar didn't stock peanut syrup. Because apparently peanut syrup was an actual thing that existed. Just not, here. Leonidas was a regular fixture in the club when I was working. Evidently, he was down on the floor most nights, schmoozing with the customers, checking in with his staff. He was pleasant but reserved on those occasions when he spoke with me. For my part, I tried not to think too closely about the details of the night we'd first met. Not too difficult, really, since parts of it were still pretty hazy. I also tried not to pay attention to the never-ending procession of beautiful girls hanging off his arm as he mingled. In no conceivable way should their presence at his side bother me. So why did they? One evening in particular, the flavor du jour was a red-haired bombshell with green eyes and a smattering of freckles dusting her cheeks. Nonsensically, hot jealousy fluttered in my throat as they approached. To make the situation even weirder and more uncomfortable, when I dragged my attention from the woman to my boss, it was to find his gaze fixed a good 12 inches below the level of my face, his expression troubled. For a bizarre instant, I thought he was ogling my cleavage. I only had time to wonder why on earth he was scowling at it like it had personally offended him before I realized that I was absently rubbing Aunt Mabel's pendant between my fingers, and that was what he was looking at, not my boobs. Which didn't make the moment less weird, exactly. I resolved to double-check the dress code, just in case I'd misunderstood the part about wearing jewelry. On the financial front, my weeks as a barback just about brought in enough money for Jace and me to live on, with a bit of an extra pad left over from my last few shifts at Barton's. That little bit extra wasn't enough to keep Richard's creditors happy, though, and I'd been dodging them off and on for days now. To my knowledge, the loan creeps hadn't figured out yet that I worked here, though there had been a couple of odd occurrences as I was leaving the building after closing. Twice, I'd felt like I was being watched as I made my way to where my old beat-up Ford Taurus was parked. On the second such occasion, I'd actually caught a glimpse of a long-haired blonde guy staring at the club's back entrance from across the street before he melted back into the shadows. After that, I made a point of walking with someone else when I left for the night. For the most part, though, things were in a holding pattern. My nightly tips were picking up as I made fewer mistakes with orders and as the regulars got to know me better. Dodging the loan creeps became, if not comfortable, at least a familiar part of my daily routine. My coworkers were, shall we say, eccentric to varying degrees, but they mostly seemed to be nice people. I was also growing to enjoy the low-key, us-against-the-world mentality that seemed to permeate the place. People came to the den because it offered an escape in the form of good music and good booze. Employees worked at the den because it was a better option than any of the alternatives they presently had available. And the boss liked the music, I guess. The music, along with a company of professional escorts, apparently. Beyond that, he was still as much of a mystery to me now as he had been when he'd randomly offered me a job, the day after I almost had sex with him for money. But he paid on time and was respectful of the staff, so the rest of it was probably none of my business. I was chatting with Kat on my break when I realized that I hadn't seen the man in question tonight. "Where's Leonidas?" I asked. "He's usually front and center on a Friday." The musicians tonight were the same ones who'd been playing when I showed up at the club on that first night, in my other capacity. I learned that the singer's name was Monique, and she was talented as hell. Smooth vocals flowed over me in a soothing rhythm as Kat scanned the floor. "Not sure," she said absently. "He was down here earlier. Maybe he headed upstairs." She shrugged. "Suppose he's gotta climb back in the coffin before dawn and all that, right?" I snorted. For some bizarre reason, our boss is a vampire jokes were a staple at the Vixen's den. I wasn't clear on how the whole thing had gotten started, since nothing about Leonidas particularly screamed creature of the night. Unless maybe it was the night owl club owner thing. But for whatever reason, no shift at the club was complete without at least one quip about the job being a pain in the neck, or draining you dry, or something similar. Before I could come up with anything witty enough to bother replying, Kat stiffened beside me. I turned to her, frowning, but I was still drawing breath to ask what was wrong when she grabbed my wrist and backed toward the door leading to the kitchen. I looked in the same direction she'd been staring at, but couldn't see anything unusual. Then the swinging doors closed behind us, cutting off my view. The hand around my wrist was trembling, and her grip was nearly painful. I covered it with mine, moving to face her and ducking to try and catch her eye. "Cat? Hey, what is it? What just happened?" I asked, feeling genuinely freaked out. Kat's dark complexion had taken on a faint grayish cast, and her expression was haunted. "My ex," she said in a breathless voice. "I saw my ex out there. He's not supposed to know that I work here. There's a restraining order." My heart sank as I put together bits and pieces of previous conversations I'd had with her to form an ugly but all too common picture. "Oh, sweetheart," I said, aching for her even as my adrenaline spiked with worry. "Do you think he saw you?" One of the waitstaff pushed through the doors with a tray, narrowly missing us. I tugged Kat to an out-of-the-way corner where we wouldn't be blocking traffic. Kat shook her head sharply, as though trying to recall herself to the present. "I don't think so," she said uncertainly. I squeezed her hand, unwrapping it from my wrist so I could grip her fingers in mine. "You said there's a restraining order? Stay right here. I'll go get Maurice, and you can point this guy out to him. He'll take care of it from there." But horror flitted across her expression. Her fingers tightened on mine, holding me in place. No. Don't tell Maurice. Please, Bonnie. He'll get the police involved, and then Aiden will know for sure that I work here. I'll have to quit and—" "Whoa! I said, cutting across the flow of words. "Slow down. Okay. If you're pretty confident he didn't see you, maybe this is a great big coincidence, right? He might have just stopped by for a drink." "I need to leave," she breathed, her hand still quaking in mine. Her skin had turned icy cold to the touch, and I wondered with a roll of nausea what this guy had done to her to turn a strong, competent woman into a terrified, shaking mess. I chafed her knuckles with my thumb, a ridiculous maternal tic, trying to comfort her and get the blood flowing. "All right," I soothed. "All right. Here's what we'll do. Stay back here, out of sight. I'll find Sally and let her know you're not feeling well, and that you need to leave. I'll tell her Len and I are going to make sure you get to your car all right. I'd still rather it was Maurice or one of the other security guys, but Len's a pretty intimidating guy if you don't know him. Does all of that sound okay?" Kat was near tears, but she nodded. "Yeah. Bonnie, I'm sorry." "Stop," I said immediately. "You don't get to be sorry for someone else acting like an animal, you hear me? He's the one who should be sorry." Her face twisted, and a couple of tears spilled over her cheeks. She forced her shoulders back and wiped them away, dropping her death grip on my hand as she did. "Right. You're right. I know that." I nodded and gave her shoulder a squeeze before pushing back through the doors leading to the floor of the club. The irony of my little speech wasn't entirely lost on me, coming from the woman who'd nearly ended up selling sex for money to help pay off her ex's debt. It was different, though. It was. Because, for one thing, Richard might be an irresponsible dreamer with no clue about how the real world worked, but he'd never been abusive. And for another, I would have happily left him to lie in the bed he'd made if his creditors hadn't tracked me down and started harassing me as well. We had a kid to think of, and these people were bad news. The kind of bad news that meant if I tried to get the police involved, I might as well pack our bags and get ready to drag Jace into witness protection with me. I just wanted all of this to go away as quietly as possible, and as soon as possible. Now, though, I needed to focus. This wasn't about me. This was about Kat. "Hey, Sally?" I called, getting the floor manager's attention. She looked up from the clipboard she was poring over. "Yeah, Vonnie? What's up?" "Kat needs to go home early. She's really not feeling well," I told her. I wasn't 100% comfortable with Kat's decision not to let anyone but me know what was really going on, but she was an adult woman, and the breach of trust involved in going against her wishes felt like it would be even worse. "I'm on break already," I continued. "I was going to ask Len if he could help me make sure she gets to her car okay." Sally frowned. "Is she all right to drive?" "She says she is," I said. "I just don't want her stumbling around in the dark on her own." Sally hesitated for only a moment before nodding her assent. "Go on, then. Ask Len to take over her station for the rest of shift. If the line cooks can't oversee things in the kitchen on their own, we'll shut down food service for tonight." "I'll pass it on," I said, aware that Len would be less than pleased by that order. Hurrying back toward the kitchen, I glanced around the nightclub floor, wondering which one of these people was the man who'd terrorized my coworker. It was sobering. The idea that monsters could hide in plain sight like this. Kat was still huddling in the same corner where I'd left her, both arms wrapped around her body like she was fighting a chill. I gave her a reassuring smile, aware that I was sliding into full-on mom mode, taking control, trying to kiss the scrapes and bruises all better. "Right. We're good to go," I told her in my best reassuring voice. "Let's grab Len and swing by the lockers to get your stuff." She took a deep breath and nodded, letting me usher her deeper into the kitchen, where Len was overseeing his little domain with a careful eye. "Hey, Blue," I said when he looked up at our approach. "Need a favor from you."
"Oh, yeah? What's up, Red?"
I saw the moment he really looked at Kat. He did a double take, and his brows drew together in concern.
"Kat, you all right there?"
Kat swallowed, visibly pulling herself together.
"Not really. No. I saw my ex out on the floor. There's a restraining order against him, and I don't actually think he saw me, but I sure as hell don't want him knowing I work here. Sally's letting me leave early."
"And I don't want her walking to her car alone," I added. "Unfortunately, I'm not really bodyguard material." Len snorted.
"And you think I am, Red?"
I raised an eyebrow at him. "Len, you're a 6-foot guy with tattoos and piercings. Kat doesn't want to get security involved because they'll kick him out, and then this creep will know for sure that she works here. So, will you help us smuggle her outside on the down low?" He shook his head at me ruefully before meeting Kat's eyes.
"Of course I will. Let me make sure all of the open orders are covered, and I'll be right there."
I didn't mention Sally's admonition about possibly closing down the kitchen to him quite yet, not wanting Kat to feel any worse about all this than she already did. True to his word, Len met us by the doors a couple of minutes later. "We can walk in front of her and block her from view of the floor to get to the lockers," I suggested. Len nodded.
"Sounds good. Point him out to us if you see him, Kat. You ready?"
She visibly steeled herself.
"Ready."
Len and I ran interference as we skirted the edges of the club to the hallway leading to the break room and employee entrance. Kat was as tense as a rabbit at a greyhound track as we slipped into the door marked employees only.
"I didn't see him,"
she said, moving to her locker and opening the combination lock with unsteady fingers. I shared a glance with Len. "Well, it's a busy night," I offered. "Or he might have gone to the restroom. Let's just get you to your car so you can get out of here." She nodded, shrugging into her coat and grabbing her bag before slamming the locker door shut.
"Yeah, that'd be good. I'm parked on Skinker, just on the other side of Pershing."
The three of us headed outside into the chilly night, Len in the lead. He looked around the alley, illuminated by a flickering circle of sodium light from the single buzzing fixture above the door.
"Come on,"
he said, and I ushered Kat to walk between the two of us as we headed for the street. She scrubbed a shaky hand over her face.
God, I feel like such an idiot,
she said, her eyes darting around nervously.
Don't,
Len said.
Believe me, when it comes to being an idiot in relationships, I could tell you stories.
We turned onto the main road, and Kat gasped, staggering to a halt. A man blocked the sidewalk. He wore a gray hoodie pulled over his head to throw his features in shadow, and my stomach sank as I realized how badly I'd just messed this up by not involving Maurice.
Thought it was you in there, Kathy,
the man said, his words twisted through with satisfaction and menace.
Think you can drag me in front of a judge like I'm some kind of criminal, and then just disappear?
Len stepped in front of her, and I did the same, my heart pounding in a staccato rhythm.
2 words, man,
Len said.
Restraining order. She doesn't want to talk to you, so walk away. Leave, and there won't be any trouble. Who the fuck are you?
The man spat. His attention fell on Kat, cowering behind us.
Are you sleeping with this freak or something, you slut?
I saw Len's jaw tighten in the faint illumination from the nearest streetlight.
I'm the guy telling you to walk away before someone here calls the cops. Seriously, it's not worth it, bro.
It was 3 against 1, and there was no reason to think this guy would be stupid enough to push the issue. Yet, something about the way he held himself, the way the fingers of his right hand were twitching at his side, prickled my instincts. Moving slowly, I reached for the phone in my back pocket, getting ready to dial 911. Kat grabbed my other arm, as though she needed the support.
Aiden, look, it's not like that, baby. He's just a coworker.
Not to mention gay as hell, I added silently, my fingers sliding the phone free. Because apparently all the good ones are either gay or your boss. I'm calling 911, I told Aiden, letting him see the phone. Leave. Now. Aiden's hand clenched, and he shoved it inside the pocket of the hoodie.
You ain't doing shit, bitch, except getting cut up like the slut behind you.
His hand emerged, clasped around something dark. With a flick of his finger, the wicked-looking switchblade snapped open, glinting in the light from the street lamp. My heart leapt into my throat.
Oh, fuck,
Len said, shoving me behind him as well. Seven. Aiden, don't! Kat's voice was high and wavering. I'll go with you, okay? Just don't hurt them. Not happening, Kat, I said, even though fear was thrumming through me like an electrical charge. I grabbed her arm with my free hand to hold her back. At the same time, Len threw an arm out to block her from moving past him.
Get her back inside, Red,
he said tightly.
Get help?
My stomach rolled at the idea of leaving Len alone with a crazy guy with a knife, but he was right. Someone needed to get Kat to safety and call in the cavalry. I'd just started dragging Kat backward toward the alley, while simultaneously trying to unlock the phone one-handed, when Aiden charged. He slammed into Len, sending both of them to the ground. Kat screamed. My voice was locked in my throat. I looked around frantically, but it was late at night, and while there might have been some foot traffic in front of the club, the road running past the building's back entrance was deserted. Kat continued to scream and sob as I tugged her toward the employee entrance, finally freeing enough breath to yell, "Help! Somebody help!" Len and Aiden wrestled on the ground, arms and legs tangling. Someone grunted like they'd been punched, and my heart skipped a beat as Aiden rolled free, scrambling to his feet while Len stayed down, curling onto his side.
"Fucking whore!"
Aiden roared, the word stabbing into my chest as though it had been aimed at me, even though I knew it hadn't been. I looked around stupidly, as if a weapon was somehow going to magically appear in the alley behind the employee entrance of a nightclub. Aiden strode toward us, and I'd barely managed to shove a still sobbing Cat toward the door when a chilly mist swirled past us, emerging from deeper in the alley. I blinked, not understanding what I was seeing. Where the cloud of mist had been an instant before, a dark form materialized, grabbing Aiden by the throat and swinging him around like he weighed nothing. My phone fell from numb fingers, clattering to the dirty pavement. Kat clung to me, her cries strangled into silence by shock. Aiden's back impacted the side of the building with a thump. His hand flashed, the switchblade burying itself in his attacker's side. But the dark figure pinning him didn't even flinch. Aiden's hood had fallen down during his struggle with Len, and the light above the club entrance illuminated one side of his face. Our rescuer's back was turned, but the voice when he spoke was unmistakable.
"Bad move, asshole. You don't fuck with my employees,"
said Leonidas, his normally mellow voice now sharp with anger. I watched in blank confusion as Aiden's expression twisted into horror. The knife dropped from his slackening grip, hitting the asphalt with a metallic clink. Aiden drew in a rasping breath and screamed. He kept screaming as I watched, my mouth hanging open in shock, Kat and I bracing each other upright a few steps away. Leonidas released the grip on his throat, and Aiden slid down the wall, his piercing shrieks dissolving into incoherent, hyperventilating terror as he curled into a ball and rocked. Our boss turned, the light catching his eyes oddly for an instant, making them glow. I tore my attention from him to the street beyond. "Len!" I gasped. Len hadn't moved, still lying splayed on the sidewalk. "He's hurt." I pulled Kat forward with me, unwilling to leave her alone even though Aiden was rocking back and forth on the ground behind us, keening softly. Leonidas was at Len's side before we were, crouching next to him and carefully rolling him onto his back. Len's gray eyes were wide and scared. Frothy, bright red blood trailing down from his nose and mouth. An ominous gurgling noise reached me as he struggled for breath.
"Damn it all to hell,"
Leonidas cursed. He cupped Len's cheek, directing his attention to him.
"Hey, look at me, son. You know how this works. Don't be afraid. You'll be all right in a minute."
As though the words had been some kind of magical balm, Len relaxed back on the pavement, his features smoothing into peaceful lines. Alarm tugged at me. That couldn't be a good sign. "We need an ambulance." Where was my phone? I looked around wildly, remembering that I'd dropped it somewhere in the alley.
"No, we don't,"
Leonidas said grimly. "Help him, please," Kat begged. "Oh, God, this is all my fault." Desperation propelled me upright. I ran back to the alley and scoured the shadows for my phone, while keeping a wary eye on Aiden's hunched form at the same time.
"Drink,"
I heard Leonidas say.
"I know it's not your preferred vintage. Sorry."
My eyes lit on the corner of the pink case peeking out of the darkness. I pounced, holding my breath as I turned it over and checked the screen. A tortured groan reached my ears from the street, followed by Leonidas' soothing,
"Easy. Almost there, son. I promise.
A crack spidered across one corner of the phone's front, but it powered on when I unlocked it, and the touchscreen responded. I hurried toward the others. "I'm calling 911, I began, only to cut myself off when I saw Kat and Leonidas helping Len sit up on the sidewalk. Len coughed and swiped at the blood on his chin in evident disgust.
"It's all right,"
Leonidas said.
"No need for that."
"Len?" I asked uncertainly. He waved me off.
"I'm okay,"
he muttered hoarsely.
"Just give me a minute." Shit.
I dropped to my knees next to him, phone call forgotten. Leonidas' gaze landed heavily on each of us, and again I was struck by that odd glint behind it. How had I never noticed that before?
"You know,"
he said,
"we do have security staff in the club for a reason."
His attention settled on Kat, who flinched.
"So, that's your waste of space, X, I take it?"
Kat gave a tiny nod.
"Do you want the police to have him? Or do you want him to disappear for good?"
Leonidas asked. My heart gave another startled lurch, because his question sounded 100% serious, and I wasn't sure what I was supposed to feel about that. Kat's expression crumpled as she looked at Len, and then hardened as she turned to look at the huddled form of her tormentor, rocking back and forth against the alley wall. When she turned back, hatred shone from her dark eyes. "I never want to see him again."
"Kat?"
Len's voice was hoarse.
"Be sure you're not doing something you'll regret later. Okay?"
"I'm not," she said softly. Leonidas nodded.
"Go inside with the others and help Len get cleaned up. Leave the rest to me."
His gaze fell on my necklace, and I realized I was worrying the warm stone of the pendant between my fingers.
"One of you needs to have a talk with Vonnie, though. My tricks won't work on her right now."
I blinked stupidly at him, my brain apparently having decided that it had dealt with enough crazy stuff in the past half hour and was shutting down for the night. In a daze, I stared in disbelief as the guy who'd been coughing up his own lung contents a couple of minutes ago staggered to his feet. I rose with him, Kat at my side, and watched as he turned to our boss, leveling a flat stare at him.
"I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This job can be a real bloody mess sometimes."
Leonidas cocked a not terribly amused eyebrow at him and jerked his chin toward the door in a get-out-of-here gesture. I let myself be chivied along by my coworkers, aware of the way Kat steered us around Aiden, giving him as wide a berth as possible. Only when we were inside, standing in the employee restroom while Len splashed water on his face and scrubbed at the blood smearing his skin, did I find words. "What the hell just happened?" I asked blankly. Kat seemed to shrink into herself, and Len sighed. I pressed on. "I mean, did our boss just offer to murder Kat's ex? Because it really sounded like our boss just offered to murder Kat's ex." Len's mouth twisted down.
"Think of it less as murder and more as an example of the food chain in action."
He poked at a blood-stained hole in his chef's uniform and unbuttoned the shirt, tugging it aside to reveal sticky red coating the skin over his ribs. I watched with sick fascination as he grabbed a wad of paper towels and wet them in the sink, dabbing at the mess until it cleared enough to reveal whole, unbroken skin beneath. I pressed the heel of one hand against my right eye socket, trying to hold back the headache that was threatening to erupt. Someone seriously needs to start talking. Like, right now. And preferably in a way that actually makes sense. I saw Len meet Kat's eyes in the mirror.
Look, I think you both need booze,
he said, sounding resigned.
Possibly a lot of booze. Give me a minute to grab a fresh shirt and talk to Sally. I'll meet you at Kat's station.
"15 minutes later, I sat on a bar stool next to Kat's, clutching a tumbler of bourbon like it was a lifeline. So, you're telling me the boss is really
a vampire? Yeah,
Len said. I glanced at Kat, who sat hunched in on herself, nursing an identical glass of booze. And you believe this too?
You saw,
she said miserably. Outside. I'd seen. What had I seen? A figure appearing, seemingly from nowhere, slamming a grown man around like he was a child's doll, ignoring a knife being jammed into his side, reducing a guy to screaming hysterics apparently just by looking at him, miraculously healing Len's obviously serious injury. How, exactly? The good news was, things made a heck of a lot more sense if Leonidas was actually a vampire. The bad news was, things made a heck of a lot more sense if Leonidas was actually a vampire. I slammed back the bourbon, nearly choking as it burned its way down my throat. Len wordlessly refilled it. I stared at the amber liquid for a moment before slamming that one back too. It didn't help. All right, I said. I am literally drinking as we speak, and I still need a drink. Len lifted an eyebrow.
Maybe let those two settle for a minute first, he said mildly.
What? I began, only to cut myself off. Why? I tried again, before shaking my head. You know what? Never mind. This is obviously some trippy dream resulting from too much stress and not enough sleep. Give me another drink, please. Len lifted the bottle.
Okay, but you're not driving.
Then he hesitated.
Hang on, what about your kid?
I waved the empty glass. He's with his father for the weekend. Len shrugged and filled the tumbler again, once I stopped gesturing with it. I took a sip, fighting the urge to keep chugging and risk the resulting alcohol poisoning. You're short-pouring me, I accused, eyeing the level in the glass. He nodded.
Uh-huh. You'll thank me later.
Believe me. I pointed between them. Why are you two acting like you're both okay with this? I asked, thinking that if this was a dream, I'd at least appreciate someone else to freak out with.
Told you,
Kat said.
I was in a real bad spot, and he helped me get out of it. He paid for my rehab after I failed a drug test at my last job and got fired,
Len put in.
Then he gave me this gig after I got out.
I blinked a bit blearily, slumping on the stool as the warmth of the alcohol I'd drunk eased some of the tension from my muscles. Why, though? I asked. Why would he do that?
No idea,
Kat muttered.
In my case, I think it was mostly because I'm sort of friends with his granddaughter,
Len said.
Well, then maybe because I gave him cocaine-laced blood once when he was having an even shittier day than I was.
I ran through the words a couple of times in hopes they'd rearrange into something less insane. When they didn't, I poured the third glass of bourbon down my throat rather than trying to come up with an answer. The silence settled heavily over our little group, broken only by the murmur of the club and Monique's smooth voice singing about a bad, bad man who held the key to her heart. He hired me as a call girl, I said distantly, not sure why I was telling them this. It was my first night, and I was nervous as hell. Didn't want to be there, but he never laid a finger on me. Sent me home with $500, and when I came back the next day looking for my phone, he offered me a job here. Kat lifted her head from her hands and met Len's gaze over my head.
What do you think he meant about not being able to use his glowy eyes thing on her?
Len shrugged.
Haven't the faintest.
He looked at the bottle of bourbon with something like longing before pushing it across to Kat. She took it and poured herself another glass. Instead of drinking it, though, she just stared at it. I felt like I should be more involved in the conversation, somehow. But the bourbon was hitting me like a freight train now that my adrenaline had ebbed. Bad life choices for the win! I was a pro at those, after all. Beside me, Kat buried her face in her hands again.
Jesus,
she moaned.
Aiden could have killed you guys. Why the fuck does everything have to be like this all the time?
The world sucks, I said, feeling the deep profundity of the words even though they slurred a bit. Like, really, really sucks. Len cocked an eyebrow at me.
Was that a vampire joke?
I frowned, not understanding the question. No? My head was starting to feel strangely heavy, so I put it down on my crossed arms at the edge of the bar.
I'm really sorry, you two,
I heard Kat say. I gave a little uncoordinated wave of the fingers closest to her, and Len said,
Not your fault, Kat.
In the background, Monique crooned on about the man she'd sold her soul to. 8. I must have lost some time, because when I next lifted my head, the club was quiet and empty. Kat was gone, but Len still stood behind the bar, casually wiping a glass with a clean rag.
Regretting that third glass yet?
He asked. The inside of my mouth felt like something small and furry had crawled inside and died of gangrene, but the hangover wouldn't kick in for a while yet.
Depends,
I slurred. Did Kat's ex really try to kill us? And did you try to convince me the boss was actually a vampire afterward? A belch erupted on the heels of the final word. It tasted really bad, and I made a face in reaction.
Yes, and yes,
Len said.
But you'll have to take the second part up with him directly.
He dipped his chin toward the end of the bar, and I followed the gesture with a sinking feeling. Leonidas stood there, one elbow resting on the polished wood as he regarded me. Oh, I said. Hi. So did you just murder a guy? He didn't break expression.
First rule of Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club.
Len snorted.
Didn't know you'd even seen that movie, Gramps.
Leonidas' dark gaze cut to him.
I didn't. I read the book.
Oh.
And the part about being able to swallow a pint of blood before you get sick? Let's just say that's misleading.
I'm still too drunk for this conversation, I said flatly.
Agreed,
said my boss.
You know, this is all becoming a bit Groundhog Day. And yes, I did see that one on cable, a couple of years after it came out.
Groundhog Day, Len echoed.
So that's why you said the eye thing wouldn't work on her? Huh? Complicated. It's something about the necklace, apparently,
Leonidas said.
Haven't figured it out yet, but it's only an issue when she's wearing it.
My hand moved unsteadily to my neck, fingers fumbling until they closed around the familiar pendant. What are you two talking about? I asked warily. Leonidas' gaze pinned mine.
The supernatural is real, and you're bound up in it somehow. The first time you discovered that, you chose to forget and go back to your normal life like nothing happened. You can choose the same thing this time, too. But I can't guarantee you won't get pulled in again. Especially working at this place.
I blinked at him, trying to sort through the words. You know, I said, you get really frowny when you're concentrating. Where's Kat? Is she okay?
Sally took her home,
Len said. He looked at Leonidas.
You're not going to get a sober answer from her tonight, you know.
Our boss sighed.
Evidently not. Can you give her a ride home?
Sure, why not? Len said.
I guess if she pukes, the pimpmobile is cheaper to clean than your limo. I don't own a limo,
Leonidas said, with the air of someone who'd had that particular conversation more than once. The word pimpmobile registered properly after a short lag, and I pushed upright, swaying a bit. Hey, I'm not a whore, I snapped.
That's not what he meant,
Leonidas said patiently.
Len's car.
He waved a hand.
You'll understand when you see it. Anyway, come back and talk to me as soon as the hangover's under control in the morning.
Len made a scoffing sound.
Or, you know, run for the hills? That's another option.
Leonidas shrugged and headed for the elevators at the back of the club.
She won't run.
He tossed over his shoulder, not looking back. Another belch rumbled up, and this time I had to swallow bile down in its wake. I steadied myself against the edge of the bar. I really don't feel so great all of a sudden, I warned. Len only sighed. Len's car was red. Well, mostly. Some of it was more like rust. It was also big. Ridiculously, hilariously big. And riding in it was like riding inside a giant marshmallow. We hit a dip in the road, and I snickered as the suspension rocked up and down, up and down. Len shot me a sideways glance in the intermittent glare of the streetlights sliding past.
It was cheap,
he said.
Stop laughing.
A sudden image of bloody froth streaming from his mouth and nose flashed in front of my mind's eye, and I stopped laughing abruptly.
I don't envy you a few hours from now,
he said.
But if it's any consolation, I've been there. Both on the hangover front and on the, oh shit, vampires and demons are real front.
It's just a dream, I muttered, frowning. I'm dreaming.
Len nodded. Uh-huh. Try telling yourself that in the morning. Who knows? It might work.
A familiar building swam into view, and I jabbed a finger toward it. This is me, I told him. He pulled into the lot and parked in my assigned spot when I pointed it out to him. Then he walked me to my apartment door, making sure I had all my stuff with me, and made it inside safely. Once the door was locked and he was gone, I tossed my bag on the kitchen table before collapsing onto the living room couch's creaking springs. I lay there, staring at the ceiling with unfocused eyes. The apartment was eerily quiet without Jace, and it seemed unfair that I should feel so awful if I was dreaming. Again, an image of blood pooling on the sidewalk assailed me. This dream sucks, I told the ceiling, before sleep crept over me and turned everything dark. When I pried gritty eyelids open, it was daylight. My head ached, and there was a rusty reddish-brown smear on the cuff of my white uniform shirt. I also had worryingly clear memories of Kat's crazy ex showing up outside the club and stabbing Len before our boss came to the rescue and reduced the guy to screaming hysterics just by staring at him. My memories of chugging bourbon and being driven home in a red pimpmobile were somewhat less clear, but still undeniably present. Jesus Christ! Was it supposed to be aspirin or ibuprofen for hangovers? And could I get away with taking both without needing a liver transplant afterward? My phone rang, because apparently the universe hated me. Ow! I moaned, fumbling for it and sliding the green call icon to shut it up. Yeah? Who is it? I realized my mistake immediately.
If I didn't know better, sweetheart, said an oily male voice, I'd think you were avoiding me and my boys.
I swallowed a groan along with the words, Gee, you think? Unfortunately, I told the voice, calling someone a dozen times a day to yell at them over the phone doesn't magically make money appear in their bank account. Believe me, I've tested it extensively.
You've got a smart mouth, girl, said the loan shark. It's gonna get you into trouble before too much longer.
I sent you money last week, I reminded him.
You sent fucking pennies last week, the voice snarled. Don't fucking insult me.
It's not even my loan, I snapped back, my heart pounding in time with my elevated heartbeat. The silence on the other end was ominous. I swallowed my anger at the world's unfairness and strove for a conciliatory tone. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I changed jobs to one that makes more money, but there's a 2-week gap in paychecks. You know how it is. Mostly bull, of course, and he probably knew it. Give me another week, and I'll have it for you. More silence. This time, it had a sort of flat quality to it, and I checked the screen. It was dark. My phone was out of charge. I sighed and squeezed the bridge of my nose between my fingers. Vampires. Aiden's hoarse screams of terror. Len bleeding out on the pavement. I went in search of aspirin. 2 hours later, I was back at the club. not to mention out the cost of an Uber since I didn't have my car. I looked around the alley behind the den. There was no blood on the sidewalk beyond, no sign of a struggle or anything out of place. The alley still smelled like the contents of the dumpster at the back, making my sour, hungover stomach roil. I swiped my card at the employee entrance and went inside. It was too early in the day for anyone else to be here except the janitorial staff. I walked across the echoing floor to the elevators and thumbed the intercom for the penthouse. "I came back," I said. "I need answers." The doors dinged open a few moments later. I stepped inside, aware that most people would be screaming that I needed my head examined. When you had reason to believe that your employer might be a blood-sucking creature of the night, going up to his penthouse alone was maybe not the smartest move. Those hypothetical people probably had a point. What they weren't taking into account, though, was that the aforementioned creature of the night could easily have pulled a Dracula routine on me the first night I'd come here. The same creature of the night had also sent me home with a sober ride to sleep off my drunkenness after yesterday's fiasco. And there was the fact that Len treated the alleged vampire like an eccentric older relative, tweaking him about his taste in movies and calling him Gramps. None of it computed, and that was why I was here. At this point, having at least one damned thing in my life that made sense would be super helpful. I took a deep breath, sliding my thumb over the warm surface of the crimson crystal hanging at my neck. The elevator disgorged me onto the elegant penthouse landing. The door to the suite opened as I was lifting my hand to knock, revealing Leonidas in shirt sleeves. I didn't think I'd ever seen him without either a vest or a suit jacket. Somehow, it made him look half-dressed.
"Hello, Vonnie,"
he said.
"Would you rather do this here or downstairs?"
"If we do it downstairs, I'll just be tempted to go for the bourbon again," I told him, sweeping past and into the penthouse. It was just as posh and pristine as I remembered. On a hunch, I strode into the kitchen and pulled open the refrigerator door. Staples like eggs, milk, juice, and fresh vegetables sat neatly organized on the shelves.
"Looking for the blood bags?"
he asked dryly. I closed the door. "Well?" I figured a coffin in the bedroom was probably too obvious. He sighed.
"All right. I suppose we should just get this part out of the way and go from there."
His eyes glowed with inner light, and when his lips parted, I could see the vicious points of fangs peeking out. I gasped, my back thumping against the stainless steel door of the refrigerator at the same instant Aunt Mabel's pendant flared with heat against my breastbone. A yelp escaped me. Leonidas' eyes returned to their normal deep brown, and he gestured at the necklace.
"You'll probably want to take that off while we talk."
I gaped, first at him, and then at my own cleavage and the hunk of garnet nestled there. The skin beneath it was angry red. Gingerly, I unclasped the chain and removed it, holding it out like a dangerous snake. "What did you do?" I demanded, looking back and forth between Mabel's necklace and the vampire standing in front of me. "It's never done that before."
"Yes, it has,"
he said evenly. My mouth worked for a moment before I managed to get more words organized. Where did he get off? "Well, I mean, it gets warm sometimes," I allowed. "Just from my skin, you know? Not hot. Not like that." But how could my skin make something warm enough that it felt warm? Against my skin. And why had it never occurred to me before how odd that was?
As far as I can tell,
Leonidas said,
the pendant glows hot whenever someone around you is employing supernatural power. You said it was garnet, right?
I stared at him, thinking back through every conversation I'd ever had with the man. No, I didn't. He leaned back against the kitchen island and crossed his arms.
Yeah. I guess you wouldn't remember that, would you? But here's the thing. Like I told you last night, you can forget this too, if that's really what you want. I'm just not sure it's in your best interest at this point.
A little flutter of fear beat in my chest as I thought of Leonidas' casual attitude toward his apparent murder of Aiden. I remembered the alley, scrubbed clean of evidence hours after the attack. "One question," I said. "When you say I can forget this, is that a veiled threat, meaning I'm going to end up drained of blood at the bottom of the river?"
"And waste all the time and effort spent training you to tend bar?"
he replied. I stared at him.
"Sorry,"
he said after an uncomfortable pause.
"That was in bad taste. The answer is no. It wasn't a veiled threat."
My brows drew together. "What, then?"
"Vampires have the ability to influence human minds,"
he said matter-of-factly.
"Honestly, it's a pretty handy skill. Though I could have lived without the rest of the baggage that comes along with it. At any rate, it's how we feed without leaving a trail of terror and pitchfork-wielding mobs behind us. Drain half a pint or so, then mesmerize the donor into forgetting it ever happened."
I was still backed against the refrigerator, despite the fact that he'd made no move toward me. The necklace still dangled from my fingers at arm's length. My brain latched onto what was probably the least important thing he'd said. "You know, the word donor implies something voluntary." He tilted his head in acknowledgement.
"Sometimes it is. And yeah, in those cases, there's usually no need for the look into my eyes routine. Which brings us back around to the point. The night we met, you got an unexpected crash course in the supernatural world, and afterward you asked me to make you forget. So I did."
I scowled, trying to reconcile that statement with my perfectly believable memories of the night I'd paraded around on Leonidas' arm for a few hours before feeling faint and coming up here to his penthouse to recuperate. He'd sent me home with $500 and my innocence still more or less intact. A horrible thought occurred to me. Wait, did you drink my blood?
"I didn't. No. It seemed impolite after everything else that happened."
Nothing in his tone or expression indicated a lie, but what else happened? He sighed.
"Put the necklace on the counter for a minute. I don't honestly know if the memories are still inside your head or not. I've never thought to test it out before. Still, I suppose there's one way to find out."
I wavered. Apparently, he thought the pendant somehow protected me from his supposed ability to hypnotize people. If I let go of it, I was giving him the power to do basically anything to me. Assuming I believed him, of course. Hard on the heels of that thought, a fast-forward replay of the things I did remember from our few weeks of acquaintance flickered across my memory. Leonidas telling me to be safe because there was some crazy shit out there in the world. Offering me a job so I wouldn't have to stay in sex work. Leaning over Len's bleeding body, calling him son, and telling him not to be afraid. I swallowed hard. Okay, I said hesitantly. What do I need to do? His eyes glowed violet again, and this time, that shining gaze swallowed me up like a black hole. Nine.
You remember all of the true events from the night we first met,
said a smooth voice. I needed to listen to that voice. I needed to do whatever it told me. Somehow that was vitally important. Connections in my brain flared to life, puzzle pieces shifting around and reassembling to form a different picture than before. A blond man conjuring glowing magic, accusing Leonidas of being an abomination. Maurice running forward, reaching for his gun. The blond man somehow forcing him to point it at his own head. Me running forward to stop him, and then I gasped and slid down the refrigerator door to land in a heap, wrenching free of Leonidas' glowing gaze. I hit Maurice? I asked in horror. How is he not pissed at me? Leonidas looked at me oddly, his eyes fading to their normal dark brown.
That's the part you're upset about. Really?
My jaw clenched as the true import of everything I'd just remembered began to sink in. I'm getting pretty damned upset about a whole lot of things, boss, I said, glaring up at him. But that particular part's on me, not on some crazy supernatural creature. Maurice was nice to me that night, and I left a handprint across the side of his face. Leonidas had been watching me with raised eyebrows. He lowered them slowly.
If it helps, he doesn't remember any of it. And I mean he was under Fey mind control at the time.
It was on the tip of my tongue to ask if Leonidas had hypnotized Maurice, too. But then I remembered the blonde guy ordering everyone in the club to forget that anything out of the ordinary had happened. Jesus H. Christ! I ran a shaky hand down my face. Leonidas crouched and rested his arms on his knees, lowering himself to my level but not coming closer. Tailored clothing stretched over a fit frame, momentarily distracting me until I gave myself a sharp mental shake.
At this point,
he said,
the question becomes whether you want another do-over. I guess I could keep dicking around with your memories indefinitely. As far as I know, it doesn't cause any long-term damage.
I stared at him. As far as you know? I quoted in a skeptical tone. He lifted a shoulder and let it drop, not breaking eye contact.
Sorry, but it's not like the FDA has been running double-blind studies on this kind of shit. Vonnie, like I said earlier, from what I've seen with that necklace of yours, I'm not convinced we won't end up right back here the next time something paranormal happens around you. But it's still your choice.
My necklace, I began, craning around to look over my shoulder. I couldn't see it on the counter from where I was sitting collapsed on the floor.
Tell me about it,
he said.
Where did you get it?
My eyes went distant as I remembered the way Mabel's laugh had lit up a room. It was a bequest from my great aunt. She was always a bit eccentric, I guess you'd say. But she was also the only one in my family who never really acted like she was silently judging me for my various screw-ups. Something in my chest twisted at the way the casual self-deprecation slipped from my lips. My son was not a screw-up. He wasn't a mistake I'd made. And yet, almost everyone in my life had made it painfully clear that getting pregnant at 15 was a dire failure on my part, something that made my value as a person somehow less. I swallowed the bitterness, still laced with biting acid well over a decade later. Anyway, Mabel always marched to her own set of drums, I continued, moving past it. She was into all of this New Age stuff, crystals and meditation and what have you. A harsh huff of laughter crawled up my throat. I never put much stock in any of it. Guess that turned out to be pretty ironic, huh?
Just a bit, yes,
Leonidas agreed.
She willed you the pendant, then?
I nodded. Yeah. It was part of her recorded last wishes that I wear it every day. I mean, it's not like that was a difficult thing for her to ask of me. It just kind of became second nature after a while. Sort of like a good luck charm from someone who loved me, you know?
It's quite a bit more than that,
he said gently.
That pendant contains magic. Or possibly it channels magic. I'm not an expert. Back to the main question, though. Are you planning on remembering this conversation tomorrow?
I stumbled inelegantly to my feet, bracing against the cool metal of the fridge, and probably leaving clammy handprints all over the pristine stainless steel. Leonidas rose in tandem with me. Something inside me balked at the idea of losing everything I'd learned in the last 12 hours. The first time it had happened, I'd been trying to escape more than just the idea of a creepy blonde guy with mind control powers and magic hands. I'd been trying to escape my own reality as well. And yet... Let me have a day to think about it, I said. He regarded me with a level gaze that held no hint of unearthly violet light.
As long as you're not planning on running straight to the National Enquirer. Covering up leaks is a lot harder these days than it used to be. And mesmerizing reporters is a pain in the ass.
I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. You know, when it comes to vampires, I told him, you're really not what I'd pictured. His expression closed off like a blast door slamming down.
Don't be fooled. Just because I take in strays doesn't make me a safe person to be around, Vani.
I bit down on my knee-jerk desire to snap that I wasn't a lost dog begging for scraps at his back door. Because if I were being honest, that image hit a little too close to home for comfort. Well, I deflected, I'm still working on the assumption that you killed a guy and disposed of his dead body like a pro last night, so... That same unaccustomed hardness still cloaked his features, making me wonder what I'd said to shut him down so abruptly.
And if Kat had been armed when her stalker ex showed up and came at her with a knife, would you have blamed her if she'd plugged him through the heart in self-defense?
He asked in a flat tone. No, I told him. But I might have raised an eyebrow if she'd managed to restrain him so he wasn't a threat first and shot him in cold blood afterward. His expression didn't waver.
Then I suppose we'll have to disagree on that one.
Would my opinion about Aiden's fate change if I knew in detail what he'd done to Kat to make her so afraid? I wasn't sure. "What did you do to Len?" I asked instead. "He was coughing up blood. Then a couple of minutes later he was perfectly fine. Was that magic, too?" Leonidas' mouth flattened into a grim line, though I wasn't sure if it was because of the subject matter or the memory of Len nearly dying.
Vampire blood heals humans. Under most circumstances, at least.
I mulled that over. Huh. That's handy, I guess.
It was for Len,
he agreed. I suppressed a shiver at the reminder of how close I'd come to seeing someone I considered a friend bleed out on the sidewalk right in front of me. "So you'll give me a day to decide what I want to do?" I asked, just to confirm. "No calls to the Weekly World News, I promise."
I already told you,
he said.
It's your decision. And I guess you can let me know at the same time whether I'll be needing to put an ad up for a new bartender.
You won't, I thought, not even sure where the certainty had come from. Surely the smart thing would be to grab Jace, pack up as many belongings as would fit in the Taurus, start driving, and never stop. In fact, given my current life circumstances, that might be the smartest move for more reasons than my boss apparently being a vampire. "Nah," I told him. "I feel like I've really got a stake in this job, you know." He stared at me for a long moment.
Someday,
he said,
I'll figure out who started the thing with the bad vampire jokes and fire them.
I shook my head, partly at myself and partly at him. It was insane to even consider staying at the den. But outside its walls, there was a world where people hurt and terrorized the ones they were supposed to love, and where thugs tried to extract money that you didn't have by threatening those closest to you. Inside, there was a world where we tried to look out for each other when someone was in trouble, and where the boss would quite literally help you hide a body if you asked, or do it for you, apparently. Right now, I needed more of that in my life, even if it came along with a healthy dose of might be literally delusional. "Oh, come on. Don't be such a downer, boss," I told him airily. "Without a bit of humor to liven it up, this place would be a real graveyard." 10. There were times when I regretted not having any real friends outside of work. Sure, I could have talked to Len or Kat or any of my other coworkers who'd been friendly to me, but they weren't exactly what you'd call objective when it came to the subject of the nightclub. Idly, I wondered if everyone else already knew they were working for an undead being with fangs and a stunted sense of humor. Had I been the only clueless one of the bunch? A year ago, I could have mustered up a friend or two to offer a sympathetic ear and a helpful opinion, even if I would have needed to tweak the story into something a bit more believable and a bit less certifiably insane. One of the many, many questionable life choices I made in the months since then was lying to my friends and distancing myself from them to the point that they were barely more than acquaintances these days. When I'd first started getting calls about Richard's debts, I'd been slogging through night classes to become a paralegal. To be fair, I'd already been on the verge of having to quit school due to a combination of lack of sleep and lack of money. Richard's debt had just been the final straw. When my friends asked how things were going with classes, it had been a lot easier to tell them that, yes, I was still working on my associate degree, than to tell them that I'd given it up in favor of taking on shifts as a phone sex operator. Go figure. Of course, The problem with those sorts of lies was that in order to maintain them, you couldn't let anyone get too close, for fear the curtain might fall down and reveal the ugly truth hiding behind it. And the longer the lies stretched on, the harder it was to extricate yourself from them. I'd never been what you'd call a social butterfly. Being a young single mother living at the poverty level didn't really lend itself to a busy social calendar. Even so, I'd stubbornly clung to my few hours per week of volunteer work until a bout of weirdness at the office had soured even that. The very last person I might have claimed as a girlfriend would probably have been a good choice to act as a sounding board for my current woes, too. Zora had, after all, been at the epicenter of that creepy office weirdness that had driven me away from the Missouri Mental Health Alliance. But I'd managed to screw up that relationship as well. When she'd called me months later needing help, I'd already been too far down my own rabbit hole to do her any good. I was still pretty upset about that, actually. The practical upshot was that I ended up sitting alone in my crappy apartment after my conversation with Leonidas, staring at a cup of coffee that had gone cold quite some time ago. Jace was at his dad's until tomorrow night. Not that I'd dump this kind of craziness in my son's lap anyway. As for Richard, it was true that he owed me, but any attempt to talk to him these days was an automatic recipe for a shouting match. Nope. This one was all on me. And while my thoughts had been circling restlessly all day, they kept coming back to one thing. My boss was a vampire, but he also took in strays. And once he'd taken them in, he looked after them. I couldn't imagine crawling to him and asking him to somehow fix Richard's mess. But knowing I had at least one person in my life who wouldn't shrink from the situation if they found out about it, that knowledge settled over my shoulders like a warm shawl, making me feel ever so slightly better about things. Outside, the late winter sky darkened toward evening. Rising, I dumped the cold coffee in the sink and went to find some more aspirin to get me through my shift tonight. I'd planned to tell Leonidas my decision after close. I hadn't taken into account that he might have company, which was pretty moronic on my part, since I'd nearly been that same kind of company on the night I'd met him. Instead of a night in his bed, though, I'd gotten a front-row seat to a paranormal pissing match and promptly acquired a bad case of selective amnesia. The Latina woman hanging off my boss's arm tonight could have been a runway model. The mother in me wanted to tell her to eat a cheeseburger, for God's sake. But to do that, I would have needed to pull her attention away from nibbling at his neck. Would she think twice about what she was doing if she knew he was a vampire who did more than nibble necks? Did she know? Or was it possible she was a vampire too? It occurred to me that I had no clue about the supernatural world that apparently coexisted with my drab, boring one. And why the hell should I care if the flavor du jour was hanging all over him at the bar like she couldn't wait to get him upstairs? She was probably just another professional girl getting paid for her services, and it was none of my business anyway. I cleared my throat, but Leonidas was already looking at me. For a moment, there was an intensity to his gaze that brought a faint flush to my skin. Then his expression closed off, in the same way it had just before he'd told me he wasn't safe to be around. He spoke a quiet word to his arm candy. She pouted, but backed off from her assault on his jugular.
"Vonnie,"
he greeted evenly. "Hey, boss," I said, striving for a casual tone. "Just wanted to let you know, I'm not interested in that do-over. Not this time. It's all good. I'll just keep my head down and pour the drinks. The rest of it's none of my business, right? There. That was reasonable, wasn't it? Dark eyes drilled into me for a long moment before he nodded.
Like I said, it's your call. Was there anything else?
I refused to acknowledge the tiny sting I felt at the curt reply. Nope. I won't keep you. Have a good, rest of the evening. Both of you. Internally, I smacked myself repeatedly upside the head. For God's sake, it was just as likely that the rest of the evening would involve a quick and dirty blood transfusion by a vampire fang rather than sex. What was wrong with me? I turned on my heel and walked briskly toward my station, trying not to think about the way the fine hair at my nape prickled. Sally would be by soon to close out my drawer for the night. I'd finish the end-of-shift inventory, go home, and try my best not to think about the craziness that was my life now. I had tomorrow off. Richard would be dropping Jace off in the evening. In a few days I'd get paid and have enough to send some money to the creditors. Hopefully enough to keep them off my back for a while. I would leave the nuts and bolts of the newly uncovered paranormal world to people who knew what the hell they were doing. And things would go back to normal. Everything would be perfectly fine. Perfectly fine lasted an entire week, until the night the demon showed up at the Vixen's den after hours and ordered a glass of the most expensive scotch we had. The seltzer machine was acting up, or I already would have left for the night. I was checking out a DIY troubleshooting video on YouTube, my phone propped on the counter next to the machine, when a faint sound of displaced air made me swing around to look behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin when a tall man with dark hair going elegantly gray at the temples appeared in front of the deserted bar, seemingly from nowhere.
A glass of the Macallan 21, neat, if you please,
he said, ignoring the undignified squeak of surprise I'd let out when I turned and found him standing there. I began, my gaze darting around the empty space. We're actually closed?
I am aware,
said the man, his voice a low drawl.
I have business with the owner of this establishment. No doubt he'll be along momentarily. Vonnie?
Leonidas' familiar voice called from the back of the club, near the elevators. He strode toward us.
What are you still doing here?
Relief eased the tension in my shoulders. Seltzer's broken. I was trying to figure out if it was just a blocked nozzle like last time, or if we needed a service call. I gestured toward the dark-eyed stranger. I'm not sure how this guy got in, but he says he knows you? Leonidas' wary expression didn't exactly scream old college buddies, but he gave a curt nod.
Oh, yeah. He knows me. Go ahead and pour him a drink since you're back there. Then you should head home. I'll have someone deal with the seltzer machine in the morning.
I nodded back, giving the new guy a surreptitious once-over as I turned to take down the top-shelf scotch and a glass. Aside from being tall and vaguely intimidating, it was hard to pin him down. He wasn't young, but he wasn't old. He wasn't classically handsome, but he was certainly striking. On first glance, I'd taken his eyes to be the same dark shade of brown as Leonidas', but a second glance showed them to be roughly the same shade of deep amber as the Macallan single malt he'd just ordered. He exuded an air of old money. I suspected the finely tailored suit he was wearing cost more than my entire wardrobe budget for the last 5 years. And, most tellingly, My necklace glowed warm at the base of my throat as I turned back to the bar and poured his drink. I slid it across to him, and he took it with a small salute.
"Thanks, Vani,"
Leonidas said.
"Now go on home. I already locked up earlier."
"If you locked up, how did this guy get in?" I didn't ask. "Sure thing," I said instead, because we'd already established that weird paranormal stuff was way above my pay grade. "Night, boss." The newcomer's gaze slid over me, pausing briefly on the pendant resting above the V-neck of my black tee. It flared hotter for an instant before returning to its previous soothing warmth. I swallowed and made tracks through the door behind the bar, heading for the employee lockers. Once I had my bag and coat, I would have left like Leonidas told me and thought no more about it. If I hadn't realized that I'd left my phone sitting on the counter by the seltzer machine. For a long moment I wavered, but there was no landline at the apartment, and Richard would be calling tomorrow to coordinate dropping off Jace. It was ridiculous to think about making a special trip here in the morning just to pick up my phone, when I could duck back behind the bar before I left and grab it in mere seconds. It was total coincidence that just as I snuck back in and picked it up, I heard the newcomer's voice from a nearby table.
"I trust you're already aware that your bartender possesses magic,"
he said casually, as though discussing the merits of the scotch. On sheer instinct, I dropped into a crouch behind the solid wooden bastion of the bar, holding my breath as I strained my ears for the response.
"Yeah,"
said my boss.
"I'd noticed. Thanks. Though I couldn't tell if it was coming from her or just the necklace."
The newcomer made a considering noise.
"Human magic is generally weak and poorly focused without some sort of a conductor. However, the conductor on its own is useless. Its use requires some magical aptitude on the part of the bearer."
My hand lifted to the garnet at my throat.
"Good to know, I guess,"
Leonidas replied. I should have left then. I didn't leave. Instead, I cautiously peered around the corner of the bar, relying on the shadows to shield me from view. The newcomer was seated half-facing me, his scotch cradled in his hands as he looked around the club with interest.
"My, but you truly have created your own little world, hidden away from the realities around you, haven't you?"
he mused. Leonidas was facing away from me, but his shoulders lifted and lowered on a sigh.
"What the hell is that supposed to mean?"
he asked, sounding tired.
"Why are you here, Nightjealous?"
"Well, for one thing,
the scotch is excellent."
The man, Nightjealous apparently, took a slow sip.
"Is it to do with the Fae?"
Leonidas demanded.
"Oh, almost certainly. One showed up here out of the blue a few weeks ago,"
Leonidas said grimly.
"Cocky bastard, too. Throwing magic around in front of the patrons, threatening one of my security staff with his own gun. There's been some evidence of intermittent surveillance on the place since then."
I remembered the couple of occasions when I'd caught glimpses of blonde men lurking in the shadows behind the club as I was leaving at night, and shivered. Nigellus hummed.
"Caspian's replacement in St. Louis is young for a Fae. Eager to prove himself to the court, no doubt. But I am not here because of Commander Teague." "You're not? Fine, then. Don't keep me in suspense,"
Leonidas bit out.
"Human children are disappearing.
Nigellus said without preamble.
On a worldwide scale.
A beat of silence as my body went cold, a mother's instincts stirring. Then Leonidas asked,
What, like a human trafficking ring? I hate to say it, but that stuff goes on all the time, Nigellus. It always has.
No, Nigellus replied.
Not a human trafficking ring.
More silence before Leonidas said,
Oh my God. Would you just fuck off already, Nigellus? I'm not the supernatural fix-it squad, and this has nothing to do with me. It's not my problem.
Nigellus leaned back in his seat, regarding Leonidas down the length of his patrician nose.
Left unaddressed, it will become everyone's problem soon enough. And you're aware that I'm not permitted to interfere in the human realm directly.
I blinked. Wait. In the human realm? What the hell? The muscles in Leonidas' shoulders bunched.
So get your boy Ransley on it. He's a white knight with the martyr complex. Not me.
He paused.
Wait. I take that back. Don't get Ransley on it. Because if Rands gets involved, Zora will get involved. And I don't want her dragged into whatever this is.
My breath caught. Nigellus raised an eyebrow.
As it happens, Ransley and Ms. Bright aren't currently returning my calls.
I popped up from my hiding place like a jack-in-the-box. Hang on! Zora Bright? How the hell do you two know Zora? Two sets of preternaturally intense eyes swung around to pin me, sending a sudden chill of nervousness skittering up my spine as my brain caught up to what I'd just done. "11. Leonidas scrubbed his hand down his face with the air of someone who really wished he'd stayed in his coffin this morning.
Jesus, Vonnie,
he said.
What happened to keeping your head down? I thought you didn't want to get sucked into this kind of supernatural shit show. God knows I don't.
Mr. Top-Shelf Scotch raised a slow eyebrow, his gaze moving between us. Answer the question, I snapped at them, drawing courage around me like a cloak. How do you know Zora?
She's my granddaughter,
Leonidas said wearily.
How do you know Zora?
That revelation stopped me cold for a moment. Unbidden, a snippet of conversation from the last phone call I'd had with Zora floated up from my memory. I'd called her at a ridiculously early hour, hoping it would go to voicemail and I could just leave a quick apologetic message about not being able to help her when she needed it. Instead, she'd picked up, and it had taken a grand total of 30 seconds or so before she'd been the one asking me if I needed help. I'd put her off. Of course I had. The girl was dealing with stuff way more serious than an ex-boyfriend's dealings with an unsavory loan shark. But I still remembered her blurted offer of assistance. Look, Vaughn, even if you won't let me help directly with whatever you're dealing with, at least let me give you the phone number of a guy I know. Well, not really a guy. My grandfather. He's good with money stuff. But I'd been embarrassed and upset, and I'd cut off her tumble of words. Her grandfather, who was good with money stuff. Holy crap! I became aware that I was gaping at my boss like a fish. I snapped my jaw shut with a click and swallowed, puzzle pieces tumbling around in my head as they rearranged themselves. I still had no idea what the resulting picture was supposed to be. We used to be coworkers? I said faintly, aware that the words came out sounding like a question. Okay, this just got kind of weird. Mr. Topshelf, Nigellus, swirled his glass, examining the contents contemplatively.
Well,
he said,
I suppose that explains the odd currents of confluence swirling around this place, at least.
Leonidas gave him a dirty look.
Don't try to tell me you didn't know she was lurking in the shadows.
Nigellus shrugged.
I couldn't possibly comment. As I've already said, I'm forbidden from interfering on Earth. Though I can hardly be held accountable for humans listening at doors, now can I?
Leonidas glared.
You can be held accountable for being a manipulative ass.
My brain connections were starting to fire properly again, and it occurred to me that I should just turn around and walk away from this conversation. Like, right now. Zora's, what, mid-20s? Late 20s? I said instead. You're too young to be her grandfather. Nigellus snorted softly, hiding the reaction behind his drink. Leonidas only gave me a flat stare.
No,
he said.
I'm really not.
Right. Because vampire. But did vampires really have kids? I opened my mouth to ask a question about vampire reproductive habits and how that even worked. Fortunately, I thought better of it before the words escaped.
Yeah, don't ask,
he agreed.
Look, this is all just a coincidence, I'm sure. I mean, St. Louis isn't that big of a city. It happens.
Nigellus made another small noise into his drink, and Leonidas' glare landed on him.
Shut it, Nigellus.
His gaze never wavered, even though he addressed the next words to me.
Vani, go home. Trust me when I say you don't want to get dragged into anything related to demons, or fae, or any of it. Especially not this demon.
And, okay. Demon. He'd mentioned demons that first night, in the same breath as vampires and fae. I'd admittedly kind of blown that part off. But now, I was supposed to believe the guy sitting there sipping the club's best scotch was the spawn of hell? Because it's not like that was any weirder than vampires or people conjuring glowing balls of magic from nothing. It also didn't address what seemed to me like the most important question. These missing kids, what's happening to them? I asked. Or is this guy lying about that? Leonidas still hadn't abandoned his staring match with Nigellus.
Don't know, don't care, and no idea,
he said. The alleged demon lifted both eyebrows, his cool expression becoming chiding.
Really?
He drawled.
Because you should care. Not caring will become cause for regret in the future. And yet, I still don't.
Leonidas bit out. But I could see his hand clench against his thigh beneath the table, out of Nigellus's line of sight. Nigellus tipped his glass back, finishing the contents in a swallow and setting it down on the table decisively.
Very well,
he said.
Should you change your mind, you might consider contacting your fae acquaintance, if you don't wish to involve Ransley or Miss Bright. Assuming, of course, that he's in any position to help these days. To say that he is currently out of favor with the unseelie court is putting it mildly. I'll give that suggestion all the consideration it deserves," said my boss, in a tone so cold it sent gooseflesh up my arms. "Good night, Nigellus." Nigellus rose, buttoning his tailored suit jacket with precise movements. "Good night, Mr. Leonidas. And thank you for the drink, Ms. Morgan." Nigellus nodded to me and headed for the locked doors. Behind me, Leonidas cursed, low and sharp, pulling my attention back to him. When I turned toward the entrance once more, Nigellus was already gone. "I didn't tell him my last name," I said stupidly. Then, to further compound that stupidity, I reached up and twisted my name tag around so I could peer down at it and ensure it hadn't mysteriously changed during my shift. Nope. It still just said Vonnie. "No, you didn't,"
Leonidas confirmed, still looking like he wanted to hit something. I walked to the nearest chair at his table and pulled it out, sinking into it with shaky knees. "So, demons, huh?" Leonidas' chair legs scraped across the floor as he pushed abruptly away from the table and stood up, looming over me. I pressed back into my seat. Even though I wasn't afraid of my boss, per se, it didn't stop the sudden movement from ratcheting my heartbeat into a startled gallop. "Sore subject?" I hazarded. He whirled away with an audible growl and started pacing. When he turned to me again, violet swirled in his irises, doing nothing to calm my pulse.
"I am here, instead of peacefully buried in a graveyard somewhere, because I was stupid enough to make a literal deal with the devil," he bit out. I blinked, trying to assimilate that statement into what I knew of the way the world worked. I'd been brought up in a family of fundamentalists, and when they'd tossed me to the curb for getting pregnant before marriage, I'd tossed most of what I'd been taught about religion to the curb shortly thereafter. "Are you telling me," I said slowly, "that the whole fire and brimstone, selling your soul to Satan thing is real?" He shook his head sharply, a frustrated gesture. "No. But it's a damned effective cover story for an immortal species that can bind human life force and keep it on ice until they need a supernatural power boost."
There was a lot to unpack in that statement, and I wasn't sure this was the time. I decided to stick with the part about demons being another species, like humans, or, apparently, fae. "Okay," I said. "And the guy who just left was one of those?"
"Yes,"
he said sharply.
"And I can't help noticing you're still here, when I'm pretty sure I've told you to leave on 3 separate occasions."
"He knew my name," I said in a small voice, unable to completely banish the Sunday school voice whispering, "The devil knows your name, that can't be good," in my ear. Leonidas crossed the few steps to the table, gripping its edge as he looked down at me.
"Yes, the Fae, Teague, took an interest in you. Nigellus knows your name. Jesus, Bonnie. I can protect my people from the kind of shit in their lives that makes them wash up here in the first place, if they let me. But they have to be smart enough to keep the rest of it at arm's length. I can't protect you from creatures who've lived for thousands of years, or millions."
My thought shied away from the implication of his words. "It's hard to keep something at arm's length when it keeps happening right under my nose," I retorted. "What am I supposed to do when a guy's about to shoot himself in the head right in front of me? Or when a vampire and a demon are discussing a friend of mine over drinks?" Leonidas pushed away from the table angrily.
"A week ago, I'd have told you to throw that necklace in the river and never poke your nose beneath the bed to check for monsters again. Now I worry that it's too late for that, and you may need the damn thing."
I rose to my feet, locking shaky knees. "You never answered whether you thought that guy, demon, was lying about children being taken." Frustration creased his brow.
"Probably not. Call it an 80-20 spread, since I can't see a reason why lying about something like that would benefit him."
I frowned. "Which means you're pretty serious about the whole keeping everything at arm's length thing, huh? I heard what he called this place. Your own little world, hidden away from reality?" At that, his expression turned cold.
"Are knife-wielding stalker exes not real enough for you?"
he asked.
"You can't hide from reality. You can only try to take it on in manageable chunks. Like I said, I can protect my people here, most of the time. But I'm not Nigelis's personal paranormal bomb squad. I can't fly around the world righting wrongs."
"So why did he come to you in that case?" I asked, genuinely curious.
"Because demons used vampires as lackeys for millennia, before the last war with the Fae wiped most of them out,"
he said in a monotone.
"And while I wasn't a vampire at the time, I've still spent enough of my life as a demon's lackey that I've got no desire to repeat the experience, now that I'm arguably free of that taint."
I ran through everything he'd told me tonight. "You made a bargain with the devil," you said. "With Nigelis?"
"No,"
he replied.
"not with him. But I know someone who did make a deal with Nigelis, and it didn't go so well for him either."
I mulled that over for long moments before speaking again. "What about these kids, then? What happens to them? Couldn't you at least contact the police?" He snorted.
"The police?"
"Or the FBI or something?" I added defensively. Leonidas shook his head.
"If you had any idea how much influence the Fae have on Earth, you'd run, and never stop running. Vonnie, assuming the Fae are behind the disappearances like Nigelis was implying, law enforcement already knows all about it, and they've been ordered not to care."
Cold trickled beneath my skin. "Ordered? Not to care?" I echoed. He cocked an eyebrow at me.
"Don't tell me you've forgotten the night we met already."
A blond man with magic in his hands, controlling a crowd seemingly without effort, ordering a trained security guard to aim his gun at his own head. Controlling human will with a casual word. "Oh my God," I whispered, as the implication of Fae in positions of power over human institutions truly began to take root.
"Now you're getting it,"
Leonidas said, the words dripping with old bitterness.
"And the worst part is, I won't even offer to take this memory from you, because frankly, at this point, You may need it to help keep yourself safe."
That chill settled deep in my bones, leaving me to contemplate the idea that everything I thought I knew about the world might be wrong. If the boogeymen from scary bedtime stories were actually the ones running things, what kind of future was my kid going to grow up in? "12. As I lay awake hours later, staring at the pattern of the streetlights on my bedroom ceiling, I reflected that it was times like this when I wished I had a normal sex life. Jace was gone until tomorrow evening. I was alone in the apartment. It would have been a relief to be able to send out a booty call and lose myself in no-strings-attached screwing for the rest of the night. Failing that, it would have been a relief to be able to rub one out myself and use the resulting endorphin rush as a sleep aid. I'd even gone so far as to worm one hand beneath my sleep shirt and the other beneath my pajama bottoms, a nebulous vision of my boss's broad shoulders and intense, flashing gaze playing out before my mind's eye. Because, hey, that wasn't weird at all. It was still a lost cause. Of course it was. 10 minutes later, I yanked my hands out of my clothing, groaning in frustration and wondering why I'd even bothered. Once a frigid bitch, always a frigid bitch. Of course, it didn't help that I couldn't get the idea of children being snatched from their families and spirited away to who knew where out of my head. As Leonidas had said, it happened all the time, and always had. Like everyone else, I felt vaguely bad about it when it was brought to my attention, and ignored it completely the rest of the time. So why did the idea of Fae stealing human children tug at a deep and primal fear buried somewhere beneath my ribcage? Half-remembered fairy tales circled through my thoughts. Fairy tales. God. Life as I knew it was apparently nothing more than a comforting fabrication hiding a darker reality beneath. Vampires were real. The Fae folk were real. Demons were real. And regular humans were evidently little better than sheep, being herded to and fro by creatures too powerful to resist. Fortunately, there was no booze in the apartment, or I might have been tempted into a repeat of my performance from a few nights ago. My cell phone vibrated against the bedside table. The blasted thing had already gotten me into trouble once tonight, but I dutifully checked the number to make sure it wasn't Jace or Richard. It wasn't, so I let the call go to voicemail, confident that it was just one of the loan shark's goons harassing me for money as per fucking usual. They'd recently taken to calling in the middle of the night like this. Usually it was easy enough to put the phone on Do Not Disturb when I went to bed, but I couldn't do that when Jace was with his father, in case there was an emergency. Honestly, there was probably a setting for that in the phone somewhere, but if so, I hadn't been able to find it. Acknowledging the futility of trying to fight my insomnia without chemical assistance, I crawled out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom in search of allergy meds that caused drowsiness as a side effect. Thankfully, there was a half-used box of diphenhydramine in the back of the medicine cabinet. It was only a couple of months past its expiration date, so I popped 2 pills and dragged myself back to the bedroom to wait for it to kick in. When it finally did, my dozing was restless and shot through with disturbing dreams. I woke, hours later, feeling like my brain was wrapped in cotton wool and something furry was coating my tongue. Right. This was why I didn't normally use Benadryl to go to sleep. Vaguely, I wished I'd remembered that last night when it might have done me some good. I shuffled to the bathroom and turned the shower on as hot as I could stand it. Half an hour later, damp hair curling around my ears, I plopped down at the kitchen table with a bowl of cereal and a glass of orange juice. Neither one did much for my screaming case of existential angst. As I crunched unshredded wheat, I decided that I needed to talk to someone about this, or I was going to explode. There was one very obvious person to call, and that was Zora. The problem was, if I called Zora, I'd have to tell her all the things I'd been lying about before. I wasn't an ambitious single mom making things work on a retail salary while going to night school to better herself. I was a wreck, and my life was perpetually one bad month from falling apart completely. I wasn't okay. Zora had tried to help me, and I'd more or less thrown it back in her face. Then, as the icing on the cake, I'd ended up inadvertently crawling to the very man she'd been trying to get me to contact for help. Her grandfather, who I'd been perving on just a few hours ago with my hands down my pants. Awkward didn't really begin to describe the situation at this point. I chewed on my lower lip, rolling it between my teeth. After thinking about it for a couple of minutes, I let the spoon clatter into the bowl and reached for my phone. Scrolling through the contacts, I tapped Len's name and opened a text window. Hi. I talked to our boss last night, and now I'm having an existential crisis. Want to have lunch? I left the phone on the table and took the dishes to the sink to wash them. It was only a few minutes later when I heard the phone ping with a notification. I wiped my hands on a dish towel and scooped it up.
"Dunno,"
said the reply.
"Will church be out by then?"
Both Len and I had grown up in strict fundamentalist families, and both of us had gone on to become dire disappointments to them in our teens. I, of course, had managed to get pregnant the very first time I had sex, at way too young an age. Len, meanwhile, had the audacity to be born gay. To say that neither of us was too keen on Christianity at this point was an understatement. And that was before I'd learned that demons were real and belonged to a different species that used religion as some kind of crazy propaganda machine. I'm willing to risk it if you are, I texted back.
Deal,
Len replied.
Where and when?
I suggested 11:30 at a cheap fast food place about half a mile from the den, and told him to invite Kat if he had her number.
She really will be at church, he texted. Otherwise I would. See you then.
I set the phone aside and looked around the kitchen, trying to decide how best to distract myself from my own thoughts until it was time to leave. Cleaning, I decided. Might as well channel my nerves into something productive. Grimly, I headed for the broom cupboard. A couple of hours later, I sat hunched in an ugly plastic booth, staring at the limp hamburger in my hands. Across from me, Len worked his way steadily through a large order of French fries, watching me with a careful expression.
So, existential crisis, huh?
He asked when I'd let the silence stretch for too long.
What happened?
I continued to pin the hapless hamburger with my gaze rather than meeting Len's sympathetic gray eyes. Yeah, So this guy wandered in last night after close, which was a pretty good trick all on its own since the place was locked up. He asked for a glass of the Macallan, and then the boss came down and sent me home. I set the uneaten hamburger down and reached for my drink, twirling the straw between my fingers as Len waited for me to go on. I would have done it, I continued. Gone home, I mean. But I forgot my phone behind the bar, and when I snuck back in to get it, I overheard the two of them talking about a friend of mine, Zora Bright. Len froze with a fry halfway to his mouth.
Are you shitting me?
he asked.
Zora Bright.
I said, feeling reality sliding sideways again. His brow creased in a confused frown.
How do you know Zora?
How do you know Zora? I shot back. Because, seriously?
We used to be coworkers at AJ's Bar and Grill, he told me, still looking at me strangely. And I'm kinda living in her house right now, while she's out of the country. She's also the boss's granddaughter. I'm guessing you figured out that part, though.
This is too weird, I muttered, before continuing in a more normal tone. She and I used to volunteer at a mental health nonprofit downtown. Sometimes we'd hang out or go for a meal afterward as an excuse for some girl time.
Do you still talk to her? Len asked. She's been gone for a while now.
No, I said blankly, feeling the familiar swell of guilt at having let down a friend when she needed me. I don't. There was this really weird thing at the office. She got accused of cooking the books, but Zora wouldn't do something like that. There was a meeting with the board of directors that sounded more like a witch trial. She ran out in tears, and I didn't see or hear from her for a couple of months. Then she emailed me asking for help, but I was too wrapped up in my own problems by then to do anything for her. We talked on the phone for like 30 seconds. That's the last time I had any contact with her.
Shit,
Len said. Yeah, I agreed in a hollow tone. And just to make the situation a little bit weirder than it already was, she tried to give me her grandfather's phone number because she could tell I was in trouble and she thought he might be able to help. I laughed, the noise coming out thready and odd-sounding.
Okay, that's completely mental, Len said. I mean, I suppose it could be a coincidence, though. I only met Gramps the Vamp because of her, after all, so there's no real mystery about that part.
I guess, I said uncertainly. Len tilted his head, regarding me.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, she's doing fine now, as far as I know. Got herself a crazy rich boyfriend, and by that, I mean a crazy boyfriend who also happens to be rich. They jetted off to England a few months ago. Apparently he's got property there.
And you're house-sitting for her? I asked. His eyes slid to the table and he fiddled with a napkin, looking suddenly uncomfortable. A harsh snort of a laugh escaped him.
Kind of. You want the honest truth? I'm a fucking charity case, is what I am. Pretty sure she let me use the house because she was afraid I'd end up sleeping in the pimp-mobile otherwise. Pretty sure she was onto something, too.
Len had already told me that Leonidas paid for his rehab when he hit bottom with a cocaine addiction, so I could imagine how he must be feeling about everything. I kicked him lightly in the shin, startling him into meeting my eyes again. Yeah, I said. Or maybe she just wanted to help you out because she likes you, and she's cool like that. He tried to smile, but it wasn't very convincing.
Sure. Could have been that too, I guess.
Visibly squaring his shoulders, he turned the conversation back toward me.
So, is that the basis of your existential crisis? Because on the scale of 1 to weird, this only rates like a 3. Or maybe a 4.
My face fell, and now it was my turn to start shredding an innocent napkin. Not really. No.
Uh-oh. I'm assuming you heard them talking about more than just Zora, then?
Yeah, I said flatly. You could say that. Shred, shred, shred. The guy who came into the club? He was a demon. Len's expression turned wary.
But everything was okay, though, when you left?
I worried my lip. I mean, I think it was. Leonidas sent the guy packing, and he left without an argument or anything, but some of the stuff he said, and then some of the stuff Leonidas said.
Supernatural forces control the world and human beings are basically just cattle,
Len offered.
Welcome to my world for the past 6 months.
I held his eyes. How do you deal with it? Seriously, though.
Well, I tried snorting coke, he said with forced humor. Don't really recommend it, to be honest.
I scrubbed a hand over my face. Yeah, bourbon didn't work so well either. He shrugged agreement, doubtless remembering how he'd had to drive me home while hoping I didn't puke all over his car.
These days, he said, I mostly try to remind myself that it's the same world it was before I found out that the monsters are real. I mean, we already knew life was fucked up, right? We just didn't know how bad it was.
I mulled that over for a few moments. Fair point, I allowed. Len gestured at my burger.
Eat that before it gets any colder than it already is. Gotta keep those iron levels up. Know what I mean?
Do I ever? I muttered, picking up the flattened bun and biting into it without enthusiasm. "13. Over the following days, I caught myself watching Jace at odd moments, wondering what kind of future he was going to face growing up. Sometimes, when I looked at him, I felt a sense of accomplishment at having raised a pretty damn cool kid. Then the mental whiplash would set in, as I remembered that Richard and I had also dragged him into the middle of our mess. And, oh yeah, by the way, evil fairies secretly ruled the world.
Do I have, like, spinach in my teeth or something?
I came back to the present to find Jace peering at me oddly. You hate spinach, I reminded him.
I know, he said, which kinda makes it doubly weird. Seriously, what's up?
I blinked myself free of my reverie and shook my head. Just grown-up stuff, I assured him. He didn't break eye contact.
You're gonna have to stop using that excuse someday, Mom. Is it about whoever's been calling you day and night?
The problem with raising a great kid was that great kids were smart and far too savvy for their own good. Not entirely, I told him truthfully. The important part is, it's nothing you need to worry about. I gestured at the counter. Don't forget your algebra book. He didn't move for a long moment, but eventually he sighed and went to stuff the textbook in his backpack, as I'd known he would.
I know something's up, he said pointedly, with you and Dad both.
With that, he left before I could come up with anything else reassuring to say. With everything that I'd learned recently, the Vixen's den shouldn't still feel like a haven. And yet, as I stood behind the bar mixing rum and coke while a new jazz quartet wove smooth notes through the low conversation of the patrons, it was hard not to let my worries and uncertainties fade into the background for a few hours. At least, it was until my pendant gave a warning throb of heat against the base of my throat. I caught my breath, scanning the floor for anything that seemed out of place. The mystery was solved a few seconds later when my eyes landed on a blonde form striding through the front door. The familiar figure swept in as though he owned the place, flanked by half a dozen uniformed police officers forming a phalanx around him. Coca-Cola overflowed the glass I was pouring, and I cursed under my breath as I set the can aside and grabbed a rag to mop up the spill.
"Attention!"
boomed the fae who'd crashed the den on the night I'd first met Leonidas.
"This establishment is under investigation for money laundering. It will be closed for business until further notice. Proceed in an orderly manner to the exits."
Surprised silence rippled outward through the crowd at the sudden commotion, until only confused muttering remained. The police officers grabbed the closest patrons and shoved them toward the door as though they'd never heard of the term excessive force. My jaw hung open as the sense of the words penetrated. Money laundering. A new disturbance came from the other side of the club, Leonidas pushing his way through the crowd as he stalked toward the intruders.
"Really?"
he said, all of his attention fixed on the fae who'd barged into his domain on not one occasion now, but two. His tone could have stripped paint. The fae, Teague, Nigellus had called him, only curled his lips back in something that might conceivably have shared distant relations with a smile.
"Mr. Leonidas."
His voice caressed the name, drawing it out.
"You are hereby served with notice of an investigative hearing under the auspices of the State Auditor's Office."
He shoved a sheaf of papers toward Leonidas' chest. Leonidas looked down at them only briefly, making no move to take them from the fae's hand. I caught movement from my left, Len and Kat sidling toward my station unobtrusively. The awkward moment on the club floor stretched, as Leonidas waited for Teague to decide what he was going to do with the papers he was holding. With a sneer, the fae let them drop to the floor at Leonidas' feet.
"What's going on?"
Kat hissed, low enough not to be heard outside of our little huddle behind the bar.
"Nothing good,"
Len muttered grimly.
"I recognize that brand of blonde and shiny. This guy isn't human."
"He's a fae," I said, my voice faint. Kat's eyes flew to us.
"Fae? Like
"Fairies. Yeah," I confirmed.
"Asshole fairies,"
Len expanded.
"With entitlement issues."
"And mind control powers," I put in. Kat blinked.
"Should we be, grabbing as many of the staff as we can and running out the back?" she asked, quite reasonably in my opinion.
"I have no earthly idea," was all I said. "Len?" Len shifted in place.
"These days, I usually take a wait-and-see attitude toward this kind of shit. I'm guessing if the boss thought we should be running, he'd give us some kind of subtle get-out-of-here signal on the sly."
"Good point,"
Kat said. And I was struck once again by the amount of trust the employees here have placed in our vampire employer. On the club floor, the public confrontation had continued while we spoke to each other in low voices. Meanwhile, the police were still ushering startled patrons out, obviously unconcerned about doing so with any degree of tact or gentleness.
"As the sole owner of this business, your unprofessional attitude has been duly noted," the fae was saying. "I'm sure it has," Leonidas grated. "Now call off your dogs. You've made your point."
Teague only smiled. Even in the low light, I could see Leonidas' jaw tighten as he turned to the main part of the club and raised his voice.
"Everyone, you heard the man. Apparently, we're closed. Head for the exits. You can address any complaints or inquiries through the website contact form or the club's customer service line."
More employees clustered around us in a nervous knot as the large space emptied out. Leonidas and the Fae remained squared off like a pair of junkyard dogs growling over territory, the papers still lying ignored at Leonidas' feet. My fingers closed around my pendant unconsciously, but it was only slightly warm to the touch. I took that to mean that, for now at least, the magical claws would remain sheathed.
"Very wise,"
Teague said, once the last of the disgruntled customers was gone.
"There's no telling how long the court will dither before deciding what to do with you. But, in the meantime, I can at least ensure that you do not stain my territory with your den of vice."
For a moment, I thought he was referring to the municipal court. Then my brain registered the implied capitalization, and I realized he meant the mythological Fae court. The Unseelie court, Nigellus had called it.
"This den of vice isn't going anywhere,"
Leonidas said,
"though I'll be curious to see which judges and officials you have in your pocket, and which ones still have free will."
Teague's smile became more of a snarl.
"I could have you arrested and thrown into a deep, dark cell somewhere right now,"
he said silkily. Leonidas only snorted.
"Sure, that might be entertaining. Why don't you either do that, or get the hell out of my club, since you've already completed your little errand here? I'll just wait while you decide."
He crossed his arms, the picture of patience. The look of loathing on Teague's face twisted its preternaturally handsome lines into something dark and ugly.
"No need,"
he said.
"The decision is already made. It will be far more satisfying to watch you as I take everything you care about away from you, piece by broken piece. You are an abomination, and when I destroy you, I will destroy you completely."
Leonidas didn't break expression, but anger flared in my gut at the utter wrongness of seeing that kind of vitriol directed at someone who'd done nothing to deserve it. My fingers clenched convulsively around Aunt Mabel's pendant as I leaned forward, bracing my other hand on the bar as my temper reached the boiling point. "How dare you come in here, harassing an innocent business owner when your own kind are ripping kids away from their families?" I snapped. "Where the hell do you get off? You're the abomination. You're the one who doesn't belong here." I felt Len wince next to me.
"Oh, great,"
he murmured, barely audible.
"Here we go."
Teague's eyes slid toward me slowly. Behind him, all of the cops' eyes did the same, as though they were puppets under his control. The effect was beyond creepy, and a thread of fear wove through my hot flare of red-headed temper. The garnet in my hand burned with sudden heat, and I dropped it with a sharp intake of breath. The Fae's gaze dropped to the garnet, and then to my name tag, before returning to my face.
"Well now, little creature, how would you come to know about something like that, I wonder?" "Jesus, Vonnie,"
Leonidas said in a tired tone.
"Could you fucking not?" "Seconded,"
Len muttered. I was vaguely aware of the rest of the gathered employees looking at me with something between horror and awe, but all I could focus on was how twisted this whole thing was. Maybe it was a function of my unhappy childhood, but I couldn't stand people who preyed on the weak. I also couldn't stand hypocrites. Was it my fault that this Fae asshole was a perfect storm of those two things?
"Ah,"
Teague said.
"Yes, I remember you now.
I thought that pendant was familiar. You were the whore paid to hang on the bloodsucker's arm the last time I came to this place, were you not? I take it you've since been demoted from his bed to serving staff.
Mortification flooded my face with heat at the casual mention of my brief career as a prostitute right here in front of my coworkers. Had any of them besides Len and Kat known before now? All of my righteous anger lodged in my throat, choking me into silence as my cheeks flamed.
Enough,
Leonidas said, his tone like granite.
Get out of my club, Faye.
Teague watched me with cold green eyes for an endless moment before he turned back to our boss.
Why, certainly, Mr. Leonidas,
he replied with exaggerated civility.
I look forward to your attendance at the upcoming enquiry. Until then, enjoy the press coverage. I'm certain the newspapers and television stations will have a grand time dragging your name through the mud.
Leonidas eyed him like someone might look at a bug they were intent on squashing.
I'm sure they will. Now, try not to let the door hit you in the ass on your way out.
I realized that my hands were gripping the edge of the bar so hard that my knuckles were white. Lightheadedness assailed me as the twin brick walls of adrenaline crash and mortification smashed me between them. I wasn't sure if I'd missed any final exchanges in the vampire versus fae dick-measuring contest, but Teague and the creepy puppet cops were, in fact, leaving. Once they were safely gone, Leonidas turned to us.
All right. The show's over. Get the place cleaned up and close everything down, he said. And before anyone asks, you'll all be paid as normal until I get this sorted out. Sally, see to that part, will you?
Yes, boss, Sally said, looking pale but composed. Come on, everyone. You heard the man. Let's close out the drawers so we can figure out which tabs got paid and which didn't. I felt shaky enough that I was a bit worried about what would happen when I let go of my grip on the bar. Len's shoulder nudged mine.
You okay there, Red?
He asked. Never better, I said faintly. "14. Kat squeezed my arm.
Hey, don't worry about it, babe, okay?
No one here cares about your past. There's like 3 other women and 1 guy working here that I know for a fact have done sex work. It's no thing. You sure do need to learn to keep your head down when the weird shit starts up, though.
Preach, sister,
Len said.
And if it helps, I've been known to tie guys up in rope bondage for coke money on a few memorable occasions.
He took a deep breath.
Look, I need to get back to the kitchen. There's gonna be food left. Come see me later if either of you want to take home a box.
The down-to-earth camaraderie grounded me, my shakes slowly subsiding. Thanks, you too. I took a deep breath and straightened, grateful that I'd have something else to focus on for a bit while we got the club closed down. Everyone worked steadily, the normally straightforward task taking 3 times as long as usual because of all the people who'd been kicked out with open tabs still running. Again, it was almost a relief to have to focus on tallying everything up and accounting for the discrepancies. Once it became apparent that we'd be there for a while, Len brought all of the unused tapas out front so we could eat while we worked. Eventually, though, the last cash drawer was closed out, and everything was stowed for the extended stretch of time before the club would open again. Any food that could be donated was packed to go to the food bank first thing in the morning, and the rest was either sent home with employees or thrown out. I couldn't help thinking that St. Louis's low-income population would at least be spared from succumbing to scurvy for the next couple of weeks. There were a lot of lemons and limes in this place. Almost everyone else had left, but I lingered when I noticed Len talking to Leonidas in the back corner. Wavering, I looked between them and the exit. Len was frowning as he leaned over the table, looking down at Leonidas, who was seated in a chair. Words filtered to me across the empty club.
This guy doesn't just want to close down your club, Gramps. He wants to take you out.
I'd never heard Len raise his voice before, and I wandered closer, unable to stop myself. Both of them looked up at the same time.
Vonnie,
Leonidas said in a monotone.
You're still here, and listening to private conversations. Witness my surprise.
I gestured around, my patience with this day pretty much at an end. Maybe try having your private conversations somewhere a little more, private? Besides, I feel like I have kind of a vested interest in whatever's going on here, especially after Mr. Magic Hands outed me as a former call girl to most of the staff. This job had become something surprisingly resembling a safe space in my life. Having it turned on its head like this felt like having the rug pulled out from under me. The corner of Len's mouth twisted down.
I was just trying to tell him to call in some help on this one. Help,
Leonidas echoed flatly.
You realize I already have a lawyer on retainer. Several, actually.
Len huffed.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Fine, you've got more money than God. We get it. But I don't get the impression this is about lawyers. Not really.
I raised a finger to address something that had been niggling at me for the last couple of hours. Would this be a good time to ask for reassurance that you're not, in fact, laundering money through the club? Leonidas stared at me.
Vonnie, do I look like someone dumb enough to launder money any place other than offshore?
I opened my mouth, hesitating for a beat before replying. I'm not sure that's what you'd call a reassuring answer. He continued to stare at me.
No, I'm not laundering money through the den.
Okay, I said, deciding that it was in the interest of my already tenuous mental health not to push the issue any further. Still, maybe Len's right. If you've got people you can call for backup, this seems like the time to do it, you know? Len straightened and crossed his arms, his shock of blue hair falling over his forehead.
I can't believe I'm actually the one suggesting this, but you should call Albigard. At least you should call him as long as I don't have to interact with him at all. And assuming you promise not to tell him I was the one who suggested it.
Who's Albigard? I asked.
Another Fey asshole,
Len said tightly.
A friend,
Leonidas corrected.
Or at least, a friendly acquaintance who's acted as an ally in the past.
Something pricked at my memory. Hang on. The demon guy, Nigellus. He mentioned you having a Fey acquaintance. Is that who you're talking about?
Yes. And you may recall that Nigellus also mentioned Albigard having pissed off the Fey court recently. He's probably not in a position to help anyone right now.
Len sighed.
Still worth a shot, though, isn't it?
Leonidas looked pained. But after a moment he shook his head.
What the hell? It's actually not the worst suggestion in the world.
Gee, thanks, Len said, deadpan.
Leonidas pulled out his cell phone and unlocked it, scrolling through contacts. There seemed to be a lot of them. After a moment, he tapped one. There was a longish pause, and then he disconnected the call.
Out of service,
he said.
Not a complete shock.
Len ran a hand through his faux hawk, mussing it further.
So-called Bela Lugosi and your granddaughter, the bride of Dracula. I'm telling you, man, you don't want to go into this without someone watching your back. Someone who knows what you're really up against, I mean.
I blinked at Len, running through the connections in my head. Hang on. Back up a minute. Are you saying Zora's crazy rich boyfriend is also a vampire?
Oh, yeah, Len said. Seriously, he's like Anne Rice and Stephanie Myers had a pasty-skinned, sparkly baby together. I could not make this shit up. Yes, he's a vampire,
Leonidas confirmed.
He's also a giant pain in my ass.
Len glared at him.
Oh, give me a break. Those two would walk through fire for you, and you know it.
I watched the rapid-fire exchange like someone watching a tennis match. Leonidas growled and squeezed the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. I wondered idly if vampires got headaches.
Fine,
Len said, when the silence dragged on too long.
Look, I'm not explaining to Zora after the fact how you tried to do this on your own, while I stood by and let you get killed. Either you call them, or I will.
Leonidas' eyes narrowed.
Or I could mesmerize your punk ass into forgetting all about it.
Len's eyebrows shot up, the silver piercing glinting.
Sure, try it. Then you can figure out how to deal with Vonnie, since that trick doesn't work on her when she's wearing her necklace. Hey, Red, come on now, back me up here.
2 pairs of irritated eyes landed on me, one steel gray and one dark brown. I looked between my vampire boss and my crazy coworker, feeling like I'd just been dragged into someone else's marital tiff. Len huffed and turned on our boss again.
Oh, and did I forget to mention the part where the Fae showed an unhealthy interest in her? He knows her name now, Gramps.
Just my first name, I protested, not liking the way Len's words twisted in my stomach like restless snakes.
Son of a bitch.
Leonidas rubbed at his temples. His hand fell to the table with a thump.
He doesn't need your last name. He's playing house with the state auditor's office. He can pull the W-4s for this place and get all of your personal information. You're the only Vonnie here.
The snakes wriggled deeper into my guts, bringing clammy sweat to my palms. Leonidas grabbed his phone again, and the tense line of Len's shoulders relaxed a fraction.
That's more like it,
he said. Leonidas shot him a dark look as he connected the call.
You realize it's like 5 a.m. in the UK.
Len returned the look measure for measure.
And you think they're gonna care about that once they hear what's going on?
Leonidas started to reply, only to cut himself off and bring the phone to his ear. I could make out a voice on the other end. Male, I was pretty sure, but not what it was saying.
Yeah, it's me,
Leonidas said.
I wouldn't bother you like this, but I've got a minor Fae problem here that needs addressing.
He said it in the same way someone might say they had a minor cockroach problem that needed addressing. I still couldn't make out the words on the other side of the conversation.
No,
Leonidas replied.
Apparently, gossip about your little resurrection routine reached the wrong ears. He was yapping on about the unwritten rules of the treaty, and the last bloodsucker spawning another of his foul breed, yada yada. That's not the part I'm worried about, though. I've got someone working for me here, and the Fae has taken an unhealthy interest in her. She's a friend of Zora's, in fact.
I winced, not sure if friend was really an accurate assessment at this point. After another brief response from the other end, he covered the speaker and looked up at me.
Do you want to talk to her?
I shook my head rapidly and mouthed no, feeling completely unprepared to try and bridge that gap over the phone, not to mention in front of witnesses. Leonidas raised an eyebrow, but returned to his call without comment.
No, it's late here, and it's been a long night. Just get here when you can, I guess. You know where to find me.
With that, he hung up.
Happy?
He asked Len.
Ecstatic,
Len replied dryly. I'm just going to head home now, I said, feeling the sudden need to escape so I could deal with all of these new revelations in private. Len frowned.
You should know before you go out there. I stuck my head outside earlier, and the place is surrounded by local news trucks. Almost like someone tipped them off ahead of time.
The last sentence dripped with irony.
Do you want me to help you run the gauntlet?
I waved him off, not able to deal with even that much company right now. No, I'm good. Thanks. He nodded reluctantly.
Okay. Just remember, the phrase, no comment, is your friend.
He shrugged.
Or you could try raving about how the owner is an undead creature of the night who consorts with demons. That could be another possible approach. Hilarious,
Leonidas said flatly. Don't be stupid, I managed. You know our boss is the beating heart of this place, Len.
Good one, Red.
Len approved. Yeah, I thought, as I pulled on my coat and headed for the building's back entrance. Good one. Things might be going to hell, but bad vampire jokes are forever. Foolishly, I'd hoped that the news crews would all be around the front. No such luck. If I'd been in a better frame of mind, I could have pretended I was a movie star leaving the high-end club, being mobbed by paparazzi. As it was, I just wanted to be holed up back at my apartment with Jace. Plus, the unpleasant smell from the dumpster at the end of the alley kind of ruined any illusion of glam. I held my hand in front of my face with outstretched fingers, as I'd seen people do countless times when confronted with unwanted cameras. "Let me through," I said. "I've got nothing to say. No comment." One woman followed me halfway down the block as I strode with determination toward where I'd parked the Taurus. "Is it true that your employer is facing RICO charges?" she asked chirpily, jogging along with her microphone held outstretched. I gritted my teeth and kept silent, increasing my pace until she finally gave up and turned back to rejoin the herd. Eventually, the form of my aging car swam into view, a lighter shape among shadows. The streetlight I'd parked under had given up the ghost at some point during my shift, and I looked around cautiously before entering the darkened area. My key fob had stopped working more than a year ago. I gave a final nervous glance at my surroundings before sticking the key in the lock and turning it. But everything was quiet. With a sigh, I slid into the driver's seat, with its worn upholstery that had long ago molded itself to the shape of my ass. The door slammed more easily than it should have, and my breath caught as I felt a chilly draft stir my hair against my neck. With a dawning sense of horror, my eyes slid to the rearview mirror. 2 dark silhouettes loomed in the back seat. The faint glow of a streetlight further down the road illuminated shattered glass in the rear passenger side window, where they must have broken into the car.
"You're late with our money, little girl,"
said a gravelly voice.
"Time to pay up."
"15. My heart hammered as I debated the merits of throwing the door open and trying to make a run for it. If I could get back to where the news trucks were gathered around the club. A meaty hand closed on the collar of my coat before I could move, like someone grabbing a cat or dog by the scruff to restrain it. There wasn't enough room inside the car to maneuver. I'd never be able to unzip it and get my arms free of the sleeves fast enough to get away. "I don't have it," I said, hearing the quaver in my voice. "Look, I already explained. I've just changed to a better job, but there was a gap in paychecks."
"Not our problem," said the voice. "Boss says to go and get the money. We go and get the money. Everyone's got a fucking sob story, bitch."
My mind raced. "Yeah, but I told you, this job is better. If he'll just wait a few more days, I'll pay double. Call it added interest, and then we'll be square again." Silence. I swallowed hard. "Just tell him for me that it'll be double if he'll give us a few more days." Jesus, why had I decided to keep my pepper spray in an inner pocket of my bag? It might as well have been in Kazakhstan for all the good it did me in a crisis.
"Sure,"
said the man who was holding me, his voice gone suspiciously friendly.
"We'll tell him for you, baby."
His finger traced the side of my neck, and I shuddered.
"The boss, he's a real soft touch. He'll probably be real understanding when he hears about your new job and all."
The other goon snickered. "I'll have it for him. Double, like I said," I whispered hoarsely. "Just give me a bit more time." One of them snorted derisively. I couldn't tell which one. But the grip on my coat fell away. I sat, frozen, hands at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, as the back seat door creaked open. The car's suspension swayed as the 2 men got out. I flinched as the door slammed behind them, watching unblinkingly in the side mirror as they walked away and disappeared into the night. When I was sure they were gone, I folded forward until my forehead rested on the steering wheel, shaking like a leaf. I fought the urge to jam the key in the ignition and peel away from the curb as fast as a 25-year-old Ford could accelerate, knowing that I was likely to wrap the car around a utility pole in my current state. Something had to give. Unless Richard had magically managed to hold on to money for the first time in the 16 years since I'd known him, there was no way I was going to be able to come up with twice the usual payment. A day ago, this might have been enough for me to finally go to the police, despite Richard's argument that doing so would mean all 3 of us entering witness protection and disappearing. But since then, I'd seen police acting under some kind of zombie-like control by a supernatural creature who apparently also controlled judges and politicians. A day ago, I might also have swallowed my pride and gone crawling to Leonidas for help, or at least for a paycheck advance. But now, Leonidas had his own set of problems to deal with, and I didn't think he'd be too thrilled to have mine dumped in his lap on top of everything else. I drew in a breath as the kernel of an idea began to form in my mind. A fresh blast of adrenaline sparking neurons that obviously hadn't been firing on all cylinders until now. I straightened in my seat. my heart beating fast as I thought it through. This could work. I just needed to get home safely, reassure myself that Jace was all right, and call Richard. I intended to give my ex a long-overdue piece of my mind, that was for sure. But I also needed him on board if we were going to make my idea work. With fingers that were barely shaking, I stabbed the key into the Ford's ignition and turned it. The engine fired, and I checked the mirrors carefully before pulling onto the street. Cold air swirled through the broken window, bringing goose flesh to the bare skin of my face and neck. I snuck into the apartment as quietly as I could, removing my shoes and tiptoeing down the hallway to peer into Jace's room. He was out cold, lying face down on his pillow and snoring softly. I stood there for way too long, just watching him sleep and trying to get my nerves under control. Eventually, I tore myself away and closed his door with a quiet click before returning to the kitchen. My phone was down to a 12% charge, but it would be enough for what I needed. I called Richard, and when he didn't pick up, I called again, and again, hanging up each time it went to voicemail. After about 5 minutes of this, a groggy voice came on the line.
"Bonnie, it's after midnight. Why are you calling? Is something wrong?"
Sometimes I could just smack the man. "Yeah, Richard. You could say something's wrong," I said, my voice a low hiss that wouldn't carry to Jace's bedroom and risk waking him. "A pair of goons broke into my car and ambushed me after work, demanding the money that you fucking owe them." There was a stretch of heavily loaded silence. Then,
"Vaughn, you know I'm trying to get the shop ramped up to where it's profitable. Then I'll be able to—"
I ground my teeth. "Shut up. I've heard the excuses. Hell, Richard, I've been hearing nothing but excuses for years. I'm done. You thought a CBD and smoke shop would be the key to untold riches? Well, guess what? It's obviously not. You get your ass over here to my apartment tomorrow evening after Jace goes to bed, and you listen while I tell you how we're getting out of this mess. And once we are, you don't ever drag me into another one of your get-rich-quick schemes. Text me tomorrow when you're on your way over." I hung up and powered the phone off, breathing heavily. No more of this. I'd spent most of my life trying to play by other people's rules, trying not to rock the boat. And look where it had gotten me. I hadn't been lying to Richard. I was done. I spent a restless day taping a plastic bag over my broken car window and doing internet research on my phone, interspersed with periods of torturing myself by watching news coverage about the closure of the den. By dinner time, my jaw ached, and I had a pounding headache. Jace had been giving me sideways looks since he got home from school. As we sat down to eat, he couldn't contain himself any more, it seemed.
"What's up with that club where you work?" he asked. "It's all over the news. Do you still have a job?"
"For now, yeah," I reassured him. "The boss says he'll keep paying everyone until the mess is sorted out. He's rich, so I don't doubt his word on that." My son's deep-set eyes narrowed.
"So, is he some kind of mafia don or something?"
"No," I said firmly. "He's not some kind of mafia don or something." "Just your garden-variety vampire," I added in the privacy of my own head.
"Is that why you're so upset today?" he asked. Because of the club closing?
Yeah, mostly, I told him. I think he's being framed. Hopefully the lawyers can sort it out. Len's words floated through my memory unbidden.
I don't get the impression this is about lawyers.
Huh, Jace said. Well, that sucks. I know you like that job.
It does suck, I agreed, pushing down the little bubble of hysterical laughter that wanted to rise as the sucking joke registered, out of context. The place is a lot better than working retail. And oceans better than working a phone sex line, I didn't add.
Maybe it'll get straightened out quickly, he offered.
I hope so, I said calmly. But hey, in the meantime, it's paid time off, right? He shot me a little smile.
Yeah. Can't complain about that, I guess.
I gestured to his empty plate. If you're done, rinse that off and go start your homework. I'll clean up in the kitchen. After he went back to his room, I tidied everything and ran through more calculations in my head. After a couple of hours, Jace called out that he'd finished his homework and was going to play video games until bedtime. By the time Richard texted me that he was on his way over, I had a scribbled notepad full of figures and a full head of steam. Jace was asleep, his door firmly closed. I camped out in the entryway, ready to unlock the door so I could let Richard in quietly. I felt vaguely bad about not telling Jace that his father would be stopping by, but given that the two of us would be fighting within 5 minutes of his arrival, it had seemed like the best approach. Soundproofing hadn't been a major selling point of my apartment. Footsteps thudded in the hallway outside, clearly audible through the closed door. I pressed an eye to the peephole just in time for Richard to walk into range of the fisheye lens. Before he could knock, I slid the deadbolt back and let him in, pressing a finger to my lips for quiet and urging him inside with a jerk of my chin. He nodded warily as he brushed past me, heading for the kitchen as I twisted the lock on the doorknob and re-engaged the deadbolt. I straightened my shoulders and followed him, intent on finally ending this mess for good. Once we were both in the kitchen, I took a moment to study the father of my child. He'd always been attractive, which was a big part of what had gotten me in trouble in the first place. Soulful brown eyes, high cheekbones, hair so black that it shone blue where the light hit it. He was slender, and only a couple of inches taller than me, but he kept himself fit by lifting weights and jogging. These days, however, there was an edge of gauntness to his features, as though his decade-plus of bad life choices was finally starting to make a dent. That gauntness was more pronounced than usual tonight, as he gave me the same kind of scrutiny I was giving him.
I should have asked last night,
he said, in a voice low enough not to carry through the thin walls.
Are you okay?
I pinned him with a hard gaze. No, Richard, I replied in the same low tone. I'm not okay. 2 guys broke into my car to lie in wait for me, and I didn't know if they were going to beat me up or rape me or kill me or what. All because you owe their boss money, and they figured out that I'm a better bet for getting it back than you are. He winced.
Bonnie.
No, I hissed. You shut up and listen to me for once in your damned life. I've been working as a phone sex operator, Richard. I nearly ended up selling my body for money, all because you wouldn't take the hint when no reputable bank or lender would touch you. But no, you had to get money so you could chase your latest shiny object. Never mind who else got caught up in the mess. It stops tomorrow. And then you are never putting your family, your son, at risk again. Richard looked pained, running a hand through his hair in a nervous gesture.
Vaughn, look. I don't have the money to pay the guy right now. The shop, it'll be profitable soon, I just know it. But today, I just don't have it. I never thought they'd try to come after you for it.
That's just it! You never think! I was whisper-shouting now, barely hanging on to my temper. I swallowed, dragging myself back on course. But lucky for you, I do. Starting first thing in the morning, we're getting the money together to pay this asshole off. He frowned in confusion.
How? You already said it. No bank is going to lend either one of us that kind of money.
I snatched the notebook from the counter and slapped it down in front of him. Like this, I said, pointing at each item in turn as I went down the list. We're both getting car title loans, and I'm getting the biggest payday loan they'll give me. You auction off all of your shop's inventory, along with the store fittings. I cash out my 401k. Then, once we get the money to this creep, we declare bankruptcy and start over. Richard gaped at me.
Car title loans? You want me to give up the Mustang? That car was my dad's.
My right fist ached with the desire to hit him. You look me in the eye right now, Richard Sheng, and tell me you care more about your damned car than you do about your son's future. I ground out, shaking with righteous fury. His mouth opened and closed a couple of times before he said,
No, of course I don't. But if we do this, we'll lose everything.
Do you think we're not about to lose everything now? I shot back in disbelief. And that's another thing. I think Jace should stay with my parents until all of this is done. We're not safe here. The scuff of a footstep alerted me a moment before a sleep-softened voice from the hallway said, Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? What's going on? What do you mean we're not safe? My stomach sank. I glared daggers at Richard, even though I should have known better than to try and have this conversation inside the apartment. He cleared his throat.
It's just, adult stuff. Nothing to worry about.
But the bottle had already been opened, and it was too late to stuff the genie back inside. Jace's eyes narrowed. Mom wants to shuffle me off to Gran's because we're not safe. And that's nothing for me to worry about? What the hell, Dad? There was no point in trying to shut him down with platitudes or even parental bullying. I took a deep, steadying breath through my nose. At least he hadn't heard me talking about sex work. Small mercies. We owe some people money, I told him evenly, ignoring the burn of unfairness I felt over using the word we. We've got a plan to pay them, and after that, everything will be fine. But I think it would be better for you to hang out at Gran and Gramps' place for a few days while we take care of it. Jace looked equal parts worried and shocked.
What kind of people?
His gaze landed on Richard, accusing in its intensity.
Dad, what did you do?
I tried not to take vicious satisfaction in the fact that he obviously knew which one of his parents had screwed up.
Son, it's not,
Richard began, only to be interrupted by a scritching noise coming from the front door. We all turned to look as the disturbance was followed by a soft thunk and the sound of low voices outside in the hall. The door rattled against its hinges.
Damn thing's got a deadbolt.
The words filtered through to us, just clear enough to make out the sense of them.
Give me a sec.
My blood ran cold. Jace, I said in an eerily calm voice, take my phone and go down the fire escape. Get someplace you can't be seen, and call the police. Tell them someone's breaking into the apartment. Stay hidden, babe. Don't trust anyone. "16. Jace looked between us, the blood draining from his face. "Mom, no!" I shoved the phone into his hand, trying not to think about the fact that I was sending my child into the late winter night wearing only pajamas and house slippers. Another ominous thunk came from the front door. The fear in his eyes broke something inside me. It fractured a little further when he said, "Come with me. We can all leave together." I lunged for my bag and rummaged inside, coming up with my pepper spray. "No, sweetheart," I said, fighting to keep my voice calm. If the apartment was empty when the goons broke in, it would take them about 10 seconds to figure out we'd gone down the fire escape. "Don't worry. We'll be armed. We'll get them as they try to come in, and have them waiting for the police when they show up. Richard, there's a baseball bat in the hall closet. Get it, now." Jace looked torn. Richard stood frozen. "Move!" I hissed at both of them when the door rattled again. Jace was the first to break free of his paralysis. Clutching my phone, he gave me a last terrified look and sprinted toward the bedroom with the fire escape. Richard blinked at me stupidly for another beat before he stumbled into the hallway to get the bat. The front door crashed open with the sound of wood splintering. Would any of my neighbors call 911? I liked to think they would, but that assumed they weren't either drunk, passed out, or too scared of mob retribution to take action. I charged toward the entrance, pepper spray held out in front of me with the safety off. My focus narrowed to a single imperative: keep my body between whoever came through that door and my child. A tall, broad-shouldered form squeezed past the broken door, the entryway light glinting off the barrel of a gun. I didn't think. I just ran toward him and started spraying at head height. The pepper spray didn't reach as far as I expected it to, splattering on the floor before moving up the man's dark clothing and finally hitting his face when I got close enough. He flinched back, his hands flying to his face, though he didn't immediately drop the gun.
"Fucking shit!"
he cursed. A second man shoved past him. He grabbed for my neck, getting a grip on my necklace and using it to jerk me toward him before I could get the spray pointed at his eyes. My face met his fist, the noise of the impact echoing through my skull. I staggered, the necklace chain snapping as light and dark blotches exploded in my vision. The plastic pepper spray canister clattered to the cheap tile floor.
"Vonnie!"
Richard called from somewhere behind me. I whirled, my back hitting the entryway wall and my vision tilting crazily. Richard ran into the living room, the aluminum baseball bat held poised in both hands.
"Hold it right there, asshole,"
said a chillingly familiar, gravelly voice. I hadn't seen the faces of the men in my car, but that voice had etched itself into my brain. As my equilibrium returned by degrees, I took in the scene. There were now 3 men in the apartment. The one I'd pepper-sprayed was crouched on one knee, still cursing and groaning. The one who'd hit me now held a gun pointed at my chest, and the one with the gravelly voice had a gun pointed at Richard. Richard slowly let the baseball bat slide out of his grip to fall on the floor. His eyes were wide and terrified.
"Check the apartment,"
ordered the one covering Richard. He gestured at me with the muzzle of the weapon.
"You, get over there with your boyfriend, bitch."
I pushed away from the wall and walked unsteadily to stand next to Richard. The second guy gave me a sneer as he disappeared deeper into the apartment. My heart galloped. Had I delayed them long enough for Jace to get away? The leader gave the guy on his knees a sharp nudge with his toe.
"Jesus, get yourself together, you useless prick."
"It fucking burns,"
the pepper-sprayed goon whined.
So go get some goddamn milk out of the fridge and pour it on your face, you pathetic piece of shit.
The guy staggered to his feet and wove past Richard like a drunkard. Just then, the other goon returned from searching the apartment.
The place is empty, but there's a kid's room in the back,
he reported, sending my heart into my throat.
Bedroom window's open, too. There's a fire escape.
The leader shrugged.
Doesn't matter. We ain't here to fuck up no kid. Get these two zip-tied so we can leave.
I tried not to sag with relief. You told me you'd pass on my deal to your boss, I said, knowing it was probably futile. Double payment, right? I just need a bit more time.
Boss ain't interested, bitch, he said. That's not how this game works.
The second goon jerked my arms behind me. I stared down the muzzle of the gun pointed at me as something thin and sharp tightened around my wrists, biting into the skin. A few moments later, Richard got the same treatment. I chanced a quick glance at his profile. He looked lost, dazed, like he had no idea what to do and had just given up. It was clear I wouldn't be getting any help from that quarter. Maybe that was an unfair thing to think, though. He was outnumbered and bound with a gun pointing at his face, same as me. Silently, I begged the police to get here, and for them not to be creepy, Fae-controlled puppets. It suddenly struck me as desperately unfair that I'd learned all of these crazy things about the world, and yet I still had to contend with this blatantly human 10 o'clock news bullshit. The third goon wandered back in, patting milk off his face with one of my dish towels. He shot me an evil look through puffy, bloodshot eyes.
I'm gonna enjoy the rest of tonight,
he said with relish.
Are we going now? Yeah,
said the leader.
Listen up, you two. We're leaving, and if either of you tries to yell for help, you'll get a bullet in you. The cops ain't here, and people in this part of town are too scared of us to do anything. So keep your trap shut, and don't try to cause trouble.
I swallowed convulsively, at a loss as to what we could possibly do other than go with them and hope for the best. They wanted their money back, I tried to tell myself. That meant this was probably just a ploy to scare us into paying up faster. The two who hadn't been pepper-sprayed grabbed us and marched us past the broken door. I couldn't feel the hard press of a gun barrel jamming into my back, but I didn't doubt it was there. Perhaps held hidden beneath my captor's coat, ready to fire. The other apartment doors on my floor remained firmly closed, killing my hopes of help from that quarter. Rather than use the elevator, our captors dragged us down the poorly lit stairwell. Like Jace, I only had on a ratty old pair of house slippers, and it was all I could do not to lose them as I stumbled down the steps. The alarm on the emergency exit at the bottom had been broken for months, so no warnings blared as the goons shoved it open and pushed us through. A big, dark blue sedan was parked in the alley nearby, and I experienced a shiver of dread that had nothing to do with the winter chill hitting me. Richard let his guard shove him into the back seat, his expression still blank with shock. They just want the money, I repeated like a mantra as I got the same treatment, flopping clumsily onto the stained upholstery with my hands trapped behind me. The door slammed, and the leader got into the driver's seat while Pepper Spray Guy took the passenger seat. The third goon entered the other back door and closed it behind him before pointing his gun at Richard. The engine rumbled to life, and the car drove away, weaving through the narrow roads until we got to the highway. Distantly, I was surprised that they hadn't blindfolded us, or put bags over our heads or something, so we wouldn't be able to see where they were taking us. Weren't they worried that we'd be able to tell the police afterward? A deeper sense of foreboding crept over me as reasons why they might not care about afterward tumbled through my brain. No, I reminded myself firmly. They want money. They can't get it if we're not around to give it to them. Even so, I eyed the car door with longing as we exited the highway in the old factory district and slowed down. If only my wrists weren't trapped, I could wrench it open and jump for it. But my wrists were trapped, and I was jammed between Richard's body and the door with no room to maneuver. All I could do was stare fixedly out the window, trying to keep a running tally of the twists and turns as we wended our way deeper into the ghost town of abandoned buildings. The eeriness of the place wasn't lost on me. Half of the roads didn't have street signs, and the huge structures stared down at us with empty eye sockets where windows had once been. Ahead, I could make out multiple pairs of car headlights in an overgrown parking lot. Richard started to rock forward and back with tiny rhythmic movements.
"God, no,"
he whispered.
"God, no. God, no. I didn't mean for this to happen."
I wanted to yell at him to shut up. I wanted to shake him and scream at him that if he didn't want this to happen, he should have stayed the hell away from dirty loan money and tried to carve out a damned living like the rest of us. Instead, I swallowed it back the same way I always swallowed it back, and tried to shape my voice into something reassuring. Hey, just breathe, okay? They want their money, that's all, and we're going to get it for them, right? The guy in the back seat with us snorted.
"Fucking pair of losers."
"We'll get it," I insisted. "That's what we were talking about when you broke down my freaking door. Taking out loans, a 401k. If you'd just given me a few days like I asked, we would have had all your money." The car pulled into the abandoned lot, slowing to a stop in the glare of the parked vehicle's lights. The leader craned around to glare at us.
"It's not us you need to convince, bitch,"
he said, before turning to our guard.
"Get him out."
The goon opened the door and hefted himself out of the car, gesturing at Richard with the gun until he followed. When he was out, the guard shoved him toward pepper spray guy, who grabbed him by the arm. With no other options available, I followed him out, shuffling awkwardly across the back seat until the guard reached in and dragged me through the door. One of my slippers caught on the lip of the car and slid off, my bare foot landing on the freezing grit of the pavement. Our captors pulled us forward until we were standing in the crisscrossed headlight beams, squinting into the glare. A portly figure in a suit strode into the light with us, silhouetted from behind as he regarded us.
"Ivan,"
Richard croaked.
"Look, this is all a big misunderstanding. We'll get your money, honest." "Keep them quiet,"
Ivan said in a strong Russian accent.
"Someone else is joining us. He'll be here in a few minutes."
The goons exchanged a look, but they backed us up until our legs hit the hood of the car and let us go, guns still pointing at us.
"Stay,"
said the leader, like he was talking to a dog. I splayed my bound hands against the hood of the car, trying to use the engine heat to combat the chill prickling at my skin and making my bare foot ache. Richard had been dressed for the weather to come to my apartment, but I'd just been wearing a t-shirt and yoga pants. It was close to the freezing mark tonight, my uneven breath billowing in white clouds in front of my face. The belching smokestacks of the few factories still running in the area tainted the air with a chemical tang. Richard, damn him, had never so much as told me the name of the sleazebag he'd gotten money from. All I'd ever had for the payments I'd scraped together on his behalf was a goon on a phone and a drop-off location. I wasn't sure exactly what the question had been, but the answer was apparently the Russian Mafia. Terrific. Since this Ivan guy was apparently Richard's money source, I wondered with some trepidation who else was coming to join us. Though at this rate, I was going to succumb to frostbite before I got a chance to find out. Maybe 15 minutes passed, and my teeth were chattering uncontrollably when another vehicle finally pulled into the lot. It looked expensive, but old. Some high-end luxury car from the 70s or 80s, the dark paintwork gleaming under the lights of the other parked cars. Speaking of the other parked cars, I heard an engine cough, and then another one did the same. I looked around in confusion as the headlight beams illuminating the area flickered and died one by one as the car's engine sputtered into silence.
"What the hell?"
asked the gravelly-voiced goon, peering around nervously. The old luxury car drew to a halt, its lights trained on us, unaffected by whatever had caused the others to stall. My nerves prickled. One of the rear doors opened, and a lithe male figure stepped out. I squinted as he sauntered around to stand next to Ivan, and sucked in a sharp breath as I made out long, copper-blonde hair framing haughty features.
"Well done, my friend,"
said Teague, regarding us coolly.
"You did an admirable job in bringing the girl here with such efficiency. Perhaps now I will finally get the answers I seek."
"17. Horror suffused me as Ivan preened beneath the vase praise, but a few moments later I noticed something odd. I couldn't seem to tear my eyes away from Teague. I wanted to be closer to him, to have him gaze at me with the same look of approval that he'd bestowed upon the mobster. My fingers twitched behind me, wanting to reach up and touch the reassuring weight of Aunt Mabel's pendant. But the pendant was gone, ripped off in the struggle with the goons who'd broken into my apartment. All that was left was a faint line of discomfort where the chain had dug into my skin before it snapped. It throbbed in counterpoint to the sharper pain in my cheek where a fist had slammed into me, sending me reeling. But neither of those aches was enough to pull me away from the Fae's dangerous magnetism. Not in the way the magical flare of heat from the garnet pendant could do. I stepped forward, ignoring the sharp bite of gravel against the sole of my bare, freezing foot. If only I could get a better look at Teague's eyes, I was sure I'd understand everything. He looked at me, and my heart fluttered with excitement.
"Vonnie?"
Richard's uncertain voice came from a step or two behind me. I ignored it.
"Vonnie Marie Morgan,"
Teague said. And that was a voice I wanted to listen to. I wanted to hear Teague caress my name, tell me I'd done well, order me to kneel at his feet. "Yes," I breathed, urging him to continue, to say anything as long as it was directed at me.
"Tell me everything you know about magic."
I could do that. That was easy. My breath caught with excitement over the idea that telling him would please him, that I would please him. "My great aunt believed in it," I said in a rush. "She used to tell me stories about magic and witches and spells and curses, but when I grew up, I thought they were just stories. When she died, she willed me a garnet necklace and requested that I always wear it. I found out when you came to the Vixen's den that I was wrong, and magic is real. The necklace has magic for sure, but Leonidas and the demon who came to visit the club one night think I might have it inside me somehow, too." Teague's green gaze sharpened.
"The demon?"
I nodded enthusiastically, feeling like my head was on a spring. "Yes! His name was Nigellus. He came to ask Leonidas to look into the missing children, but Leonidas didn't want to do it."
"Vonnie,"
Richard said again. Again, I ignored him. Teague didn't ignore him, however.
"You. Be silent until you are addressed."
I craned around to look at my ex, urging him with my scowl to listen to Teague and do as he was told. Couldn't he see that it was important that he obey? But Richard was frowning, a look of concentration twisting his features.
"What are you doing to me?"
he asked faintly.
"What did you do to her?" "I said, be silent,"
Teague snarled, and I flinched as a wave of invisible power slammed through me. Richard's jaw snapped shut. Finally. Teague's features smoothed.
"Interesting,"
he mused, and the knowledge that he was talking about Richard and not me ached in my chest like a wound. What could I do to please him as much? His gaze pinned me, and I shivered with anticipation.
"You are lovers?"
He spat the word, as though it tasted foul. My stupidly nodding head tried to signal yes and no at the same time.
"Speak,"
he commanded. "We had sex one time, 15 years ago," I tried to explain.
"There was a kid at her apartment, but he got away,"
one of the goons added helpfully. I spoke quickly, eager to keep Teague's focus from wandering away from me. "He's my son. We have a son." Richard made a choked noise, even though Teague had told him to be silent. The sheer gall of his disrespect made my veins burn with acid.
"You have offspring?"
the Fae asked.
"The two of you are the parents?"
"Yes, that's right," I said eagerly. "We had sex one time and I got pregnant."
"I see,"
he said, before turning to Ivan, who had been waiting patiently.
"It appears I will have no need of either of these creatures after all. You may dispose of them as you see fit."
His magnetic gaze slid across everyone gathered in the abandoned parking lot, falling on each of us for a perfect moment before moving on to the next.
"Once my automobile is out of sight, you will have no memory that I was ever here."
He waved a regal hand.
"Do carry on."
With that, he turned on his heel and returned to the car, climbing into the back seat and closing the door behind him. I would have mourned the loss, but I still had an order to carry out. I would do it to the best of my ability, knowing that anything less would disappoint him terribly. I couldn't bear to think of Teague being disappointed in me. The old car's engine purred, and it pulled smoothly away, leaving us in darkness as the headlights swung toward the road. We watched, transfixed, as the lights drew further and further away. When they disappeared around a corner, something flipped in my mind.
"What just happened?"
Richard asked, sounding bewildered. I blinked rapidly. When did the headlights around us shut off? Moonlight from the city sky above was barely sufficient to make out our surroundings.
Who was that guy?"
Richard's voice rose in volume, a note of hysteria creeping in.
"Vaughn, you told him about our son. What the hell?"
"What are you talking about?" I hissed. "What guy?" Why was he yapping at me when this might be our chance to make a run for it while the lights were out?
"Blood,"
Ivan said sharply, like it was a curse.
"Someone start one of the damned cars."
He was still too close to us. An instant later, one of the goons grabbed my arm again, and the moment was lost. A car engine turned over, coughing and sputtering. The smell of unburned gasoline tickled my nose, but after a few seconds the engine caught and smoothed out. Headlights flared into life, illuminating the scene once more.
"That's better,"
Ivan muttered.
"Fucking American piece of shit cars."
"Ivan?" I began, trying to redirect things down a more useful path. "I know you're tired of waiting, but we've got a plan to get you all of your money. And then some. We were talking about it when your men broke into the apartment and grabbed us. It wouldn't take long. You could have the money in days." Ivan's eyes were hard and cold in his flabby face.
"Pretty words, little girl. But you know what's even more important to me than my money? My reputation."
My stomach sank.
"Your payment is late, and all I hear are excuses,"
he continued.
"Worse, your Mudak boyfriend barely pays at all, relying on a woman to meet his obligations for him."
"The shop," Richard began, only to be cut off.
"Letting people be late with payments is bad for business,"
Ivan said, steamrolling over him.
"Boys, hold him still. Make sure he watches."
My heart pounded as two of the goons grabbed Richard's arms, holding him in place. The other one still had a grip on me.
"Ivan," Richard cried, "we can work something out."
Ivan's voice was unyielding.
"Do you have my money, Richard?"
Richard's face grew chalky in the glare of the car's lights.
"No, I mean, there's $10 in my wallet. You can have it. That's all I've got on me."
Ivan gestured to the goon holding me with a flick of his fingers.
"Kneecap her. Both legs."
"What?" I squawked, jerking against the man's hold on my arm as he pulled me into the open area between Ivan and Richard.
"Ivan, no!"
Richard yelled, struggling against the two men restraining him.
"Stop!"
My guard spun me until he was at my back, his grip on my bound arm punishing. My breath caught on a protest or a plea. This was happening too fast. It couldn't be real. An explosion of sound half deafened me, and my right leg just stopped working between one pounding heartbeat and the next. I crumpled forward, not understanding what was wrong with the limb, why it seemed to be bending all wrong and not responding to my brain. The pain hit an instant before my face impacted the crumbling pavement. I couldn't catch myself with my wrists zip-tied behind me, and in all honesty, I probably wouldn't have been able to stop my fall even if they'd been free. The agony was paralyzing. Worse than childbirth. Worse than the time Dad had gotten in a car accident and I'd broken my arm. Worse than anything I could have imagined in my most gut-twisting nightmares. The scream was too big to get out of my throat. Dimly, I was aware that Richard was screaming for me, shrieking and cursing, his hoarse voice choking on sobs. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. Beyond the pounding of blood in my ears, I heard Ivan say,
"You have 24 hours to get me my money, or I come back and kill her, Mudak. 24 hours after that, I come for your kid. And then I come for you."
A second shot exploded, ripping through my other knee as I lay face down in the abandoned parking lot. Fresh agony erupted, and the scream finally tore free. shredding my lungs as I wailed and howled and screeched.
"Fucking bastard!"
Richard roared.
"Drag them to the nearest intersection and dump them by the side of the road,"
Ivan said, raising his voice to be heard over my breathless screams.
"Knock him out if you want to. Then call an ambulance for the girl. I don't want her dying before her 24 hours are up."
"I'll kill you for this! I'll kill you!"
Richard was ranting, as though that would somehow help, as though it would stop the burning torment in my legs from swallowing me alive. His threats went ominously silent between one word and the next, but I couldn't focus on why, couldn't focus on anything except the tsunami of pain when rough hands grasped me and pulled me up, my legs trailing limply beneath me. My gorge rose, and I vomited, bile splattering on the pavement.
"Bet you wish you hadn't fucked this loser, huh, bitch?"
said a gravelly voice, as I was hoisted over a shoulder.
"Fucking cunt pepper-sprayed me earlier,"
said another voice.
"I ain't gonna shed no tears for her, that's for sure."
I moaned and gagged and tried to scream again, but I was choking and my throat had been stripped raw. All that came out was a pathetic whine. Consciousness slipped, merciful darkness ebbing and flowing over my awareness like the tide coming in. We were moving, the rhythmic jounce of being carried jarring me intermittently back to my surroundings. On the cusp between waking and fainting, the pain felt distant enough that coherent thoughts began to thread their way through animal instinct. My legs were wrecked, destroyed. They'd shot through my knees. No surgeon would be able to fix that. I would never walk again, assuming the pain and blood loss didn't kill me outright. I would be in a wheelchair. They might have to amputate. The goon carrying me dropped me unceremoniously on my back, and the world erupted into hellfire. I howled, finding fresh strength to push the feral sound of desperation past my ruined throat.
"Fucking ambulance'll be able to find her just by following the squeals,"
the gravelly voice muttered.
"Dump the other one over there. Let's get the hell out of here so I don't have to listen to it anymore."
I tried to draw breath for the next scream, and couldn't, the air rasping and catching against my throat like sandpaper. My captor loomed over me, silhouetted against the murky nighttime sky.
"Shit, someone's coming,"
said a different goon.
"Looks like a motorcycle." "Leave them here. Let's go,"
said gravelly voice. Could pain cause a heart attack if it was bad enough? The overworked muscle in my chest thumped with an irregular beat, feeling like a fist was squeezing it into pulp. I still couldn't breathe past the agony, my lungs wheezing pathetically with each stuttering rise of my chest. I stared fixedly at the goon standing over me as he started to turn and leave, desperate for anything to keep me tethered to life, to sanity. That was the only reason I saw the cloud of mist as it coalesced into a solid form before my eyes and slammed into my tormentor, driving him through the air and into the side of the nearest building. "18. After a moment of blank incomprehension, I flashed back to the dark alley behind the Vixen's den, where a man with a knife had charged at me even as I'd tried to shove Cat behind me. The same thing had happened then. In the instant before the blade would have struck me, Leonidas hadn't been there. And then suddenly he had been, appearing as if from nowhere.
"What the fuck?"
someone shouted. The roaring noise of a motorcycle engine filled my ears, growing louder and louder until it was punctuated by a sharp squeal of brakes. Gunfire sounded, then more cursing.
Shit! Shit, they've got vests on or something!
More gunfire, followed by screaming that didn't come from me. At least I didn't think it came from me. Silence settled over the area, broken only by my wheezing breaths, each one ending with a pathetic whimper on the exhale. I couldn't seem to fill my lungs. Coppery blood trickled down the back of my throat. Vaguely, I was aware of the throbbing pain from my nose, broken when I face-planted onto the pavement, probably. I hadn't even noticed it until this moment, buried beneath my more serious injuries. "Oh my God," said a voice from the past. It sounded like Zora, the friend I'd let down when she needed me most. Another person I'd lied to, rather than admit to anyone how fucked up my life had become.
"I've got her. Check the other one. He's alive. I can hear his heart beating."
That voice was definitely Leonides, the boss who tried his best to protect the strays he collected, even the ones who were too stupid to admit they needed protection. Strong hands lifted my upper body, supporting my head and shoulders against a solid chest. Tears overflowed my eyes at the flare of agony caused by the jostling, but I could breathe more easily now, the sensation of choking on my own blood receding.
"Oh, Vonnie,"
Leonidas said.
"Damn it. Why didn't you come to me for help?"
Even if I'd been able to speak, I couldn't have answered his question. I continued to pant, small, wounded animal noises slipping out of me every few seconds. My eyes had slipped closed at some point.
"Look at me, Vonnie,"
he commanded.
"Eyes open."
I peeled swollen eyelids apart to find a glowing violet gaze boring into mine. "Hurts," I managed, the word a bare rasp.
"I know. We'll fix it, I promise. Keep watching me. You don't feel afraid, because you know everything will be fine in a few minutes. Rands, get over here. Your blood is stronger than mine."
Despite the sheer ridiculousness of Leonidas' claim that he could somehow fix this, my muscles relaxed. Ignoring all evidence to the contrary, I let go of my fears of imminent death or lifelong disability, leaving only serenity behind. My body still hurt. It hurt so badly. But the pain became a mere fact of the present moment, unattached to any emotional consequences or expectations about the future. The voice had said that I would be fine in a few minutes. I trusted that voice, even when it was telling me impossible things. My ragged breathing evened out. Fingers brushed my cheek, directing my bleary gaze to the side, to a new face, a new set of glowing eyes. These were a brilliant, glacier-deep shade of blue, not as striking as Leonidas, though they held me trapped all the same.
"Hello, darling. I just need you to swallow this for me."
This voice had an accent. English, like something from Downton Abbey.
"It will make everything feel worse for a few moments, I'm sorry to say. But then, just as my good friend here has promised, you'll be right as rain again afterward."
I opened my mouth without thought, catching the cool blood that dribbled past my lips. It tasted no different than the blood I'd swallowed earlier from my broken nose. But within moments, everything that had been shattered and torn in my body began to tingle, to burn, the nerves clamoring in confusion. A moan of distress escaped my lips. "Hang on, sweetheart," Zora's voice said from somewhere close by. "I know it hurts, but I promise it'll be okay soon. You hear me? You'll be okay. Let me get your wrists free." The hard plastic binding my wrists behind me snapped. I barely noticed it, too busy trembling uncontrollably as bone, muscle, and sinew throbbed and twisted unnaturally in all the places where my body was broken. Slender fingers tangled with mine, squeezing. I gripped back with all of my strength, which wasn't much.
"Not much longer,"
Leonidas said, still cradling me against him.
"You're almost there. That feeling is your body healing itself."
Tears tracked down my cheeks, but the salt water no longer stung across open scrapes where my face had impacted the pavement. Cartilage crunched, my broken nose straightening itself impossibly, the swelling receding until I could breathe properly again. I was still under orders not to be afraid, and that was what gave me the courage to look down at my legs. The darkness of the night combined with the darkness of my flimsy yoga pants obscured the details, and that was probably just as well. I could feel my flesh shifting, crawling, knitting itself back together. The English vampire, with those glowing blue eyes, he just had to be another vampire, bit into his own wrist, dripping more blood directly over the ugly tears in the fabric covering my knees. I watched distantly and without judgment, experiencing the pain and the itching and the burning, but not really processing it in any meaningful way. As the voices had promised, within minutes the sensations faded to nothing, leaving me shivering and covered with clammy sweat in the winter night.
"She's freezing, damn it,"
Leonidas murmured.
"Probably in shock, too. Hold her for a second."
Other hands supported me. Leonidas stripped off his long, dark coat and wrapped it around me, and then I was back in his arms.
"I'll go wake up the bloke next,"
said the British vampire, pushing to his feet and heading toward the dark form on the sidewalk, a form I now identified as Richard's unconscious body. I looked up at my boss's face. The details of his expression were barely visible given the lack of light. Only his eyes flared with unearthly luminescence.
"You're all right now,"
he said.
"Come back to us."
I drew in a sharp breath as everything crashed down on me at once, my emotionless objectivity fleeing into the night as though it had never been.
"Tell me what happened, Vonnie,"
Leonidas demanded.
"Who the hell were those men and why did they kidnap you?"
When I opened my mouth, I had every intention of answering his questions, but instead of words coming out, a jagged sob tore free from my chest. Within moments, I was weeping, loudly and hysterically, clutching at the man, vampire, holding me, my face buried in his chest. A slender hand pressed between my shoulder blades, rubbing slow circles as I wept. "All right, sweetheart," Zora soothed. "You're okay now. It's okay." I cried harder, feeling like the biggest, stupidest piece of shit on the planet.
"Vonnie!"
Richard's anguished cry jolted me back to some kind of coherence.
"Oh my God! We have to get her to a hospital!"
I pushed away from Leonidas' chest, Zora's hand sliding off my back as I did. "No, I'm okay." My voice was high-pitched and unsteady.
"She's been shot twice," Richard snapped. "We need an ambulance, for God's sake."
Irritation pricked at me, centering me far more effectively than Zora's comforting words had done. "I said I'm okay." Jesus, Richard, I'm right here. Could you maybe not talk about me in the third person? I tested my knees, bending them gingerly. Someone help me up. Richard gaped as Leonidas rose and pulled me effortlessly to my feet with him. See? I said, when I was sure I could take my own weight.
But that's impossible,
Richard breathed.
Clearly not,
said the English vampire in a dry tone as he sauntered up to join us.
What's going on?
Richard asked faintly.
Who the hell are you people?
Hello. We're the people who saved your asses, Zora said. You're welcome, by the way. Now, what happened here exactly? Because I just got a call from one very freaked out kid and ended up finding my friend screaming by the side of the road after being kneecapped. No offense, but this is not how I expected to spend my first night back in St. Louis. My heart skipped a beat as her words registered. Oh my God! Jace! He called you? He's okay? Self-loathing tried to strangle me as I realized that in the throes of agony from my wounds, I'd completely forgotten about my son, the only thing in my life that truly mattered. What kind of mother was I? What kind of person was I? I'd sent Jace out on his own at night in winter and fucking forgotten about him.
He's all right,
Leonidas said, and I nearly fainted with relief.
He's with Len.
They're hunkering down at my place until they get the all clear, Zora added. It seemed safest that way since we weren't sure exactly what had happened. Oh, and that reminds me. She pulled something from her pocket. I caught the dull glint of starlight against the familiar shape of my pendant before she slipped the necklace into the pocket of the oversized coat I was wrapped in. Handy little magical trinket you've got there, she said. I think you and I are overdue for a serious talk, once things calm down. Yeah, I replied in a daze, knowing that she was probably right.
Bonnie.
Richard still looked far out of his depth, but his voice sounded haunted.
Do you know these people? Because if you're really all right, we need to go check on Jace. Now. You told that guy all about him earlier. What the hell were you thinking?
I frowned at him, trying to untangle the words. Yes, obviously I know them. This is my boss, and Zora used to be a coworker. But what are you talking about, Richard? What guy? I didn't say anything to anyone about Jace. He stared at me like I was the one not making sense.
The creepy blonde guy who showed up and seemed to have Ivan in his pocket? Lonnie, he asked you if we had a child and you just told him everything. And then he...
Richard lifted a hand to his brow, rubbing at his temples.
I don't remember exactly. Maybe it was the knock I took on the head.
Your head's fine now, mate, said the English vampire. This creepy blonde guy, Zora began, her tone full of foreboding. He didn't happen to arrive in a vintage car by any chance. I don't suppose you noticed any electronics misbehaving once he showed up?
You think the Fae were involved with this somehow?
Leonidas asked sharply. Richard, I said slowly, there was no creepy blonde guy. You're not making sense.
He showed up in an old black luxury sedan,
Richard said, addressing Zora rather than me.
I think it was a Mercedes. All the other car engines stalled and died when he pulled up. Then their headlights went out a few seconds later.
Well, shit, Zora said with feeling. That's really not the answer I wanted to hear. 19.
Yes, that certainly complicates matters,
the British vampire agreed.
Someone should get back to Len and the boy, just to be safe. That's what I've been saying,
Richard said.
Intriguing that you retain some memory of the interaction, while she doesn't,
the English guy replied pointedly. It was Leonidas who answered.
Vonnie showed resistance to Fey influence both times Teague came to the nightclub.
He was, I realized, still steadying me with a hand cupped beneath my left elbow.
She resisted vampire influence as well, but only when she was wearing that pendant. When she took it off, I could mesmerize her with no problems. Maybe that was the case with the Fae, too. Since she didn't have the necklace, she was vulnerable to his influence.
I looked between Leonidas, Richard, and the British guy. There were so many things I was trying not to think about right now. Being shot, Zora's presence, the idea that yet more supernatural creatures had been rummaging around in my head, and I'd had no clue it was even happening. "Guys, I need to get back to my son," I said in a shaky voice. "Now." Zora clapped her hands together and rubbed them briskly. "Right. Logistics. We've got 5 people and, 1 motorcycle."
"How did the 3 of you get here with only a motorcycle?"
Richard asked. I could practically hear the confused frown in his voice.
"They rode together,"
Leonidas said.
"I flew."
Any other time, I might have pressed for more details, but not now. Apparently, though, Richard had no such compunctions.
"You did what now?"
I cut him off. "Less talking, more getting back to Jace. The goons who kidnapped us. Are they dead?" said the English guy. I swallowed and took a couple of deep breaths. "Okay. They brought us here in a car. It's still in a parking lot nearby, I'm guessing. The keys might be on one of the bodies, right?" English guy held up a keyring.
"Way ahead of you."
He tossed the car keys to Leonidas, who snatched them neatly out of the air.
"Zora, take the motorbike and go with them. I'll deal with the cleanup on this end and join you when I'm done."
Because he was a vampire, and apparently that meant he could fly. Right. I shook my head, trying to clear it. The results were inconclusive. "Okay, fine. Let's go. I'm afraid I don't know where the parking lot is from here, but I'm pretty sure it's not far away." Unfortunately, being in mortal agony didn't lend itself very well to memorizing directions, and Richard had been unconscious at the time, so he was no help either. Zora pointed. "They tried to run in that direction when we showed up."
"Come on,"
Leonidas said, urging me in that direction with the hand still supporting my elbow. Normally, I might have pulled away from the light grip, but the first step I took brought with it a wave of dizziness, my miraculously healed knees going rubbery. I let him steady me for a moment as I ruthlessly forced the weakness to one side. Jace needed me. I didn't have time for shock, or a PTSD attack, or whatever this was. Sure enough, the parking lot was just around the corner, not even a block from where the goons had dumped us. Ivan was long gone, and it was empty except for the dark blue sedan that had brought us here. By the time we reached the car, I'd gotten my land legs back for the most part. Now I felt jittery, like electricity was crackling under my skin. We piled into the car. I shamelessly claimed the front passenger seat rather than dredge up memories of being bundled into the back seat with a gun pointed at my head. Leonidas jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. but the engine only stuttered when the starter turned over. The smell of gasoline assailed my nose.
Fucking Fae and their goddamned magic,
Leonidas cursed.
Give me strength.
Butterfly switch, I said immediately, not knowing what he was talking about exactly, but recognizing the signs of a flooded engine easily enough. Mash the throttle while you're turning it over.
Yeah,
Leonidas said, already doing it. The car stuttered and coughed, the starter laboring. I held my breath, hoping the thing had a strong battery, only to let it out in a rush when the engine finally caught.
Buckle up,
Leonidas told us grimly. The motorcycle tore past, heading toward the main road, and we peeled out of the parking lot in pursuit, the tires spitting gravel. My boss drove like a bat out of hell. Meanwhile, I white-knuckled the dashboard with one hand and the grab handle above the door with the other, silently urging him to go even faster. Not to put too fine a point on it, most of the African-American guys I knew in St. Louis wouldn't have dared to drive like Leonidas was driving. Possibly a person's outlook on driving while black changed when he could mesmerize any troublesome cops into forgetting why they'd pulled him over in the first place. Right now, I was all for anything that got me back to Jace quicker. I was also still berating myself over the fact that my son's well-being hadn't been the very first thing on my mind when our rescuers arrived. The jittery feeling beneath my skin was growing, like it would physically explode if I didn't confirm he was safe right the hell now. I didn't know where Zora's house was, except in the general sense that it was in South City, somewhere off Hampton. The two of us had gone out together for the odd meal or drink after volunteering at the mental health nonprofit, but we hadn't really had a Netflix and popcorn on the couch kind of friendship. She'd never been to my apartment. I'd never been to her house, which was apparently Len's house now, at least on a temporary basis. The motorcycle wove effortlessly through the light traffic ahead of us. Zora could have easily outdistanced us in the clunky sedan, but she never got too far ahead. She was probably leading the way on purpose to make sure Leonidas didn't get turned around. He might be her grandfather, but I had no clue if that meant he was intimately familiar with how to get to her house from anywhere in St. Louis or not. My knee jiggled restlessly as we reached the right part of the city. I tried very hard not to think about how impossible it was that my knee should be doing anything right now, other than bleeding all over the pavement where I'd been dumped after being shot. There were so many questions to be answered, and I didn't dare entertain any of them. Not until I knew Jace was okay. Once again, Richard apparently disagreed with me on that point.
How in God's name did you even find us? Not that I'm complaining, don't get me wrong. But we were in the middle of nowhere. That entire area is a ghost town.
Leonidas glanced at him in the rearview mirror.
Your kid told us you sent him down the fire escape with a phone after telling him to hide and call the police. Once he'd done that, I guess he started going down the contact list on Vani's cell until someone picked up. Zora and Rands had just arrived in St. Louis, so as luck would have it, she was the first person who did. She'd already called Len earlier to let him know she was in town. The four of us were together at the club when Jace called. She recognized your number and answered it.
I choked on the bittersweet pain that pierced my chest. I'd ghosted Zora in the worst possible way when she'd needed me. Yet she still picked up without hesitation when she'd thought I was calling her, and her forgiving nature had ended up saving my life.
Jace told Zora what was happening at your apartment,
Leonidas continued.
Let's just say, none of us have much cause to trust the police these days. So she got the address from him and we went there to pick him up right away.
When we saw that there'd been a struggle in the apartment and you were both missing, I sent him off with Len to stay at Zora's place." "So you beat the police to the apartment?" Richard asked, sounding skeptical. "Even though Jace called them before he called you?" "The police never showed up," Leonidas said, his voice grim. "Not while we were there investigating, anyway. At a guess, the Fae had a hand in that particular public safety oversight."
"You think the Fae had something to do with Ivan deciding to come after us tonight?" I asked carefully. "Do you think it was Teague?"
"It seems reasonably likely on both counts,"
Leonidas said, sending the car careening around a curve.
"Anyway, once Len and Jace were safely away, we did a more thorough search of the apartment and found your pendant. I told the others about its unusual properties, and Zora discovered that she could feel it getting slightly warmer or cooler depending on which direction she was facing. We took a gamble that it was pointing toward your location and ran with it. Zora monitored its temperature from the back of the motorcycle and gave Rand's directions based on how warm it was, while I followed from above."
I was drawn in, despite myself, even as we turned onto a side road leading into a residential area. "Hang on a minute," I interrupted. "I thought Nigella said that objects like the necklace didn't have any power of their own. He said they relied on the magic of the person possessing them."
"Yeah, he did,"
Leonidas agreed.
"But I'll let Zora deal with that part of the story." "You realize how crazy all of this sounds, right?" Richard asked from the back seat. "Trust me, you're preaching to the choir, buddy. And yet, here we all are," Leonidas replied, as we screeched around another corner and onto a narrower residential road. Ahead, the motorcycle turned into the driveway of an unprepossessing bungalow, and we followed. "Good,"
my boss said.
"It looks quiet enough. That's something, at least."
I was already halfway out of the car door, ignoring my residual shakiness as I hurried to catch up to Zora at the house. The pent-up need to see Jace burst free of my skin just as she was lifting her key to the lock. It felt like a physical force, and my jaw fell open as an invisible wall of something flew past her and blew the door half off its hinges. "Okay, then," Zora said slowly, the key still held poised in her hand. Her dark eyes slid to mine. "Seriously, Vonnie. Real talk. You and I need to have a conversation soon." I shoved past her, barely aware of Richard staring at me in shock. Leonidas was right behind me. The broken door opened into a small front room, the modest space nearly taken up by a dilapidated couch and a single recliner. An interior doorway led deeper into the house, but it was blocked by Len, who was holding a wooden baseball bat cocked and ready to let fly at someone's head. He sagged in relief when he recognized us, the tip of the bat drooping to rest on the floor.
"Oh, thank fuck it's you," he said in a rush. "And what the hell did you just do to the door? Are you trying to give me a heart attack here?"
"Where's Jace?" I asked desperately, craning to see past him into the house.
"It's okay, Red. He's okay. He's fine."
Len turned and called behind him in a louder voice.
"Jace, it's your mom. It's safe to come out."
"Mom?" I heard a commotion from the back of the house, followed by hurried footsteps coming our way. "Jace!" I half-sobbed as he appeared in the doorway, squeezing past Len to run into my arms. "20.
"Thank God you're safe, kiddo,"
Richard said, not sounding much better off than I was. From the corner of my eye, I saw him collapse against the wall next to the doorway and slide down it until he was sitting on the floor. I couldn't spare any thought for him. I was too busy trying to squeeze the life out of my child. "Are you okay?" Jace asked, sounding far younger than his 14 years. "Are you both okay?" "We're fine, baby," I promised him. "I'm sorry we scared you like that. You did amazing. Do you hear me? I'm so proud of you." I'd squeezed my eyes shut to better feel Jace held safely in my arms, but I opened them when I heard Zora murmur, "Thanks, Len. You're still an awesome friend, by the way. Just saying." She hugged him, and Len returned it awkwardly, the bat still held loosely in one of his hands.
"Yeah, that's me, all right," he joked. "Awesome friend. Occasional blood donor. Speaking of which, where's Bela Lugosi, Z? Did you finally decide to ditch him and keep that sweet motorcycle for yourself?"
"Nah, we left him behind to clean up the mess," she said, giving him a final pat before letting him go.
"Nice one,"
Len replied.
"How about we file the details of that under things Len doesn't want to know about? Okay?"
"Deal," she said. "Love the new hair color, by the way. It suits you." He snorted.
"It's just a marriage of convenience. The drugstore was out of purple."
I pried my arms free from Jace with considerable difficulty, planting a kiss on his forehead despite his avowed teenage hatred of such displays. Keeping a hand on his shoulder to reassure myself that he was really here and safe, I turned to Len with tears in my eyes and a quiver in my voice. "Len, thank you." He shook his head briskly, though, backing up a step or two.
No. Nuh-uh. No waterworks, Red. I'm just glad to see everyone in one piece."
I wasn't in one piece earlier, I thought, but that was not information for Jace's ears.
"Too bad the same thing can't be said for the front door,"
Leonidas observed. When I glanced at him, it was to find him giving me a speculative look. A flush of heat rose to my cheeks. Though I had no idea how I'd accomplished it, there was little doubt that I was somehow responsible for the door's destruction. Another thing I wasn't remotely ready to think about just yet. "Leave the door for Rance to deal with," Zora said dryly. "Let's just say he's got a track record with that kind of thing." Richard was still sitting hunched at the base of the wall, his fingers tangled in his dark hair.
"Are we safe here?"
he asked. Leonidas shrugged.
"We weren't followed, and the Fae have no way of knowing that we brought Jace here. It should be fine for tonight."
Jace fought a yawn, shooting me a sheepish glance when I rubbed his back in sympathy. It was the middle of the night. It had already been late when Richard showed up at my apartment, and that was hours ago now. Len noticed Jace's exhaustion, too.
"Hey, kid, it looks like the excitement's over. The guest bedroom is a mess, but you can crash in my room for a few hours if you want. I'll take the couch, and the rest of these guys are night owls anyway."
Even though he was obviously about to fall asleep on his feet as the adrenaline crash set in, Jace gave me an uncertain look. I drew breath to offer to go with him, but Richard surprised me by beating me to it.
"Good idea,"
he said, hoisting himself onto unsteady feet.
"Thanks, man. Jace, come on, buddy. I'll stay with you for a bit."
Jace's shoulders sagged in relief. "Okay. Night, Mom." The words were barely above a whisper, and before he followed Richard toward the back of the house, he darted in to press a kiss to my cheek, shocking me. My palm came up to cover the place his lips had touched, as though I could somehow trap that small reminder of his childhood and hold on to it forever. "Sleep tight, baby," I whispered back, though he had already disappeared from view. After a moment, I noticed that my hand was trembling against my face. Without Jace here to be strong for, I was once again in danger of falling apart. My eyes sought out Zora, who had flopped down on the questionable-looking couch earlier. Now she leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "Hey, guys," she said, addressing the others. "I hate to kick you out, but Vonnie and I need to have a private girl-to-girl talk now. Can you give us some space for a few minutes?" Len sighed.
Sure, why not? Right now I'm tired as hell, and I'm also deeply regretting the lack of cigarettes in this house. So, how about it, Gramps? Can I bum a smoke off you? You read my mind,
Leonidas muttered. The pair exited stage left, leaving me alone with a living reminder of one of the many screw-ups in my life over the past year or so. Zora patted the cushion next to her, giving me a complicated look that I was in no state of mind to decipher. I was feeling shaky enough by this point that sitting down was definitely a good plan. But now that she'd beckoned me to sit on the couch with her, flopping down in the armchair instead would come across as pretty obnoxious. I crossed the small distance separating us and lowered myself gingerly onto the sofa. It gave an ominous creak beneath me, but it held. Zora half-turned to me and gathered my hands in hers. Her fingers were cool, the grip firm and comforting. "Okay, sweetheart," she said. "I've got some confessions to make, but you go first." I forced myself to meet her large brown eyes. She looked exactly as I remembered. Dusky skin, stubborn jaw, wild spirals of hair framing her lovely face. My throat tightened as I thought of everything that had happened since the last time we were together. "Zora," I said in a wavering voice. "I screwed up. I've screwed everything up so bad, and I don't know how to fix it." She ran her thumb over my knuckles, soothing. "Honey, I absolutely guarantee that you're looking at the reigning queen of screw-ups. Whatever went wrong, we're going to fix it. Okay?" I tried to nod, but the motion sent pent-up tears spilling over my cheeks. Then slender arms wrapped around me, and for the second time that night I let someone hold me as I cried against a strong shoulder. It had been years since anyone had comforted me when I was upset. When was the last time? I couldn't even remember. Childhood, maybe, before I'd fallen off my parents' pedestal of perfection. I clung to Zora, just as I'd clung to Leonidas earlier. "I'm here," she said. Nothing else. No meaningless platitudes, no exhortations not to cry, no shushing. Somehow, it was enough. I'd tried to take on the world alone, and the world had handed me my ass on a platter. But I wasn't alone. Not now. I had people who gave a damn, even if I didn't understand why. People who would risk themselves to save me and mine. "I'm so sorry, Zora," I choked out. "I wanted to help you when you needed me last year, but I couldn't even help myself." She eased me back by the shoulders so we could see each other properly. "I know, Vaughn. I knew you weren't okay. I could hear it in your voice over the phone. And I wanted to help you, too, but I was in the same position. Couldn't even stay on top of my own shit, much less someone else's. Now, though, you need to tell me what happened." I took a deep breath, the story pouring out of me in a desperate tumble of words. "I was such an idiot, Zora. Richard took out a loan from the Russian mob when he couldn't get money to finance his latest pipe dream. He couldn't keep up with the payments, So they found out about me and came after me for the dead instead. I should have gone to the police. I should have packed a suitcase, thrown Jace in the car, and headed for Canada or something. But I didn't. She gathered my hands in hers again, grounding me. You started paying them. Her lips twisted unhappily. Jesus, Vonnie. No offense, but your ex is one serious deadbeat asshole, and I kinda want to hit him right now. How on earth were you getting enough money together to manage it? I cringed inwardly. Zora knew better than most people how close to the edge I'd been living, even before getting pulled into Richard's mess. Our mutual poverty had been a frequent topic of discussion whenever we went out for our infrequent girls' nights. I'd been lying to everyone for months, even before that, I said softly. Even to you. I wasn't going to night school to become a paralegal. I had to drop out of college when my hours at Barton's got cut. Instead, I was working in a call center. But one of the women there started working a side gig, and she kept going on about how much more she was making. Zora nodded. So you tried the same gig? What was it? I swallowed, lowering my voice even further, painfully aware of Jace's presence in the house. Phone sex operator. Huh, she mused. Yeah, I can see it. You've definitely got the voice for it, and I hear that kind of thing can bring in some good money. So you were able to keep them off your back for a while that way, I take it? And then what? I blinked, trying to reorient my brain in the face of Zora's matter-of-fact indifference to my shameful secret. You're not shocked that I was a sex worker? Zora let out a small huff that sounded like ironic amusement. Trust me when I say that I am the very last person on earth to take the moral high ground regarding sex work. But keep going. You'll get my story soon enough. I tried to marshal my thoughts. I wasn't quite ready to relate the part where I'd been hired by Zora's grandfather to have sex with him or become his vampire sippy cup. There was weird, and then there was, oh God, we are not going there ever. It was still barely enough money to keep Ivan's goons from harassing me day and night, I continued. Then my hours at Barton's got cut even further, and I couldn't make it work anymore. Long story short, I ended up at the Vixen's den, and your grandfather, who happens to be a frickin' vampire, hello, offered me a job as a bartender. Yeah, Zora said with a grim little smile. He tends to do stuff like that sometimes. That startled a breath of laughter from me. I'd sort of gathered, especially after the other employees started talking about his habit of taking in strays. Exactly. Hell, an argument could be made that I was one of those strays, long before we found out he was my biological granddad, Zora said, sounding both fond and amused. Did you know he named the club after me? My name, in Spanish, it means either female fox or a promiscuous woman. Gotta say, I generally prefer the first option. I really love that place, I told her. Which is nuts, because ever since I started working there, my life has become certifiably insane. Things were a lot simpler when I didn't know the monsters were real. Her smile turned sad. The monsters were always real, Vonnie. The only difference is, now you've seen that some of them aren't human. The horrible truth of that drilled into me. Yeah. With a deep breath, I returned to my story. Anyway, the bartender gig is great. But there was a learning curve at the beginning, and I was too stubborn to tell anyone that Ivan's goons were turning up the heat on me while I was still training, before the big paychecks and tips started rolling in. Guess he finally got tired of waiting for his money. Zora squeezed my hands as my voice grew distant, the firm grip drawing me back from the phantom sound of gunfire and screaming. "So where do the Fae figure into all of this?" she asked. I shook my head. "I have no freaking clue. One of them came to the club a couple of times. He seemed to really have it in for Leonidas, but I guess you know about that part already." Zora's expression grew grim. She let go of my hands and scooted back a few inches. "Yeah, I did. And with that, I think it's probably my turn for story time. You were worried about the secret you'd been keeping? Well, here's mine. I'm a vampire succubus fae hybrid, and I was very nearly at the center of a supernatural war between the three realms. Though in my defense, when we met at MMHA, I still thought I was just a normal human. Things didn't start to get really weird until I met Rans." I sat frozen, running the words through my head a couple of times. Zora was a vampire too? Christ! And not just a vampire, apparently.
"Oh dear,"
said a cultured English voice from the doorway, cutting through my confused thoughts.
"No wonder my ears were burning on the flight over here. Also, your front door appears to be broken again, love. And I swear it wasn't my fault this time."
21. "Eavesdropping is rude, lover," Zora said, sounding unperturbed. "And I know it wasn't you. I was here when it happened. But will you fix it again for me anyway?" The blue-eyed vampire eased through the gap and propped the ruined door back into the doorframe as best he could.
"Oh, very well. Might as well keep in practice, I suppose," he replied.
"Thanks." Zora gestured him to the armchair. "And sorry, I guess you two weren't really properly introduced earlier. Vonnie Morgan, Ransley Thorpe. Rans, Vonnie."
"Pleasure to meet you," said the vampire. "Any friend of Zora's?"
Connections snapped into place in my memory. "Oh my God," I blurted. "You're the hot English guy from Zora's 10-minute date last summer. The one who was trouble." Zora let out a sharp bark of laughter, quickly stifled. "Oh, wow. That might just be the most succinct and accurate description of him I've ever heard." Rans raised a sardonic eyebrow, though he didn't seem overly offended by the temporary failure of my brain-to-mouth filter.
I feel as though I should dispute at least some of that. But I'm at a loss as to how to proceed."
I frowned, as hazy memories of swallowing his blood and watching the gaping gunshot wounds in my knees knit together assailed me. "You saved my life," I said quietly. But he only shrugged one shoulder, a grim smile lifting the corner of his lips for only the barest of instants before it disappeared.
"Well, your mobility, perhaps. Kneecapping isn't usually lethal, given prompt medical attention."
"Either way," I told him, "it's kind of a big deal from where I'm sitting. I have to ask, though, am I going to need to join the Vampire Union anytime soon? After, swallowing your blood, I mean. Not that I have a problem with vampires," I hastened to add, my eyes turning back to Zora in wonder. At this point, it's not an exaggeration to say that some of my closest friends are vampires. Leonidas' voice came from the doorway leading to the kitchen.
"Don't worry, Vonnie. You're not in danger of joining the room temperature club anytime soon. Turns out, we aren't really recruiting these days."
He and Len entered the living room, the faint smell of tobacco lingering around them.
"Quite so,"
Rance agreed. Let's just say, being a vampire carries some complicated political connotations in the current climate. Best not to stir the pot by adding further to the ranks.
So,
Leonidas said grimly.
The bodies are taken care of, I assume.
Rance nodded. The fish at the bottom of the mighty Mississippi should eat well for a few days, if nothing else. Zora was watching my reaction carefully, and it occurred to me that I should probably be more upset by this casual discussion of cold-blooded murder and corpse disposal. Again, the phantom memory of that first bullet slamming into my leg flickered through my awareness, chilling me. Good riddance, I decided, half wishing that Ivan had still been around when the vampire hit squad arrived. If he had been, it would have simplified at least one aspect of my life pretty significantly. Footsteps approached from the hallway, and Richard appeared.
You really killed those guys tonight?
He asked, his tone wary.
Well, I certainly didn't weigh them down and throw them into a freezing river while they were still alive,
Rance said.
That would just be vindictive.
Richard appeared to absorb that reply for a moment or two.
Okay. You know what? I'm not even going to touch that. Does someone want to explain what exactly is going on? Because I feel like I've stepped into the Twilight Zone.
Zora pinned him with eyes that suddenly seemed to glow with a coppery inner light. Sure thing, Vonnie's deadbeat ex. Short version? Vampires, fae, and demons are real. Magic exists. Oh, and you're a selfish asshole who doesn't deserve someone as cool as her in your life. Richard's mouth flattened into a thin line.
You think I didn't know that last part already?
Zora only gave him a sharp little eyebrow shrug in reply. Her lip curled, revealing a hint of fang that dispelled any doubts I might have harbored over what she'd told me about herself. Is Jace okay? I asked, before the exchange could escalate into anything uglier. Richard had paled and taken an involuntary step backward in response to Zora's toothy display. Now he crossed his arms, a defensive gesture.
He's sleeping. But, Vonnie, we've got to get him away from here somehow. And you too. You're both in danger.
Yes.
So it appears,
Rance drawled before I could frame a reply. Those men had some very interesting tattoos. Do you often do business with the Russian mob, Richard? My ex flushed scarlet.
Look, I made a mistake, all right? And now I'm trying to fix it. I still don't claim to understand what's going on with that weird blonde guy and the hypnotism thing. But leaving him aside, Ivan threatened to come back and kill Vonnie and Jace if I didn't pay up. We've got to get them somewhere safe.
I'm not going anywhere, I retorted, thinking of Teague, thinking of the way he'd threatened Leonidas and the club. But yes, Jace should go someplace where he'd be out of this mess. Your parents live here in St. Louis, right? Zora asked. In North County, I confirmed. So that's no good. It wouldn't be hard to track them down. Richard's mom retired to New Mexico, though. She'd take Jace for a while, I'm sure.
Where in New Mexico?
Leonidas asked.
Truth or consequences?
Richard muttered. Zora frowned, like she thought he was giving them attitude. Excuse me?
It's the name of a town,
Leonidas explained before I could.
A little hot springs resort on the Rio Grande.
She shot him a skeptical look. Seriously? Bit long to write on an envelope, isn't it? He shrugged.
There was a game show on the radio called Truth or Consequences that got popular during the war. We used to listen to it sometimes when we were stationed shoreside. I guess the producers ran a contest in the late 40s. The first town in the U.S. to officially rename themselves after the show would get a big annual celebration with a parade, and they'd broadcast the radio program from there. I used to drive down for the annual gala sometimes. Pretty sure they still have it, actually.
They do, Richard said blankly, while I absorbed the idea that the war in question was World War II, and my handsome late 30s, maybe early 40s boss was reminiscing about something that happened 70-plus years ago.
Anyway, it's just a little postage stamp of a place in the middle of the desert,
Leonidas continued.
Not a bad spot to lie low.
I scrubbed at my face, the late hour and the night's traumatic events finally starting to catch up to me. Okay, that's the plan then. We'll have to scrape together enough money for a plane ticket. So I might need a paycheck advance, boss. Which is super awkward since the club where I work has been closed down indefinitely. But Leonidas waved me off.
I'll take care of it. He'll need an unaccompanied minor service, since I doubt there's a direct flight out of Lambert. Also, I'd feel better putting him in business or first class rather than economy. Richard, does your mother have a preference between El Paso International or Albuquerque International?
El Paso's closer, Richard said, looking like he wasn't quite sure how we'd gone from vague discussions of Jay staying with relatives to my boss booking first-class tickets across the country for our son. Leonidas nodded and snapped his fingers.
Len, laptop.
Len had been propping up a wall, keeping his own counsel during the discussion. At that, he pushed upright, snapping off a short, ironic salute.
Whatever you say, boss. Just as long as you stay the hell away from my browser history. Red, your phone's on the counter. Pretty sure it's still got some charge left.
I nodded my thanks, trying on a small smile for him. Suddenly, the idea of levering myself upright to go retrieve it felt overwhelming. Something of that must have showed in my posture, because Leonidas disappeared into the kitchen and returned with the pink phone case in hand. For the second time in our acquaintance, I accepted it from him as he handed it back to me. Len was right. It still had a 22% charge. I powered it off so it wouldn't burn through too much of the remaining battery life before I needed it.
Call his grandmother as soon as you think she might be up in the morning,
Leonidas said.
I'll get a list of tomorrow's flight times for you.
And in the meantime, Zora added, go get some rest, Fawn. You look like you've been kidnapped by the Russian mafia and spent the rest of the night in a house full of vampires. Imagine that, I said, and found the strength to drag myself off the couch after all. I probably should have mustered the verbal skills necessary to properly thank my boss and his friends for rescuing me from the disaster that was my life. But all I could focus on was the idea of crawling into the bed where my son was resting, miraculously safe after the night's events, and staring at him until I fell asleep.
Vonnie.
Richard moved to intercept me, but I knocked his hand aside when he reached for me. Don't, I said, my voice a growl as I shoved past him. The house was small, and it didn't take long to find the closed bedroom door and creep inside. Jace was sleeping with the bedside lamp turned on to hold the monsters at bay, like he'd used to do when he was small. The sight broke my heart. I was still barefoot, my soles scraped and bruised from the grit of the parking lot. Blood had stiffened the ripped fabric around the knees of my yoga pants. Tonight, I'd been kidnapped, shot, magically healed by an undead supernatural creature, and then I'd capped off the evening by telekinetically blowing a locked door off its hinges. My life was off the rails, but my son was safe, at least for now.
and a house full of vampires stood between Jace and anyone who might try to cause him harm. I settled gingerly on one side of the double bed. Jace stirred, murmuring restlessly. "It's just me, baby," I told him. He quieted, asleep once more, and I stretched out on top of the covers, watching him in the yellow circle of light cast by the lamp. My eyelids grew heavier by degrees, until they eventually slipped closed. "22. I jerked awake some time later from a nightmare of being shot. As the dregs of the dream faded, leaving me shaky and beaded with clammy sweat, I became aware of the sound of people arguing in hushed voices elsewhere in the house. The sun was still low, lending the light an early morning quality through the open curtains framing the window. "Mom," Jace murmured, his voice groggy, still mostly unaware of his surroundings. I ran my fingers through his messy black hair for my own reassurance as much as his. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's still early. Go back to sleep." My son had always been a champion sleeper, and I was grateful for that now as he closed his eyes and quickly dozed off again. I eased out of the unfamiliar bed, trying not to intrude any further on Len's privacy by looking too closely at his personal stuff. I got a jumbled impression of a handful of framed photos and a surprising number of books before I closed the door behind me and searched out the bathroom. When I arrived in the kitchen, where several of the others were congregated, it was to find the heavenly smell of coffee percolating. I gravitated to the coffee maker as though drawn by a magnet, the voices around me fading to a meaningless buzz beneath the siren call of caffeine. Since pulling the coffee pot out of the machine and pouring the entire thing directly down my throat would have been rude, I dragged my eyes away to search for mugs.
"Bottom shelf, left-hand cabinet,"
Len said helpfully. I gave him a grateful nod. With his blue ombre faux hawk unteased and falling over his forehead, he looked younger somehow. The first mug that came to hand had the words, "Coffee makes me feel less murdery," emblazoned on the side, which seemed somehow prophetic since Richard was in the room. Hoping to test the hypothesis, I filled it and drank, ignoring the liquid's scalding temperature. Nope. Truth in advertising was apparently dead. I was still feeling decidedly murdery as the first caffeinated jolt hit. Ah, well. Right. What are we arguing about? I asked, performing a quick head count. Because I need to call Melinda soon, and I should probably get the yelling out of my system first.
"I can call her. She's my mother, you know,"
Richard muttered. And oh, yeah, the coffee mug had definitely lied to me. It was crass to air our dirty laundry in front of other people. I knew that. Really, I did. Of course, I might have cared more about that fact if I hadn't been shot twice last night. "Yes, Richard," I said icily. "She's your mother. And unless something's changed, you still owe her $25,000 from the last get-rich-quick scheme you needed funded." "Ouch," Zora offered from her perch on a stool next to the breakfast bar. "And to answer your question, Vonnie, we're fighting about the fact that all three of you need to hunker down somewhere safe. Even if you hand over the money to your Russian mob guy tomorrow, he's still going to assume you had something to do with his goons disappearing. And that's before we get to the part where the Fae have been poking around."
"I'm not leaving,"
Richard said through gritted teeth.
"I have to make sure nothing happens to the shop. It's all I've got now, damn it."
"Yeah, sure," I shot back. Because if Ivan sends someone to burn it to the ground, you're going to heroically fight them off like you heroically fought off the guys last night.
I own a gun, Vonnie. I just didn't have it with me.
Jesus Christ. My ex was going to end up dead, wasn't he? I spoke through gritted teeth. Yes. Good plan. Terrific. I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
That shop is my life,
Richard said.
What the hell else do I have left?
I set the coffee mug down harder than necessary and rounded on him, getting in his face in a way I'd never done before in the 16 years I'd known him. You have a son, Richard. Do you want him to grow up without a father? Richard stepped back as though he'd been physically struck. A second later, an uncertain voice came from the hallway. Mom? Dad? What's going on? What are you fighting about now? I closed my eyes. It was official. I was, in fact, the worst mother on the planet. I also couldn't protect my child from the truth anymore. Not all of it.
Shit,
Richard whispered, barely audible. The others in the room were silent, and I couldn't blame them one bit. If I were them, I wouldn't want to wade into this bad soap opera either. Jace, I said, you're going to stay with Grandma Shang in New Mexico for a while. It's the safest thing after what happened last night. He looked alarmed. What? No! And what did happen last night? You said we owed some people money, and you knew it wasn't just a burglary when those people showed up and started trying to break in. I took a deep breath, reaching for calm. You're right. It was the men wanting their money. And until we get it sorted out, I don't want you anywhere near this. His dark eyes, so like his father's, took in my torn clothing and the various stains covering it. When he met my gaze again, his expression was anguished. Did they beat you up last night? No, baby, I told him, trying to convince myself that it wasn't technically a lie. Look at us. We're fine. Just a bit shaken up, that's all. But, Jace began.
Jace,
Richard cut in.
You're going to your grandmother's. That's final.
But what about you? Jace blurted, ignoring the ultimatum. You can't stay here. You have to come too. I sighed inwardly, resigned to the fact that my previous argument with Richard was doomed to end in a messy draw at best. No, Jace. We have to stay here and get the situation sorted out, I said. It'd be hard to do that from New Mexico. I don't want to go, Jace said, stubbornness firming his jaw. Not unless you come with me. Leonidas glanced up from the laptop he'd been doggedly typing away at the whole time.
Look at me, kid. Yes, you do.
It took a minute for what he'd just done to click in my mind. When Jace opened and closed his mouth a couple of times before saying, Oh, yeah, okay, in an absent tone, I turned to my boss in astonishment. Did you seriously just mesmerize my son? I demanded. He raised an eyebrow.
You have an objection under the circumstances?
It was my turn to do the gaping fish routine as I tried and failed to marshal an argument against an outcome I'd been trying to achieve mere moments ago. Next time, ask first, I managed. Better yet, let's avoid the need for a next time. Richard, meanwhile, was giving Leonidas a look of combined fear and disbelief. I gathered he still hadn't truly internalized the whole vampires are real thing, even after Zora's little display earlier. Which wasn't really a shock. To be fair to him, it was a bit hard to take in. I had vague memories of getting drunk off my ass the night I'd learned about the supernatural world, so I couldn't really claim the high ground on that one.
"When do I leave?" Jace asked. "Can we go back to the apartment first? I need to pack."
A frisson shivered under my skin, because the sudden change in his demeanor was genuinely creepy. Zora hopped off her stool. "Rans went back there last night to watch the place for you, so it should be fine. Vonnie, why don't you call Grandma and get the flight times coordinated with her? Then we can all go together." But Richard was shaking his head, still looking back and forth between Leonidas and Jace.
"Nah, man. This is crazy. I'm out of here. Vonnie, you make sure our kid's safe, you hear me? I don't know what kind of insane crap you're mixed up in with these people, but it's worse than anything I did to get a loan. You should go to New Mexico with Jace and stay there. Get yourself away from all of this, because it's fucking nuts."
Zora blinked. "Jeez. You seriously slept with this guy, Vonnie?" I wanted to say, "I was 15 at the time, cut me some slack." But impotent rage had choked me at the sheer gall of Richard's words. I turned to Leonidas, struggling to keep my voice calm. "Okay. Change of plans about the mesmerism, because I need my son not to hear what's about to go down." He raised his eyebrows for a moment, before smoothing his expression and turning back to Jace.
"You still look tired, kid. Go back to Len's room and grab another hour of sleep. Nothing will disturb you."
Jace frowned absently.
"I'm just gonna go nap for a bit, Mom."
"You do that, sweetheart," I said in a monotone. Richard looked like he was about to burst something.
"Vonnie, how can you let this guy—"
I cut him off. "This guy helped save my life," I hissed. "This guy gave me a job so I didn't have to sell sex for money to pay off your fucking debts, Richard." "Oh, here we go," Zora said, settling in.
"There's popcorn in the box by the microwave,"
Len muttered. Leonidas went back to whatever he'd been typing on the laptop earlier, ignoring the rest of us with single-minded determination. At the other end of the house, I heard the bedroom door creak on its hinges as it closed.
"They're fucking vampires!"
Richard half shouted. Len raised his hand.
"Well, to be clear, I'm not."
"You've been sucking me dry for 15 years, I shouted back. "Emotionally, financially. So what does that make you?" Richard's face turned red.
"I'm trying to get ahead. You have to be willing to take risks if you want to make it big."
A soft snort came from the direction of the rickety folding table where Leonidas was working, but Richard either didn't hear it or chose to ignore it.
"I'm trying to start a business and make money for this family."
My blood pressure felt like it was about to erupt out of the top of my skull like Mount Vesuvius. Doubly impressive, considering how much my bullet wounds had bled a few hours ago. "We are not a family," I ground out. "We're 2 idiots who slept together once and accidentally made a kid. If it wasn't for Jace, I'd tell you to crawl back to Ivan without his money and good riddance." The words burned like acid on their way out. In that moment, I meant them. And I didn't know what kind of person that made me. Richard's expression went cold.
"I'm leaving. And I swear, Vonnie, if you let anything happen to Jace—"
My hands trembled with rage, clenched into fists at my sides. "Finish that sentence, Richard. I dare you." He opened his mouth, only to close it and shake his head angrily. Without another word, he pushed past me and headed for the broken front door. He had to wrestle with it to make a gap wide enough that he could slip out. Making no attempt to close it again, he headed down the driveway and turned toward the cul-de-sac's entrance, presumably to find the nearest bus stop. "And the sex wasn't even good!" I yelled after him, knowing how petty it was, and not caring. I wished desperately that the door was in any condition to slam. Since it wasn't, I yanked and shoved it back into its roughly closed position, mostly to hide the fact that I was still shaking with reaction. Gradually, I became aware of the silence inside the house, broken only by the tapping of a keyboard. I turned around slowly. Zora raised a questioning eyebrow at me. "Feel better now?" "Because I kinda do." "No," I said. "Not really."
"Remind me not to piss you off,"
Len said. He ran his hand through his ruined faux hawk, sweeping it off his forehead.
"So, if you don't need me for anything, I'm gonna run to Lowe's with the pimpmobile and pick up materials for the front door."
"Good idea," Zora said. "Rand said he'd do the actual fixing, though."
"Just as well," Len muttered. "I'm better with cars than carpentry."
He headed toward the bathroom, presumably to freshen up and apply enough product to his hair to be seen in public. I flopped onto one of the kitchen stools and buried my face in my hands, thoroughly exhausted, even though I'd been awake less than an hour. My boss's voice pulled me out of hiding.
"You ready to make that call? Or do you need a minute?"
Matter of fact. To the point. Unlike Zora and Len, I had no clue what Leonidas thought about the exchange he'd just witnessed. "Yeah, no," I said, fumbling for my phone and powering it up. "I'm good, thanks." The battery was down to 16%, but it would be enough for what I needed. I scrolled down to Melinda's number and called it, confident that she'd be up and about by now. She answered on the 4th ring. "Hello?" "Hi, Melinda. It's Vonnie. Sorry to bother you so early, but I need a huge favor." The pause on the other end held an air of caution, and I couldn't blame her for it. "What kind of favor, Vonnie?" "I need you to let Jace come down and stay with you for a while," I said without preamble. "Not sure how long yet, but a couple of weeks at least." Another pause. "But isn't he in school?" I sighed. "Yes, he is. I'll talk to the principal and try to get his assignments so I can send them on. This is kind of an emergency, Melinda." "What did Richard do?" The question sounded resigned. I wasn't about to give her details of what had happened last night, but I didn't want to sugarcoat it either. More the same, basically. Money troubles. Only his decision-making skills about it were worse than usual this time. I heard a dry swallow from the other end of the line. "How much?" "Honestly, that part isn't important. I just don't want Jace here until we get it taken care of, you know? I'm on it, Melinda, I promise. We're just being cautious." "When can you get him here?" Melinda asked, and my shoulders sagged in relief. "I've got a list of possible arrival times at El Paso International," I told her, gesturing for the laptop. "Just tell me which works best for you, and that's what we'll do." 23. 20 minutes later, we had the details hammered out. I ended the call with a feeling of relief, confident that Jace, at least, would be safe in the coming days. "I can't help noticing that the goon's car is missing," I said, pulling back the living room curtain to check the driveway. "Rance took it last night when he went to babysit your apartment," Zora explained. "We didn't think Len would really appreciate having a dead Russian mafia guy's car parked in front of the house overnight. He'll have cleaned it up so there's no evidence and ditched it somewhere it won't be found anytime soon." On the one hand, it was sobering that this almost seemed to be a normal day for them. On the other hand, they might be the ones with the mad criminal skills, but I was the one who'd somehow ended up tangling with the Russian mob. So I probably didn't have much ground to stand on here. "Okay, cool," I said. "So, how are we getting to my apartment and the airport? Bus?" For some reason, I had a really hard time picturing Leonidas flashing a bus pass. Apparently, so did he.
"I'll go back to the club and borrow something appropriate,"
he said. "His car is tiny," Zora confided. "One of those cute little BMW convertibles."
"A Z4 is not cute, Zora,"
he said, and for the first time, I could kind of see the grandfather-granddaughter thing.
"It's a sports car."
She rolled her eyes, putting a hand up to block his view and mouthing, "It's adorable," at me. Something about the exchange leached a bit more of the tension from my shoulders. Despite appearances, maybe this was all going to be okay somehow? Jace wandered back into the kitchen, yawning widely.
"Is it time to leave yet?"
he asked, making it clear that Leonidas' hypnotic influence hadn't faded. I'd have to remember to ask if it would wane over time, so I could warn Melinda if he'd be likely to raise a fuss at some point.
"Almost,"
Leonidas said.
"The flight leaves at 1:15 p.m. I'll go get us a car. Zora, stay here and keep an eye on things, will you?"
She smiled. "Guard duty it is." After he left, I headed for the kitchen while Jace settled on the dilapidated sofa to watch TV. Deciding that woman could not live on coffee alone, and a woman's teenager definitely couldn't, I raided Len's cupboards and silently vowed to pay him back for it later. Zora perched on a stool as I rummaged, eventually coming up with a box of Pop-Tarts. I stared at it for a long moment. Oh my God. Seriously? What's wrong with this picture? Looking up from the box, I met Zora's gaze. She pursed her lips to hide a smile. "What's that old saying?" Amusement threaded through the words. "The cobbler's children have no shoes?" I think Len's a lot better at cooking for other people than he is for himself. I shook my head in amazement. Len had designed and implemented an upscale tapas menu at a high-end nightclub. He ran a commercial kitchen with multiple line cooks, for God's sake. Yet he chose to survive on microwave popcorn and toaster pastries at home? I will never, ever let him live this down in 1,000,000 years, I said, falling into the old familiar pattern of banter with Zora, almost as though the last several months had never happened. She laughed, and I felt lighter than I had in a long time. It was ridiculous. I still had a dangerous mob figure breathing down my neck. I worked at a club that had been closed down for money laundering investigations, and God only knew what was going on with the fey bastard who'd taken an unhealthy interest in me. Not to mention the fact that I'd basically just poured gasoline all over my co-parenting relationship with Richard and set a match to it. At this point, however, I'd take it. "So," I began, falling into the welcome distraction of gossip and girl talk as cartoons blared from the television in the living room. "Looks like you weren't kidding. Your hot British guy is definitely both British and hot. And I'd say that, even if he hadn't saved me from multiple bullet wounds yesterday. You two look happy together. Are you happy?" Her expression softened. He has a bit of a saving people thing, I think, though he'd never admit it aloud. And yes, I'm happy. I'd like to think he is, too. There's a lot to unpack in my life these days. I lost Dad a few months ago, though I guess you could argue I lost him a long time ago. Our relationship was never good. I set the box of Pop-Tarts down. I'm so sorry, Zora. I had no idea. Jeez. There was so much I had no idea about when it came to the lives of the people around me. Her expression was sad, but at peace. Not a lot of people do. And I guess there's some karma in the fact that I lost a father but found a grandfather? She gave me a meaningful look. He really likes you, by the way. Anything going on there that I should know about? I stared at her, my breakfast-making plans completely forgotten. What would make you say that? No offense, since I know he's your family, but the man has roughly the same emotional range as a brick wall. She snorted softly. Yeah, well, you didn't see him when we got to your apartment and found you'd been taken. When he saw your necklace on the floor, I thought he was going to put a fist through the wall. It took me a moment to wrap my brain around that image, and even then I was skeptical. A few moments later, I wrestled the idea into a shape that I was prepared to deal with. Well, I guess he takes it kind of personally when someone goes after one of his strays, I said lightly. Mm-hmm, Zora replied, in a tone that conveyed deep skepticism. Sure, that must be it. I turned to the toaster and popped a couple of pastries in. If she was rolling her eyes at me behind my back, I didn't want to know about it. Look, Zora continued, he's not exactly an easy person to get to know. Believe me, I get it. But there are reasons why he's a bit closed off. It's not my story to tell, but it's probably a story that needs to be told. I'm just saying, you might ask him sometime. I regarded her with my eyebrows drawn together in a confused frown. Just to be clear, are you trying to set me up with your grandfather? Because it kind of sounds like you're trying to set me up with your grandfather, who, I might add, is also a vampire. I hope I don't actually need to point out how weird that is. Because I definitely knew how weird it was that a flutter of unaccustomed warmth had kindled in my chest as I pictured my reserved boss losing his shit over the idea of me being in danger. I shook my head sharply. If he had been upset, it was no different to him being upset over Cat Stalker X coming for her with a knife, or over Len getting hurt. He was my boss, damn it. Yeah, he's not really that kind of grandfather, Zora said. Aside from the whole supernatural lifespan thing messing with how I view people's age these days, he's only my granddad in the technical sense. The demon who got my grandmother pregnant stole his DNA in order to do so. Demons can't reproduce without using humans as an intermediary, and he was just the unlucky victim in this case. Oh, I said uncertainly, still struggling with this aspect of Zora's alleged background. Okay? Honestly, she continued, I still think of him more as Rand's friend, and I only found out he was related to me later. So if it helps, it's more like I'm trying to set you up with my boyfriend's longtime buddy. I gave her a flat stare. But you are trying to set me up. With a vampire. She shrugged and flashed me a sunny smile. Once you go undead, you never go back. Seriously, Vaughn, the sex is phenomenal. The toaster popped up its offering of dry pastries, saving me from having to sit with the sinking feeling in my stomach for any appreciable length of time. Woo-hoo! Another reminder that everyone else in the world was having great sex, while I was a frigid loser with no love life. "Think I'll have to take your word on that part, hun," I said in a light tone. "He's still my boss." The look she was giving me said she saw more than I wanted her to see. I turned away and went looking for plates. When I found them, I grabbed a couple and dumped the steaming Pop-Tarts onto them. Jace accepted his when I brought it to him in the living room, not pulling his eyes away from the TV screen. I sat next to him and nibbled on the dry, unappealing square while Zora wandered to the front window to keep watch for Leonidas' return. He showed up not long after. From the sofa, I caught sight of an unfamiliar black Cadillac SUV pulling into the driveway. Jace looked up at the sound of the engine. "Time to go?" he asked. "Looks like it," I said, before turning to him and giving him a penetrating look. "You doing okay, kiddo?" His smile was wan, but he met my eyes and nodded. "I'm okay. What about you?" It was so like him to turn the question back on me that something settled inside my chest. Leonidas had twisted something within my son's mind, but he hadn't changed who Jace was. "Hanging in there," I told him. "I'm going to miss you, though." I could see conflicting thoughts swirling behind his eyes before they settled beneath vampiric influence. "It's just a visit, Mom, and then I'll be back." "Yeah, baby," I said, mostly to reassure myself, not him. "You're right. It's just for a little bit." Rather than fight with the broken front door, Leonidas went around to the sliding glass door in back. Zora let him in. "Nice wheels," she teased. "Very low-key."
"We can wait for Len to get back and borrow the pimp-mobile if you'd rather,"
he retorted. She huffed in amusement. "That's even less low-key, but we should still wait for him to get back. There's time, and I'd rather not leave his house empty with the front door hanging by a splinter. It's a quiet neighborhood, but that's just asking for someone to come loot the place." Jace had followed us and stood uncertainly in the kitchen doorway. "What happened to the door anyway? I heard the crash. It looks like someone took a battering ram to it." I froze, caught out. In truth, I had no idea how to answer that question. Zora came to my rescue. "You know how mothers can lift a car off their child in an emergency because of the adrenaline? Your mom was pretty worried about you. I guess it was something like that." Jace gave me a surprised look. Wow. So you've got, like, superpowers now? Cool." He was half teasing beneath his genuine astonishment. I grasped onto that lifeline with both hands. "And don't you forget it, especially the next time you're considering staying out past curfew." He let out a quiet breath of nervous laughter. Zora cocked her head. "Hey, speaking of the pimpmobile, I'd recognize the sound of that 40-year-old engine anywhere." Sure enough, Len pulled into the driveway a minute or so later, squeezing his chrome-wheeled land yacht into the space left next to the SUV. The trunk was gaping, full of lumber and plywood too large to fit fully inside the car. For the dozenth time, I cringed with a twisted combination of guilt and disquiet over what I'd somehow done to Zora's house. Just like Leonidas earlier, Len came around the back. Once he'd let himself in the patio door, he gave our boss a tight smile.
"Cadillac, huh? Pretty sure my great-grandfather drove one of those."
Leonidas eyed him.
"You drive a 1978 Lincoln Continental, Len."
"My car has character, Gramps," Len said. "That SUV doesn't."
Your car has bullet holes. Bullet holes do not equal character."
Len scoffed. "You're just jealous because your new ride has no soul." Beside me, Jace was stifling laughter. I could have hugged the two of them for that, even if the mention of bullet holes struck a bit too close to home after last night. Though apparently, according to Len, it meant I at least had character now. Or my knees did, anyway. "We need to hit the road, Len," Zora said. "You okay here alone?" Len waved her off.
Yeah. I'll board up the door and you can send your boyfriend over whenever to fix it properly. I think I've got everything he needs. Just don't expect me to pay for the labor with a pint of B negative."
She mused, a smile tugging at her full lips. "No promises." I glanced at Jace surreptitiously, but the joke had gone right over his head.
"Bye, Len," he said. "Thanks for, well, everything."
Len smiled, though there was a bit of tightness around his eyes.
"No worries, kid. Stay safe and have a good flight. Weather's probably a lot nicer where you're going, if nothing else."
I took a deep breath and glommed Len in a hug before he could see me coming and avoid it. "Bye, Len," I whispered, echoing Jace. "Thanks for everything. And, I'm really sorry about your door." He patted my back a couple of times, and I let him go.
"What can I say?" he joked. "I'm surrounded by scary women who break things. You get used to it after a while."
"24. The four of us piled into the SUV a few minutes later, leaving Len behind. I wondered vaguely whose car this was, before deciding it hardly mattered. The interior was pristine, and I tried not to worry about leaving sweat stains or flakes of dried blood on the luxurious upholstery. The ride was largely quiet, aside from my occasional directions to keep us on the most direct route. I wasn't sure what to expect when we got to my apartment. What I found was a work crew industriously hammering a new doorframe into the wall, while an English vampire lounged on my couch, overseeing things. My TV was gone.
"Ah. Hello, everyone,"
Rand said, as we eased past the workmen to come inside.
"I had a word with your landlord last night, Vonnie. Thought you might want that door fixed as soon as possible. There seems to be quite a bit of that going around lately."
I blushed, my pale complexion heating.
"Based on the pattern of dust on the furniture, someone nicked your telly before I got here, I'm sorry to say," he continued. "But now that you've arrived, I might be able to rectify that. Stay right here. I'll be back in a tick."
He pushed off of the couch and slipped out, pausing only to catch Zora in a brief, heated kiss on his way past. I squeezed Jace's shoulder. "Go start packing. I desperately need a shower." Jace pressed his lips together and wrinkled his nose, giving me a quick look up and down.
Yeah. You kinda do."
"Brat," I said without heat, giving him a little push in the direction of his room. I turned to the others, feeling suddenly exhausted. "Make yourselves at home. Sorry, it's not much." Zora stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me. "Stop apologizing. Now go take that shower. It'll help. Promise." I nodded against her shoulder and straightened, just as Jace's outraged voice called from his bedroom.
"Mom! Someone took my Xbox! And my laptop!"
It was all I could do not to sag right back into Zora's arms. Of course someone had. I wondered what else would turn up missing. Just then, another disturbance near the crowded front door revealed Rands returning with the aforementioned laptop held under one arm and the Xbox under the other. Behind him, I recognized my neighbor from 3 doors down lugging my television into the front room. He was wearing the sort of dazed expression I was quickly coming to associate with vampire hypnosis.
If he was trying to be stealthy, the bloke should have chosen a less offensive brand of cologne,
Rand said cheerfully.
Put the television back where you found it. There's a good chap.
I watched, open-mouthed, as my larcenous neighbor returned the TV to its stand and plugged it in. After a moment, I pulled my focus back to Zora's undead boyfriend. "Those are from Jace's room," I managed, gesturing to the items he was carrying. Rand nodded and headed deeper into the apartment, while my neighbor, I didn't even know his name, stood there slack-jawed in my living room. Leonidas raised an eyebrow.
"You want to do anything about him?"
A wave of queasiness washed over me as I remembered the last time my boss had asked someone what they wanted to do with a person who'd wronged them. "No," I said. "Just let him go." It was Zora who flashed a molten bronze gaze at the man. "She knows what you did," she said. "Be glad she's a nice person. Now go home and stay out of trouble." I looked nervously at the workmen, but aside from a couple of disinterested gazes, they didn't seem to care about the little drama, or notice its paranormal twist. My neighbor, by contrast, went pale as a sheet.
Sorry, lady," he stammered. "I needed the money. Sorry."
Then he fled the apartment. I stared after him, blinking. "Shower," I said after a moment, and trudged toward the bathroom to make that happen. To her credit, Zora had been mostly right. I did feel slightly more human after taking a very hot shower and dressing in clean clothes. I put on my rattiest, most comfortable tennis shoes after smearing antibiotic cream on the soles of my feet. Vampire blood had healed me, but I'd promptly scraped them up again getting from the street where I'd been dumped back to the parking lot with the goons' abandoned car. Len had set me up with a pair of comically oversized socks and even more comically oversized sandals for the trip back to my apartment. On the positive side, at least I hadn't ended up with frostbite after the whole mess. Feeling much more like myself, I sallied forth to find that the workman had finished replacing my door and gone. Rand's was also absent, evidently having left to tackle round 2 of door repair at Zora/Len's house. The smell of food drew a rumble from my stomach. Leonidas was seated on one of my living room chairs, reading a copy of Sartre that had been collecting dust on a bookshelf next to the returned television. He glanced up at my appearance.
"Jace is packing. Zora's cooking. And by that, I mean heating up canned soup and making grilled cheese sandwiches," he said. Then he frowned. "You're limping."
I frowned back. "No, I'm not," I lied. His lips twitched downward, the movement barely perceptible. He did, however, let it go.
"You should probably pack some things, too. This is the first place your loan shark friend will come looking for you."
I was already painfully aware of that. "Yeah, I'm on it. Make sure Zora doesn't set off the smoke detector, will you? Unless something's changed, I gather cooking's not really her thing." Packing was complicated by the fact that I didn't know where I'd be staying or how long I'd be there. I figured one of those cut-rate motels where you could rent by the week was probably going to be my best bet. But really, I was severely limited by my current finances. For about the 100th time in the past few days, I wanted to strangle Richard with my bare hands. On the positive side, I could save a few dollars on food with Jace gone, And I could turn off the heat in the apartment and unplug everything to save on the utility bill. But it was still unlikely that I'd be able to swing more than a week or two at a motel. I packed anything I absolutely couldn't live without, including a folder of important documents that should probably have been in a safe deposit box to start with. Maybe once I was settled, I could pick up some temp work somewhere, since it wasn't like my job at the den was an ongoing concern at the moment. With my phone mostly charged and my suitcase and overnight bag filled to bursting, I dragged everything to the front room and joined Jace at the kitchen table. "All ready?" I asked him, as Zora pointedly put a bowl of tomato soup and a plate of toasted cheese in front of me.
"Yeah, I think so,"
he said, using the crust of a sandwich to mop up the last of his bowl's contents.
"I'm taking my laptop along. That's okay, right?"
"Definitely," I said. "Laptop, phone, chargers. And don't forget, it'll be pretty warm in the daytime in TRC. Still chilly at night, though."
"I know,"
he said.
"I have been there before, Mom."
He sounded aggrieved in typical teenage fashion, and I found the normalcy oddly reassuring. "Sorry, babe. Just being an overprotective parent. It's in the contract. You should have read the fine print." Jace exhaled a put-upon sigh. "If you're done eating, grab a quick shower. Then we need to leave," I told him.
"Okay," he said. "I'll be ready in 20.
Leonidas appeared in the doorway as Jace disappeared down the hall.
"He's a good kid,"
my boss observed. For some reason, the words brought a lump to my throat. "Yeah, he really is," I agreed, and turned to my food with single-minded focus. The airport was crowded and noisy. We arrived with about 90 minutes to spare, and used up a good 70 of them standing in various lines to get scanned, documented, checked, and scanned again. I discovered quickly that Zora was using an assumed name and forged ID, driving home the fact that she was not the same broke waitress and part-time mental health volunteer I'd thought I'd known. I was also fairly certain I saw the flash of a vampiric gaze on a couple of occasions, smoothing the way through the security process. Whatever the case, we made it to the gate in time to meet with the airline's unaccompanied minor liaison, who would ensure that Jace was seated and his baggage stowed on this end of the journey. The woman wouldn't be traveling with him. The flight attendants had been apprised of his presence, and a different person would help him transfer flights in Denver. Then a third would escort him off the plane in El Paso and ensure he was delivered safely into Melinda's care. I was pretty sure I didn't want to know how much extra all of this was costing, in addition to the expensive last-minute plane fare. A moment of irrational maternal panic hit as the liaison smiled and made to usher Jace toward the boarding gate. I wrapped my arms around my son, squeezing him tight even as he squirmed uncomfortably at the very public display.
"Mom,"
he muttered,
"you're embarrassing me."
I made myself pull away. "Sorry, baby. I'll miss you. Be good for Grandma Sheng, okay?"
Yeah,
he said, looking around as though to make sure no one around us was listening.
"I'll text you from Denver and again when we get to Grandma's house, okay? Love you, Mom."
The last was a barely audible mumble. "Love you," I mouthed back, and watched as he followed the airline employee toward the door leading to the jet bridge. Only when he'd shown his boarding pass and disappeared into the umbilical leading to the plane did I let out the breath I'd been holding and look away. "You want to hang out here for a bit and make sure the plane takes off on time?" Zora asked. I nodded. "Yes, thanks. That would make me feel better, I think." We camped out in the waiting area. There was probably an app or something that could tell me when the flight left, but I wanted to see with my own eyes that Jace was safely on his way. The others wisely let me stew in silence. It occurred to me that if the pair of them hadn't seen each other in months, the last 24 hours of crisis management probably hadn't been the kind of family reunion they'd expected or wanted. "I'm sorry you two have been stuck doing damage control on my life," I blurted. "Rand's too. This whole thing really sucks." Zora blinked at me. "Was that a vampire joke?"
"Probably not,"
Leonidas said.
"Her vampire jokes are usually a lot worse than that."
I glared at them. "I'm serious." But Zora only shrugged. "Don't worry about it, hun. My life is a major train wreck most of the time. Just ask Rand's. Or ask Len, for that matter. The way I see it, the larger the pool of friends and relatives who can help out with the latest derailment, the better off everyone is. So, welcome to the Trainwreck Club." Leonidas eyed her.
"I'm not sure I appreciate that metaphor."
Zora met my eyes and hooked a thumb at him. He's only an honorary member. Though honestly, on the rare occasions his life does go off the rails, it's usually a complete fireball. His gaze narrowed.
"You die one time, and certain people never let you live it down."
She raised an eyebrow, a faintly haunted look lurking behind her dark eyes, though her reply was tart. 2 times, I think you mean?"
"The second one hardly counts, Zora."
I would have asked about it. Seriously, I would have. Only the jet bridge visible beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows was retracting, and the plane was taxiing away, guided by people waving orange batons. I stood, watching as it headed toward the runway and out of my field of view. The other 2 followed my gaze. The minutes passed, and eventually the plane I was pretty sure was Jace's reappeared, roaring down the runway and taking to the air with barely a wobble. It gained height, growing smaller and smaller until it was only a speck. "25.
"I think that was the one,"
Leonidas said.
"Departures board shows it as being on time. He'll be in Denver in about 2.5 hours. Ready to go now?"
The strangest combination of worry and relief twisted my insides. My child was cruising thousands of feet above the earth, heading for a place more than 1,200 miles away from me. But at the same time, he was no longer caught in the crosshairs that seemed to be trained on my forehead these days. I'd protected him, by sending him someplace where I couldn't protect him. "Sure," I said, only to trail off as the question of "go where" moved to the forefront of my thoughts. I'll need to go back and get my car. You can just drop me at my place, I guess." Something of my dilemma must have shown on my face, because Zora stopped me from heading toward the terminal exit with a hand on my arm. "Oh, Vaughn, we're not just dumping you somewhere and bailing on you. Look, this is a bit awkward since Len's already staying there, but there's a second bedroom at my place. We could get it cleaned up and—"
"That's not necessary,"
Leonidas interrupted before I could come up with an excuse for not wanting to impose on Len any more than I already had.
"There's plenty of room above the den."
My heart gave a surprised little thud-thud, even as Zora's face lit up. She looked between us with an expression that could only be called heart eyes, and I gave her a quelling glance. I'd drawn breath to speak, but it was caught fast in my lungs as I tried to drag words together. She beat me to it. That's even better. The penthouse makes a damn good haven, as Rance and I have plenty of cause to know. I was still trying to reconcile that offer with what I thought I knew about Mr. Reserved. Sure enough, Leonidas cleared his throat.
"There are other
empty apartments beneath the penthouse, Vonnie. I wasn't trying to imply—"
"No, that's fine," I said quickly. "Sorry, I mean, thanks. If there's a vacant one where I could stay for a day or two while I arrange for something else." Zora looked between us. "Oh my God. You two are killing me here." Leonidas shot her a severe look, which she ignored. "We should, probably go," I said, gesturing in the direction of the main terminal. Zora shook her head at us, but she headed in that direction with a resigned expression. I let my eyes drift to the large windows and the cloudy sky beyond for a final few seconds, praying silently for a smooth and uneventful flight. Then I followed the others out of the airport building, back to the fancy SUV and into the afternoon traffic. Leonidas drove me to my apartment complex, just as I'd requested. My luggage was in the back, so there was no need to go inside. I directed him to where the Taurus was parked, in my unit's assigned spot. God, the broken backseat window was still covered by nothing more than a plastic trash bag duct taped to the frame. The thing probably wasn't even legal to drive right now. With everything that had happened since then, I'd forgotten all about the window. This new little chunk of stress piled on the rest. More money I couldn't afford. More hassle I didn't have the emotional energy to deal with. At least, neither of the others commented on it. "Do you need to drop Zora back at her place?" I asked. "Because I can just meet you at the club. I've still got my keycard for the employee entrance." "No need for that, honey," Zora said, stepping out of the SUV. "Flying's faster anyway." "Right. Because my friend and former coworker was a vampire. Demon. Something. And she could fly." I opened the door on my side and got out as well. Leonidas did the same, heading for the rear of the vehicle, presumably to retrieve my luggage. Zora circled around to stand in front of me. Her hands closed on my shoulders, squeezing lightly until I met her eyes. "Hey," she said. "Go to the den. Get some food. Get some sleep. Try to turn it all off for a few hours." Her thumbs rubbed up and down, soothing. "You've got this. Even if it feels like you don't, okay? And you're not alone." I managed a nod, but that was all. Anything more might have started the waterworks again, and I'd had more than enough of that in the last 24 hours already. I lifted a hand to squeeze one of hers instead.
"Keys,"
Leonidas called, distracting me from the moment. I fumbled in my bag and crossed to unlock the trunk, opening it so he could lift the luggage into it. "Thanks," I managed.
"I'll follow you to the club,"
he said.
"The entrance to the parking garage is on the north side. The code for the keypad to get in and out is 8146.
"Right," I said, running it through my head a few times in hopes that it would stick. Zora stepped forward to hug Leonidas, who lifted an arm around her shoulders to return the brief embrace. "If you need us for anything, we're staying at the Four Seasons Hotel downtown," she said. "We'll be under the usual names. Take good care of my friend, Guthrie. We'll swing by the club around noon tomorrow to talk next steps." My eyebrows went up.
"I'll see you both then, Zora,"
said my boss, whose closely guarded first name was apparently Guthrie? Huh. Zora turned back to me. "Bye, Vaughn. Remember, food, sleep, no panicking." "Right," I said, as she dissipated into mist and swirled away. I set aside the impossibility of what I'd just seen in favor of staring at Leonidas in consternation. "Don't take this the wrong way, boss. But is your first name seriously Guthrie?"
It was a fairly popular name in the early 1900s, he said.
Which wasn't exactly an answer, but okay. Whatever the case, he'd aged better than the name had. Right, I said. I hate to say it, but popular or not, it doesn't really jive with the whole darkly mysterious rich club owner thing.
Well,
he pointed out,
there is a reason I don't use it much these days. It's not too much of a stretch for a demon-bound investment manager, but more of one for the public face of a swanky jazz club.
I shook myself free of the moment of cognitive dissonance. It's your real name, though. Guthrie Leonidas? He sighed.
Guthrie, yes. Leonidas, no. The demon I sold my soul to halted my aging in the late 50s, long before I became a vampire. And believe it or not, people start to get a bit antsy when your appearance doesn't change after a decade or two. Easier to slip into a new life when that happens.
What a lonely existence that sounded like. Maybe we should get back to the den now, I said, aware that we were standing in my building's parking lot when Ivan could send his surviving goons here looking for me at any moment. He stepped back, opening the way to the Ford's driver's side door.
Lead the way. I'll be right behind you.
I got in the car, trying to focus on the basics like Zora had said. Leonidas, because I absolutely was not going to be able to think of him as Guthrie, strode to the Cadillac, his long coat sweeping behind him. After weeks of working there, the route from my apartment to the club had become instinctual, something I didn't have to consciously think about. That was both a blessing and a curse, since it introduced a misleading sense of normalcy while also allowing my thoughts to wander. I had no idea what to do about the Fae who seemed to have such an interest in me. I was, however, going to have to make a decision about dealing with Ivan. Yes, he should, by rights, be Richard's problem, not mine. But as I was the one currently being driven out of my home by fear of mob execution, he was clearly my problem now. With Jace safely away, going to the police or the feds was the obvious and probably correct response. However, I was haunted by the idea that Teague was somehow wrapped up in the situation, especially after some of the things Leonidas and Zora had said about not being able to trust the police, and about the Fae controlling human institutions for their own ends. The club came into view. This time, instead of driving past it to look for curb parking down the street, I turned right and headed for the entrance to the underground parking garage reserved for building tenants and VIPs. A sturdy barrier blocked the way as I pulled to a stop next to the security keypad. What had the code been? 1846? No, 8146. That was it. I rolled down the window and keyed it in. The arm rose smoothly. I glanced in the rearview mirror to confirm the Cadillac was still behind me, and drove down the ramp to the parking area. After carefully pulling into a spot, I turned off the engine and got out. I turned from getting my luggage out of the trunk to find Leonidas approaching me. He took the heavier of my 2 suitcases without a word as I locked up the car, and led the way to the bank of elevators in one corner. I was thrust back to the night I'd arrived at the club as a paid prostitute, when Maurice had ushered me up to the penthouse suite in a secure elevator. This elevator had more buttons than just P for parking, G for ground floor, and the 8th floor. Presumably, it was the one other tenants used to reach their apartments. I wondered idly what the rent was in a place like this, before deciding I was happier not knowing. Leonidas directed us to the 7th floor, where there were apparently 3 units. The door marked 7B opened with the key card he pulled from his trouser pocket. Then he handed the card to me.
"It's furnished," he said, "and I arranged for the building manager to have some basic groceries delivered when it looked like you might need a place to stay."
He stepped inside with my suitcase and turned on the lights. I stared at him. And then I stared at the echoing space inside the door, because... What? The place was easily 4 times the size of my apartment. Elegantly furnished and spotless, it looked like something out of a lifestyle magazine. He'd had groceries delivered? "Why are you doing this?" I asked, hearing an almost plaintive note entering my voice. He set my suitcase down in the living area just beyond the entryway. Tentatively, I stepped inside the perfectly staged room and let my overnight bag drop to the floor next to it. When I looked up to gauge his expression, it was to find something haunted behind his eyes. He blinked and it was gone, or at least hidden.
"I'm doing it because I can," he said. "And because you're getting sucked into the paranormal world despite my best efforts. I know what that looks like. I know what it can do to someone."
I crossed my arms tightly in front of my chest and paced, despite the protest from my sore feet after trekking through the airport earlier. I couldn't cope with my worries about Ivan right now, so I fretted over something else instead. Why does Teague have it in for you so badly? Leonidas let out a soft exhale, rife with disgust.
"Politics, mostly. Well, that, and the fact that a lot of Fae are assholes."
What's going to happen with the club? I mean, if they have judges and city officials in their pockets. I let the thought trail off.
"Then it'll make for an interesting chess match, I guess," he said. "The books are clean. Like I said, I'd have to be an idiot to do that kind of dark money shit on U.S. soil, so he'll have to show his hand when it comes to which officials he's controlling."
"You're mixing up your gaming metaphors," I pointed out, still pacing. He shrugged.
"Whatever the case. I spent so long making money for other people that making it for myself at the same time became sort of ingrained. I'm irritated enough at this point that I don't mind throwing a bunch of that money at the situation, especially if it helps drag some corruption into the public sphere of awareness."
And where do I fit into all of this? Desperately, I wished I could remember what had happened with Teague in the abandoned parking lot, if only to get a clearer picture of what the hell he wanted with me.
"That's a very good question,"
Leonidas said grimly.
"Your resistance to his influence seems to be what originally caught his attention. I thought at first it might be your pendant, not you. But that theory has been pretty thoroughly blown out of the water at this point. Oh, which reminds me."
He rummaged in one of the pockets in his long coat and came up with Mabel's necklace. Zora had slipped it into the coat when I'd been wrapped up in it last night after they'd rescued me, but I'd forgotten to fish it out before giving the coat back to its owner.
"When I was out getting the SUV, I stopped at a jeweler's shop and had the chain repaired."
He proffered it, and I held out my hand, palm up, cupping the garnet pendant so he could let the gold links slide into my grasp.
"Like I said,"
he continued,
"you may need it in the future."
"Thank you," I breathed, not having realized until that moment how much I'd missed the magical heirloom. It warmed in my palm, and I opened the clasp, replacing it around my neck without looking down. Leonidas' eyebrows drew together in consternation as it settled against my skin, still radiating a soothing heat.
Okay,
he said.
Well, that's new.
"26. Something akin to dread settled in my bones. I lifted the pendant so I could look at it properly, only to find the familiar uncut red gem glowing amethyst in my grip. "What?" I said faintly. My hand started to shake, because apparently this was the weird thing that marked one too many weird things happening in far too short a period. I'd been resolutely not thinking about the invisible power that had exploded out of me and destroyed a solid wood door. Nothing like that had ever happened to me before. Something inside me had changed in a fundamental and thoroughly impossible way. I shook my head slowly back and forth in negation, aware that my trembling had grown worse as I stood staring dumbly at the pendant's betrayal. How dare it make me face the fact that I wasn't the same person I'd been a day ago? I wasn't ready. There were too many other things going on that needed me focused and clear-headed. My breathing had gone ragged, lightheadedness turning the edges of my vision gray as I realized I was in danger of hyperventilating. A large hand cupped my cheek, urging my eyes upward, away from the necklace. The unexpectedness of the contact jolted me out of my impromptu panic attack, and I looked into dark brown eyes crinkled in concern.
"Vonnie, breathe,"
my boss commanded. "What's happening to me?" I asked. "What did I do earlier with the broken door? How did I do that?" He was standing very close, still cradling my cheek as I clutched the traitorous garnet in my hand.
"I have a theory,"
he said.
"It's something we can run past Rand's tomorrow when he and Zora come around to brainstorm our next steps. But it's apparent that you have some amount of innate magic. A few humans do. I guess it runs in certain bloodlines. I'll go out on a limb, though, and assume that drinking vampire blood amplified your natural magic, making it stronger."
I tried to stuff down my panic enough to think logically, even if this bizarre new world I'd been thrust into threw logic out the window. Magic was real. I'd seen people turn into mist and fly. I'd seen fae and vampires control humans' minds. I'd seen bullet holes knit themselves back together as though the wounds had never existed. These things had happened. They were part of reality, even if it meant my understanding of reality had been imperfect before now. It made a certain amount of sense that if vampire blood could heal and strengthen a human body, it might also strengthen human magic. "Okay," I said, my voice wavering. "Okay. So, you're saying it might only be temporary? Like, until the vampire blood works its way out of my system?" To my mortification, I realized that I'd lifted my free hand to clutch at his wrist without even realizing I was doing it. He didn't mention it. His cool palm still rested against the side of my face.
"It's entirely possible,"
he said.
"I'm not the expert. Whatever the case, you're not the only human in the world with magic. If Rands doesn't have answers, I know another guy who might."
His other hand came up to mirror the first, cradling my head between them.
"We'll figure it out. Okay, Vonnie?"
I squeezed my eyes tightly shut and nodded in his light grip, knowing I needed to keep it together. "You're not alone," Zora had told me earlier. "You've got this, even if it feels like you don't." I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, still feeling as though I was about to crawl out of my own skin. Okay. Yes. We'll figure it out, I said, opening my eyes. His proximity hit me anew. The earnest look in his eyes, the strength and tenderness in the hands holding me. Without meaning to, I licked my lips to moisten them, and felt a strange swoop in my belly when his gaze dipped to my mouth. I was obviously losing my damned mind, because the words, "If that offer of a free orgasm still stands, this might be a great time," hovered on my lips for a fateful instant before I swallowed them back. He was my boss, for God's sake. Mortification flooded me, and I released his wrist as heat rose in my cheeks. His hand slid away. I stepped back. "Sorry," I said. I think I'm all right now." He cleared his throat, something of his usual cool mask returning, though again I was struck by the troubled look in his eyes when he pulled away.
"I should leave you alone to get some sleep,"
he began. "Tell me something first," I said, before he could retreat and leave me in the company of my own disturbed thoughts. "You told me you sold your soul to a demon like Nigelus." Sudden wariness stiffened his shoulders.
"Yes."
"What did you get in return?" It was an unforgivably personal question, and I half expected him to ignore it and leave. He stood wavering on the cusp for a long moment. Then he spoke.
"Remission from incurable cancer,"
he said quietly.
"For my wife."
The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Oh," I said. Suddenly, he looked every bit as old as he claimed to be, ancient and exhausted.
"Rest, Vonnie. I had Jace add my number to your phone. If you need anything tonight, call."
I knew I wouldn't be calling him tonight, though. Not after what he'd just told me. "Thanks," I replied instead. "For all of it. I don't honestly know what I would have done otherwise."
"Don't mention it,"
he said, and I got the distinct impression he really would be happier if I never spoke of it again. He left me alone, and I collapsed onto the living room's stylish love seat with 1,000 questions swirling in my head. God in heaven, where another man might have sold his soul for money or power or personal gain, he'd done it for love. I almost wanted to cry. There was no Mrs. Leonidas now. That was clear enough. Had she died of old age, withering away while he remained trapped in his early 40s like a fly in amber? Had he come to resent his bargain with a demon? To resent her? But that wasn't what I'd seen in his eyes. The old pain, the sadness that hung over him like a cloud even when he was hugging his granddaughter or bantering with his employees over bad vampire jokes. It was the pain of grief and loss, not resentment. What had happened to the demon? Leonidas spoke as though he'd somehow gotten a reprieve from his personal devil. But that wasn't how selling your soul was supposed to work. Where did Rands fit in? Where did Zora fit in? When and how had he become a vampire during all of this? I had a feeling I'd lost the right to ask the rest of my questions the moment I'd asked the first one. Absently, I lifted Mabel's pendant again. It had faded to its usual dull ruby color, but I thought I could still detect a spark of amethyst light in its depths. It was almost the same color as Leonides' eyes when his vampire nature was roused. I tried not to read anything into that. If he was right, once the blood Rands had given me faded away, so would my bizarre new destructive ability. I tried to ignore the tiny voice at the back of my head that said being able to magically blast things might be useful the next time Ivan showed up. Or the Fae. Or a demon. I shook my head sharply. Food. Sleep. Not useless obsessing over questions I didn't have the answers to. Grabbing my overnight bag, I did a quick circuit of the apartment, trying not to feel like an imposter for being in a place this nice. 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, one of which had a ridiculously ostentatious jetted tub in addition to a glass-walled shower stall that could have fit 3 people in a pinch. The kitchen was all gleaming stainless steel, not a fingerprint to be found anywhere. It was stocked with the basics: milk, bread, juice, coffee, a selection of fresh fruits and vegetables, eggs, butter. The freezer held frozen entrees. I pulled one out, not even looking to see what it was before I opened the box so I could shove it in the microwave. Pasta al carbonara with steamed asparagus, apparently. Not exactly the kind of cheap-ass Salisbury steak TV dinners I was familiar with. I heated it up according to the directions and ate without tasting it. Exhaustion was catching up with me in a big way now that there were no more distractions. When I was finished, I threw away the packaging and put the silverware in the sink to deal with in the morning. Though it was still only afternoon, all I could think about was sleep. With nothing else needing my attention, I gave in to the urge and retired to the larger of the 2 bedrooms. The sheets were crisp and clean, the mattress soft. I pulled off my shoes and lay down on top of the comforter, my phone resting on my belly, held in place by one hand so I would feel any notifications vibrating. I dozed until Jace's text woke me. "At Denver Airport, with airline guy, going to Newgate now. Will text from NM." I texted back, telling him that everything was fine here, wishing him a good flight and asking him to give my love to Melinda. There was a layover, so it would be hours yet before he reached El Paso and texted again. I'd charged my phone at my apartment earlier, and it was still at 85%. Rather than go rummaging through my luggage for the charger so I could plug it in again, I stuck the cell in my handbag on the nightstand. Flopping back on the bed, I wrestled the covers out from under my body and flipped them over me. I had no idea what tomorrow would bring. All I knew was that I felt completely unprepared for it. I sighed heavily, staring at the textured whirls of the ceiling. Despite my endlessly circling thoughts, and the daylight still slanting into the room through chinks in the blinds, it took almost no time at all for me to fall asleep. In my dreams, I relived the panic of trying to get Jace away to safety before the men at our door broke in. Once again, I was shoved into a car and taken before Ivan, while a half-seen form with blonde hair and green eyes watched with interest from the shadows. Time stretched like molasses, leaving me suspended in the dull horror of knowing things were about to go catastrophically wrong for what seemed like ages. Inevitably, though, I was dragged forward and held in place, a gun pointed at me from behind. The impact of the first bullet in my leg jerked me awake with a muffled cry, my heart racing, and the formerly crisp sheets now damp with sweat. There was a clock on the bedside table next to me. I blinked at it blearily until the numbers made sense. It was still early. I'd only managed a couple of hours of sleep before the nightmares took me. Jace's flight would be leaving Denver soon, but it would still be more than 2 hours before I could expect to hear from him. Right now, his phone would probably be turned off as the plane prepared for takeoff, so there was no point in trying to contact him. I needed a distraction. My skin felt sticky and unpleasant from the cold sweat of fear. For lack of any more appealing options, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and turned on the lamp. This apartment had an amazing bathroom with a ginormous jetted bathtub. I was disgustingly clammy. The math was simple enough. The bedroom blinds were closed, but a bit of dusky light still filtered into the rest of the apartment. Grabbing my toiletries from the overnight bag, I stumbled to the master bath next door and turned on the light. A pile of towels had been thoughtfully left by the sink. I was 30 years old, and I had literally never been in a bathroom this nice before. In fact, I couldn't honestly remember the last time I'd had a hot, relaxing bath, period. With the dingy, shallow tub in my apartment, there hadn't really been much point. I turned on the taps and let the bath fill, steam rising. What must it be like to live in a world like this, where luxury was commonplace and money wasn't a concern? Trying to picture how that would feel just made me vaguely queasy. Dangerous, my mind tried to tell me. Thinking that way will turn you bitter and angry. I shook off my musings and stripped, folding my clothes neatly and placing them on the counter. The water prickled hot against my skin as I stepped in. I'd never used a jetted tub, but there was an obvious on button. Pushing it started up the bubbles, and I leaned back, trying to let my muscles relax. It was nice. Very nice. But it did nothing to stop my brain's hamster-on-a-wheel routine as my mind's eye helpfully replayed last night's events in a continuous loop. I was going to need therapy after this mess, wasn't I? I tried to picture a future where I still had my good-paying bartender job, but didn't owe the Russian mob money. A future where I could put aside money for Jace's college fund, save for emergencies like broken car windows and unexpected air travel. And pay for therapy. Yeah, right. I grunted in disgust and ducked beneath the surface, scrubbing at my face. When my lungs started burning, I surfaced and shook my head to clear my ears. This wasn't working, though at least the tension in my neck and shoulders had eased somewhat. After opening the tub drain and turning off the jets, I climbed out, grabbing a fluffy towel to dry myself off before wrapping it around my body. Returning to the bedroom, I gave my damp hair a final rub before changing into a loose tee and pajama pants. A quick check of my phone showed no new messages, as expected. I still had a fair amount of time to kill before Jace's flight landed, assuming it was even running on time. My dramatic flop backwards onto the bed was probably childish, but there was no one here to see it. The kidnapping. Ivan's sneering indifference. The Fae lurking behind the shadows of my altered memory. 2 gunshots. Agony, like nothing I'd ever known. I squeezed my eyes shut and growled, digging the heels of my hands into my eye sockets. No doubt about it, I was well on my way to the loony bin. Maybe the therapy there would be free. 27. My knees were fine, I reminded myself. I was fine. Jace was fine. Even Richard was fucking fine. At least for now. Against all odds, someone had come for us. Someone had cared enough to save us. My boss. The man with emotional barriers as strong as Fort Knox. You didn't see him when we got to your apartment and found you'd been taken, Zora had told me. When he saw your necklace on the floor, I thought he was going to put a fist through the wall. The interior movie loop changed. Instead of gunshots and terror, I remembered strong arms holding me, a voice I couldn't ignore telling me not to be afraid, that everything would be okay. I remembered hands cradling my cheeks, a quiet figure rushing to answer my son's frantic call for help with his friends and whisking him away to safety. Gradually, my ragged breathing evened out. My heartbeat slowed its frantic gallop. Almost against my will, my thoughts turned to what-ifs. What if Teague hadn't shown up at the Vixen's den that first night? What if I'd taken Leonidas up on his offer to show me what I'd apparently been missing all these years, ever since a fumbling teenage boy had convinced me that no one ever got pregnant during their first time? Despite a few unsatisfying attempts in the interim, that defining moment in my life had put me off sex, seemingly for good. Zora's phantom voice came once more, full of teasing laughter. Once you go undead, you never go back. Seriously, Vaughn, the sex is phenomenal. I was fascinated by people who liked sex. My experience of it, both directly and indirectly through my work in phone sex, was that it was awkward, uncomfortable, and ultimately unsatisfying. The men, and occasionally women, who'd paid money to have someone pretend to care about their needs for half an hour, embodied that discomfort. If they'd been able to find what they needed in the real world, they wouldn't have been calling me. I'd heard more people grunting and moaning their way through climaxes than I cared to think about over those long, tedious months. Yet, I never got the impression that they went away satisfied. Of course, I had no way of knowing. I'd never even gotten that far personally. Frigid. It had been partner number 3 who first applied that particular adjective to me, and it had stuck. This time, the echo of Leonidas' voice whispered in my ear, "There's nothing wrong with you. Mind you, there might or might not be something wrong with the idiots you've slept with." What had made him say that? What would he have done differently if I'd checked my sanity at the door and let him try to break my orgasmic losing streak? What would I want him to do? Absently, I ran a hand over the bare skin of my stomach, feeling the stretch marks of old pregnancy hidden beneath my loose shirt. It was Leonidas' aura of unflappability that drew me in, I thought. That was why I could even bring myself to think about something like this. He didn't strike me as a man who would get frustrated or impatient or blame a woman for not responding quickly enough. Now that I allowed myself to mull over the idea, I could easily picture him kissing a woman for hours, never pushing for more, just making out like teenagers for the hell of it, because she was enjoying it. Making out like the teenager I'd once been, necking in the shadows, caught up in the secret thrill of it. That was worth remembering. I'd done those things once upon a time. I'd enjoyed them. That unaccustomed and barely remembered flush of warmth fluttered to life beneath my palm for the first time in forever. Would Leonidas have bent me backward on his elegant couch, kissing me down to lie against the soft cushions? I imagined the phantom touch of his lips against my jaw, my throat, breath against my ear, a hand cupping the nape of my neck, holding me in place for endless kisses. His lips would be cool, like his hands, I thought. Soft, despite the dangerous fangs lurking beneath. He would gather my hair, letting his fingers slide through it and using the light grip to tilt my head back, bringing my lips to his, holding me in place to ravish my mouth. My hand slid down my body. The smell of smoke assailed me, thick and choking. My eyes flew open as the shrill noise of a fire alarm pierced my eardrums. I yanked my hands free of my clothing and clawed my way upright on the burning bed. I was surrounded by flames, burning painlessly around me, rolling over my skin without touching it. Utter shock kept me frozen in place for the space of 2 heartbeats. Then cold water drenched me from above, and I let out a strangled shriek, leaping off the bed as though I'd been shot from a cannon. It did nothing to stop the chilly downpour pelting my head. A sprinkler system. The apartment had sprinklers, and the fire on the bed had set them off. The fire that had somehow started despite having no fuel or ignition source, consuming my body without causing a single burn. Water dripped from my hair as I grabbed the garnet pendant at my throat and peered down at it, catching the diminishing amethyst glow as it faded back to its usual dull ruby color. "Shit," I said, feeling my hands start to shake again. I looked around, feeling utterly overwhelmed and unable to cope with this new piece of insanity. The flames were already doused, though the stench of smoke still clung in the atmosphere of the soaking room. I grabbed my handbag from the nightstand, my shoes from the floor, and my overnight case from the corner before fleeing through the bedroom door into the dry hallway. Alarms clamored elsewhere in the building, evidently connected to the one I'd just set off. I stood shivering for a moment, unable to take in the idea that I'd somehow just been responsible for doing God knew how much damage to the expensive apartment where I was staying for free. In a daze, I walked to the front room, dripping on the tile and rugs as I went. The horrible sinking feeling grew as I tried to think of what to say to Leonidas by way of explanation. "So sorry, boss. I was masturbating to fantasies of you, and apparently it was so hot I caught the bed on fire." A choked noise caught in my throat. It wasn't laughter. At the same instant, the front door crashed open, the frame splintering around the lock.
"Vonnie!"
Leonidas came to an abrupt halt, wide-eyed, and we stared at each other across the width of the living room. Unflappable wasn't really the first adjective that came to mind to describe his expression. "It's out," I said in a daze. "The fire? Think it was something like what happened with Zora's door. I can't seem to control it. The sprinkler's still going in there. I'm so sorry." He cut across my disconnected rambling.
"Are you hurt?"
I shook my head. "No, I'm fine." "Fine? Yeah, I'm just peachy." The little voice in my head began cackling hysterically. Leonidas was still standing frozen, a step inside the door. I saw his throat work, bobbing up and down once before he spoke.
"You're soaked. Get something dry on. We'll have to evacuate the building until the fire service comes in to check it and turn off the alarms. I'll just wait outside."
After a final brief hesitation, he suited word to deed. I stood there, mortified. When I glanced down at myself to see my erect nipples clearly visible through the thin white fabric of my wet t-shirt, that mortification increased tenfold. I dove into the larger suitcase that I hadn't bothered to move into the bedroom and retreated to the bathroom to throw on the dry clothes. My shoes were still wet. They squished when I shoved my feet into them. Cringing, I put on my coat and emerged from the apartment with my damp handbag and my damp overnight case in tow.
"I need to make sure everyone else is out,"
Leonidas said, apparently having regained most of his unflappability while I dressed. "I'm fine," I said quickly. "Don't worry about me." Without waiting for a reply, I ducked past him and located the emergency stairwell next to the elevator. In reality, there probably wasn't any reason not to use the elevator instead, but it had been drilled into me that when alarms were going off, you used the stairs. And alarms were most definitely going off. I wasn't sure I'd ever been as thoroughly embarrassed and humiliated as I was in that moment. I slogged down 7 flights of stairs like I was doing penance, and exited through the nightclub's front doors. Outside, the flashing lights of fire trucks had already gathered on the north side of the building. A group of perhaps 20 people were milling around in various stages of confusion and undress, looking up at the building as they spoke in low voices, blowing on their hands to combat the night's chill. "False alarm, do you think?" I heard someone ask.
"Don't think so," said someone else. "I'm pretty sure I smelled smoke on the 7th floor.
Please, I thought. Somebody kill me now. I huddled in my coat, my damp feet already aching with cold. Rather than risk having to speak with anybody, or worse yet, having someone connect the dots after noticing my wet hair, wet shoes, and wet overnight case, I skulked around the corner and hid in the shadows. Leaning back against the wall, I thumped my head softly and repeatedly against the bricks. "Stupid," I berated myself. "Stupid, stupid, stupid." My phone rang. I scrabbled for it in my bag, thanking my lucky stars that I'd shoved it in there earlier, rather than leaving it sitting on the nightstand to get soaked. Melinda's name flashed on the screen, and I dragged the green call icon to pick up. "Vonnie," she said without preamble, "have you heard from Jace?" Disquiet settled, cold and heavy in my chest. "What do you mean, Melinda?" I asked. "He texted from Denver, but that was hours ago. Is his flight running late or something?" "No," Melinda replied. "That's just it. His flight arrived 20 minutes ago, but there's been some kind of a mix-up. He's not on it." The cold feeling grew claws and froze the blood in my veins to ice. "What do you mean, he's not on it? Where's the unaccompanied minor liaison?" "She's right here," Melinda said. "But she claims he was definitely on the flight when it left Denver. Like I said, someone screwed up, Vonnie. I mean, he couldn't have been on the flight when it left, but not when it arrived." Every instinct I possessed screamed at me that this was not some innocent mistake related to flight numbers or airport gates. "I need to talk to the liaison. Put her on, right now." My voice was terrifying in its unnatural evenness. There was a short exchange on the other end, and a new voice spoke. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I don't know how this could have happened. There are redundant safeguards in place for minors traveling on their own. It should be impossible." My jaw clenched, turning to ice like the rest of me. "I don't care how impossible it is," I told her in that same frightening tone. "Tell me where my son is. Right the hell now." There was a faint pause. "But—" "That's just it, ma'am. We have unambiguous records of his boarding pass being checked in on the flight, and the flight attendants being notified of his status on board the plane. They remember him being in his seat after takeoff, but when they did the pre-landing check to make sure everyone was seated and buckled in, he was just gone. Flight crews are doing a thorough search of the plane as we speak. The words faded to a meaningless buzz in my ear, as every mother's worst nightmare exploded into stark reality around me. In that moment, I knew with utter certainty that my child had been taken. Movement registered in the corner of my eye. I looked up to find Leonidas approaching, his features creased in a frown at whatever expression he saw on my face.
"Vonnie?"
he asked. I swallowed hard and licked my lips, meeting his dark gaze as it kindled with an unearthly inner glow. "Jace didn't make it to El Paso," I said, barely recognizing my own voice. "I don't know how it happened, but somehow they've got my son. And Leonidas, whatever it takes, I have to get him back." Vonnie's story continues in Vampire Bound, Book 2. Want the backstory on Zora, Rands, and Leonidas? The Last Vampire series by R.A. Stephan and J.Lynn Wolfe is available as 2 audio box sets: The Last Vampire, Books 1 through 3, and The Last Vampire, Books 4 through 6. This has been Vampire Bound, Book 1. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Drewyor. Copyright 2020 by Other Love Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2020 by Other Love Publishing, LLC.